Will built fortresses carry over to the new update? So all worlds are compatible forwards. So anything, like any worlds you generate in like the version you're currently playing will be accessible once the update hits. But if you go to the beta branch and then go back to the current version, so if you go forward to the beta branch right now, generate a world, and then go back to the current version, it won't work. But if you move forward, it'll keep working. It's inside and eating your dwarves. Ah, right. Do they all breathe blue fire? That just means it's really hot. That just means it's really, 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 really hot. But dragons breathe hot stuff, and more news at 11. Much surprise, Pikachu. Just checking a few things. Give me a sec. All right, so first things first. YouTube folks, if you haven't yet, please leave a like on the stream. There's 35 of you watching and only 4 likes. Okay, 5 likes. Twitch chat, if you haven't yet, here's a link to the YouTube stream. If you would like to help out the YouTube folks at absolutely no cost to you, please leave a like on the YouTube channel, because that tells YouTube to watch it. And if you happen to have extra bandwidth, leave the tab up for the YouTube stream as well, because while I do mostly respond to the Twitch stream and not the YouTube stream, I do read the YouTube chat, I just don't respond to it as much. But because I mostly follow the Twitch chat, Twitch is the better place to get quick responses. And now for the folks watching the VODs, if you'd like, you could say hi, YouTube. And hey, YouTube folks, I'm gonna be starting up a goal now because supposedly YouTube promotes streams that have goals. Don't feel too pressured, but do note that streamers moving soon and moving's expensive. So like, you know, it's there if you feel like it. Nimlark, thanks for gifting out almost entirely doubling the total number of mugs sold for the hunted mug for Ghost Candy. So if you would like a mug, ! Enter. There's 2 opportunities to win. And congratulations if you win. Preemptively. And thank you, Nimlark. That means a lot. And also Twitch chat, YouTube chat says hi. You need to open that box down. Oh, you bought one? Yeah. Oh, you bought one and you haven't opened it yet? Yeah, I think you may have too many then. You got one for yourself as well? Oh, hell yeah. You've completely doubled the number of sales. Thank you. Which probably is a more likely way of getting you one, unlike the one individual who gifts out one and then enters his own giveaway to try and win it. It's bloody gambling addicts. I mean, who's stopping you? And it's very funny because whenever he would like gift out some mugs and then enter his own giveaway and then not wait, he'd be like, damn it, next time. It's like, come on, man, come on. You're doing this to yourself, dude. You're doing it to yourself. Just reading this on the YouTube chat. Coming as the envoy from Twitchtopia, welcome to the land of Twitch. We welcome you to the land of Twitch with open arms. Would you like to hear the good word of our Lord and Savior? Soda poppin'. Shamberg Eagles and Whitcoat, congratulations, Millens. The 2 of yous have one's mugs. If you click on that link that says redeem, you can go win your mug. I did. Oldie and E-Dude. I did. Enjoy your mug, Shambor Giggles. Thanks, Nimlark. So I think it's time for us to play some Dwarf Fort, chat. For those of you who've missed Winterthrone, Winterthrone is a giant volcano fortress that's full of vampires. I threw up a short that Suited Giraffe edited this morning on the YouTube channel, which actually goes over how to make vampires. If you would like to know, it's now condensed down into a like 45-second long short. So if that's something that you would like to have a look-see at, it is now available to you there if you would like to, you know, look into that. Someone has to mug the stream. I mean, Vile Mug exists for a reason. Or Vile Mugged, I think was the emote. Is it Vile Mugged? Yeah, it's Vile Mugged ED is the one. Yeah, that one. But I'd need to look at what the actual emote code was. So who needs a tour, chat? The capitalization is something on that. Yeah, it's all capitalized. Victor Ghost got it. You'd like a tour? All right, well, let's start at the baddie entrance then. So this is the baddie entrance, which is still being worked on. Don't mind the blood. It'll get cleaned up soon. This is the baddie entrance where the baddies come in. Soon this is going to be some sort of cart grinder, lava distribution thingy. You don't have better Twitch TV, so rip. Yeah, that'd do it. You know, not having better Twitch TV would be the problem. Although if you use FFC, there is a plugin for better Twitch TV, which allows you to see better Twitch TV emotes in FFC without having to have better Twitch TV installed. So this has some work, which we're working on. Over here, this is, drawbridges to drain lava real quick for baddies that get burned. Up to here and around the corner, we got a bunch of armor that we're melting down. These stairs go up and into the fortress itself. And then this is the fortress itself. This is kind of the main front door, which I should probably open because, well, a bunch of caravans just arrived. We've got a bunch of war dogs who keep killing chinchillas who keep walking in. This is my hunting dog, Snoopy, who keeps an eye out for trolls and things that are attacking us. Bob in the YouTube chat, thanks for the $5. Appreciate you. And this is where my military trains. They don't get to sleep, but I gave them beds as a formality. We've made some catapults for funsies. We have various... Did this ever get high enough value? Ooh, no, not really. Down here we got various other rooms. We got other guild halls, and I've got an area where I'm training Marks dwarves, who I should probably go down here and unforbid all those bolts because there was a siege. And then up in here we've got, more guild halls. We've got our forges, and this is kind of where we trade. If we follow up these, we've got, our little bedroom areas, which again are just a formality. It's mostly a place for where the dwarves can store their stuff because none of us sleep because we are all vampires. Most, if not all, or large portions of the dwarves are permanently injured and or maimed due to sustaining injuries while in combat or something else. And because they're vampires, it doesn't matter if you lose your lungs. The Warning Goose died a long time ago. It got killed by a troll, so now we have Snoopy the dog instead of the Warning Goose. So if you see dwarves running around with crutches, it's because they are permanently injured. Especially dwarves like this one, who is a soldier, who has no usage of her hands, no usage of her legs, and cannot breathe. Due to, her brain being mangled beyond recognition, her spine being bruised, her middle spine being bruised, and her upper spine being bruised. But because she's a vampire, she's fine. This doesn't affect her. Don't have any visitors. Late to work, Panda. So when you make a tavern, or a temple, it starts with this, all visitors welcome. You can click this button, and then if you just don't allow visitors in your fortress, nothing will get stolen. That's the other way you can do it. Aside from that, you have to hide it. So yeah, I've got quite a few of these. Quite a few dwarves that, they can't do anything except for socialize and pray, basically. Thankfully, because she was in the military while she got those injuries, she has clothing on. She has low boots, she has gauntlets, she has a breastplate and a helm. Otherwise, she'd be naked. So we've got quite a few of those, actually. If you scroll through, you'll find random dwarves like this one. Same thing. Can't breathe. You know? Brain is mangled beyond recognition. I've got a good number of these. And they're all very sad. Spineless is another one. Cannot breathe, cannot stand. I've been thinking about tossing them all back into the military because, well, at the very least, then they can train. But I'm scared that they'll take their armor off at some point, and I kind of don't want that to happen. Also, just to double check, nobody's redeemed a dwarf yet. Okay, let's read through the named dwarves in the fort, and then we will finish doing this tour. The named dwarves in the fort are Nark. We've got Merlin Buff, Lanix. We've got Stormwolf. We've got Jackneric. We've got Amethyst, Spineless. Darius Cardman, Fallout Rain. Mogwai, Icarus. Don't worry about that one dwarf who says farmer. They're actually also a vampire. They just weren't made here as a vampire. Liam, 2-1 ABC. We've got Greg and then some. We've got Snail SD. Ilmirin. Guilty Judge. Anon 4. Zalvi, 404. Devilish Potato. Insane Killer. Edict. Sensi. Mako Darkfire. Bob. Q and Green Tea. Monticore, who's pissed alongside of Q and Green Tea. And Quendelf. Transplanter Sage. Big Bang. Richer XI. JJ. Too Tall Dad, who would be a very fun adventurer to play. Suited Giraffe. Lestat, who's a undead immortal baby, who has been in the fortress since the year 312, and it is now the year 317, and is still 0 years old and still a baby. Man, imagine having a, like, named baby that is definitely not a vampire migrate to your fortress without a parent and then just stay a baby. Like, there's something about that would be really funny to witness. And Telenartho and Bobtron. That's everybody. And then as for the rest of the fortress itself, we got our hospital down here, which does have some dwarves in it. Here's hoping they all recover. And don't mind this guy. He lives here. This is the Starvation of Death. The Starvation of Death is well, it has a couple kills. Including Dominok and some others. And it is a gigantic noseless fruit bat which breathes fire. With baby very slow. The thing is, it would do it during your sleep, so you wouldn't have a chance to see it coming. It's just there to eat you. Down in here, I think there's a forgotten beast that wants me dead in the caverns, so the caverns are sealed off. And we did go further down through here. All the way up to here. I may dig down further today, I'm not sure. But that is the fortress. Oh, also, up here, we are training siege engineers. In fact, we got some accomplished ones. And a dabbling one, apparently. And they're just shooting boulders at this wall. That's all that they're really doing, is just shooting boulders. So they fire boulders out of these, and that's about it. And you're going to go clean up patients. We'll follow you. Oh, definitely giant fucking fangs, like, just shoot out. Like, it's definitely one of those that, like, very slowly just, like, goo goo gaga into your bedroom, and then just, like, flies out, like, just jumps, like, just vaults onto you. Adventure Awaits is being gifted, which is another mug. Adventure Awaits is this lovely mug. If you're in the Twitch chat, !enter for a chance to win this lovely, lovely mug. It has a Gorlak on it. It's very relevant right now. All the mugs. Thanks, Anonymous. I uploaded a short this morning on how to do it. Trippy ash hippie. I'm actually very curious about where this dwarf is going. Like, kind of really curious. Oh, you're grabbing a bucket. Okay. I don't know why there was a bucket all the way out there, but I guess there was. So I've had to condense down my military quite a bit because I've lost quite a lot of soldiers. But, you know, it kind of comes with the territory. So I'm going to have to continue, you know, increasing the size of my military by adding new dwarves to it. And I'm not being super picky because, honestly, I'm not caring too much about how these dwarves feel or anything, really. They're just kind of cannons for the fodder, so they should be added. Also, I need to double check, but is the dwarf naming stuff available? Should be. But if it's not, do let me know. Actually, it's harder than a lot of I would say managing vampires is harder than managing necromancers. The Lady Consort from the humans have arrived. Well, that's interesting. Who's their Lady Consort? Huh. So you're from the realm of goals, hey? The vegetation of fangs. I read that as the vegetation of frogs. Okay, so she's... Huh. They're run by an elf. Or rather, their lawgiver is. Huh. I don't see your spouse here. So it can't be that important. Can't be that important. Congrats, one sock, two sock. It is Whitcode. Did you have a dwarf? I don't think you did. No, you didn't. What kind of dwarf would you like, Whitcode? I mean, this isn't my lady, so can't make her into a vampire if she isn't a member of my fortress. She's trying to go talk to this dwarf, I presume. Yes. It's a very slow walk she's doing. Starting to think her soldiers are very slow. I have a feeling this is a form of lore that I'm not super familiar with. My guess is probably Vampire the Masquerade, if I'm not mistaken, right? Any will do. All right, happiest unnamed Dwarf it is. You are now the Holy Diamonds, who's a Grandmaster Hammer Dwarf. She is unerringly returns favors and has a profound sense of gratitude for the kind actions of others. She's always tense and jittery, a turnaround after being caught in a snowstorm after 3:15, and she is bashful, and she could be considered rude. You know, I guess vampires probably don't have, like, internal heating, right? They're probably cold-blooded, I would presume. I don't know why, but maybe she's still cold after that. Like, she never fully forgot the cold that she got from the snowstorm. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She has a lack of perseverance, and she is a friendly individual. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing her mind, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She tends to reveal personal information, she has an active sense of humor, and she has a greedy streak. She often acts with compassion, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and her tongue sticks out when she's trying to remember something. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She doesn't really care about anything anymore. I mean, that's every dwarf. Every dwarf needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family, and personally, views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. Believes that peace is always preferable to war, and believes that those that sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. She has a deep dislike of the natural world and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, but dreams of raising a family. She likes tin chrysoprase, as well as skink tooth and the color lemon. Maces, earrings, and the sound of the amethyst silk, and the sight of the mirth of lathering of impossible prefers to consume brown gibbon, strawberry plants, and fisherberry wine, and whip vine flower. I can't stand lizards. Stupid OP mechs that were designed to sell more mechs. Battletech. Bracket. Okay, we also need to sell stuff. Like, realistically, I should probably sell all of this stuff. I love how there's just, like, a bit, like, a mug that just still has booze in it. It's one of my favorite things I've seen. It's just an armor bin. Oh. I was expecting there to be a lot more stuff. It's going all right, Bob. Yourself? Happy Tuesday. Has been trying to get you into BattleTech since you moved into his garage. I'll say this. Just play BattleTech, the video game. It's pretty good and goes on sale pretty heavily, pretty consistently, and the DLCs are really good. And Paradox killed them, so we'll never get a sequel, so play that instead. Not that I necessarily think that it's directly better than actual BattleTech, but you can actually see the explosions and you don't have to do math. So personally, I think that makes it better in both ways. Actually, let's sell them bows. $153 items. A lot of items. The broker Lanix meets with the human lady consort, and they say, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. That's interesting. You weren't able to meet up with the mayor then. I'm just going to keep asking for wood. Saves me a lot of pain and annoyance. They want crutches and warhammers. Well, that's easy. Just reading stuff? Yeah, I've been told that the lore is pretty cool. You know, I see used BattleTech books at the thrift store pretty consistently, and it's often one of those like, should I? And then I never do. Deacon of Decadence, thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription. Appreciate you greatly. The setting doesn't tickle your brain? That's fair. I like big robots and I cannot lie. So, you other fandoms can't deny that when a mini walks in with an itty-bitty waist and a big rifle in your face, you go, ooh la la. I will never get into the minis, but I'll play the video games until I die. Although I'll buy them 3 years after they come out every time, when they're very cheap and on sale. Which is something that I've done since the first Battletech game I ever played. The very first Mech Warrior I ever played was like 6 or 7. I don't actually know. When did Mech Warrior 2 come out? Like I probably started playing. I probably bought that in 1999, 2000, something like that. Maybe 2001 or 2002 even. It's like easily like 4 or 5 years after it came out. Easily. 97? Yeah, so easily 4 or 5 years after it came out. And I bought it used. Bought the big box at the thrift store. 95? Okay, so longer than that, 7, 8 years. Although it did come with an expansion pack. And then I also bought, later bought Mech Warrior 3 and the expansion pack for that. Eventually I got Mech Warrior 4. Which I definitely got legally from the Swedish Public Library. And, you know, I played a decent chunk of Mech Warrior 5, Mercenaries. That was also fun. I didn't like Mech Warrior Online very much, too like, nickely and dimely. But I did go to the Mech Warrior 5 launch party at Piranha Studios here in Vancouver. Because they invited me for some reason, so I went. Did I watch that? No. No, I don't watch children's cartoons, thanks. Unironically, I just had no idea that it existed until, like, relatively recently, and I just kind of don't have any interest. I was a children... Yeah, it's fair. I did watch Macross. You mean that's Steiner propaganda? Nerd! Mech Warrior 2 Mercenaries was the best. I'm not getting paid enough to die. Yeah, no. Yeah, I want to say that when my copy of Mech Warrior 2 came with Mercenaries, because I remember a lot of that stuff, I just don't remember the Mercenaries branding. But... Oh yeah, Suited Giraffe is a child, and they're a vampire, and they're depressed and just wandering around depressed all the time. So you're gonna see, like, pop-ups pretty consistently stating that so-and-so is depressed, and, like, they've just been that way for, like, 10 years. It's fine. What's up, Ketamine? It's been invaluable for trying to learn this game, but you also see Elephant Jim on your Bandcamp. I saw them live. Twice, actually. And the second time I saw them, their drummer was giving everybody in the audience cat treats because somebody gave them like a pallet of cat treats at one of their previous shows, and then they realized they weren't going to be able to take them out of Canada, so they had to give away all their cat treats. So somewhere my friend has a signed bag of cat treats from their drummer. It was also funny, because I think that me and my friend Kevin were the only Caucasian people at that entire show. I think we were also the tallest people at that show by about a foot. Like, that is the only show that I've ever been to where I could comfortably stand at the back and perfectly see everything, because everybody else was, like, this tall compared to me. It was just like me and him in our, like, death metal gear just going, like, yeah! And then just, like, everybody else's first-time show ever. It's funny going to go see, like, any kind of funk music or, like, not heavy music is very funny when me and my friend go. We also had glow sticks. It was a great time. Ice Blue is chucking out a gifted mug as well. Exclamation point enter if you want another chance. They had special editions for the Diamond 3D graphics cards. Yeah, this was I was way past that era. All right, let's trade. We got 2 factions to trade with, so don't sell everything. Let's buy the wood, because that's a rare commodity here. We need to get through some of this weight. Is that an iron corkscrew? Could just buy a donkey and 2 donkeys and eat them. Yeah, let's do that. Will butcher the donkeys. Also buy that because it's fancy. Trade. Now it's time to trade with the other humans. These ones. Got a lot of value to sell them. Buy all the logs. They brought an alpaca. They brought tomatoes? No, strawberries. But they did bring tomatoes. You don't see those very often. Tomatoes. Must be in season. I'm actually going to buy their fancy vegetables to make some nicer alcohols. Buy the fancy gems. Could just buy these. Clear out that weight. Ice Blue, did you just win your own draw? Damn, son! Congratulations, Ice Blue, and thanks for buying a mug for the chat. A+. A+. Also buy those 2 bronze picks. And they say thank you for your business. No problem. You won your own mug. Yeah! Thanks for gifting a mug that you won. He bought a mug with extra steps. He bought a mug with excitement, okay? Rigged? Yeah. 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 I didn't even rig it, though. I don't think I have that ability. All right, so I got a lot of things I got to be building right about now. But the main thing that we got to be working on is kind of this, I think. No, not this. I do need to floor this, though. Just because if I leave that there, it's just going to bother me for all eternity. Real vampires? Damn right, friendly strange bot. Are you like me and you just like have a bot account and you just go around using your bot account for chatting so people don't ask why you're a Twitch partner? Or does your name just have the word bot in it? I do unironically do that. So I will there's a couple channels that I follow and I will often just like pedal around on my bot's account, which is not like titled bot or anything. It's Crypt Calcium, right? And I will just pedal around on that bot so people don't like start quizzing me and like it's like one of the problems with like having a following on Twitch is like you go to watch Twitch on your main account and then like you tune into a stream and you say hello and you immediately see the person just like pause and do like that, like you can tell that they're on their second monitor or like on half of their monitor, like tabbed out, like looking at my stream. And it's like, and then I hear my voice for like half a second when they forget to mute and then they go, it's like, God damn, just fucking. Can I ask what a necropire is? I mean, I saw that in the YouTube chat too, but I don't know what a necropire is. You mean like a vampire necromancer? Can they even become a necromancer once they're immortal in fort mode? And, why? We're already OP enough. I've had them randomly show up in my fort before. Like, I know it's possible, I just don't know what order you need to do it in. Fort mode, yes. Yeah. I mean, why? Is the question? Time to make super undead? But they don't get to fly though, so are they really that super? Well, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. This is not a vampire fortress. Perfectly normal fortress. Please lie down on the table and take a nap. Nothing strange going on here. Right? Right. Right. You have a strange definition of the word funny. Speaking of funny, I should turn up the population. I think I still have my population cap. I haven't actually hit it in a while. Oops. I feel like that's just most romancers. Anyway, so these two newbies that are not vampires are going to be removed from this. Ast is also going to be removed from this because you are actually a vampire. You're just bad at lying. Or good at lying, I guess. And then they're going to go hang out here. The well is operational, and they're going to go become vampires. There comes the first one. What's one? Iron Zach.
I'm loving this series. Finally caught up.
It's quite, yeah, I guess I was gone for a couple days, gave people a chance to catch up. Yeah, I'm just pooped, man. I'm so tired. It's like, I can't even exaggerate it. Like, I'm so tired. I need to be done moving. But there will be more chances to catch up because I won't be able to stream that much in the next, well, at least until Adventure Mode is out. And then I'll stream a bunch for about 10 days, and then I'll be in and out again for a little bit until internet's set up at the new place. Never mind the red tint or this squealing creature at the bottom. It's fine. Okay, well, I can just lock them in there now. All right, now they just need to sit there until I open this up and they're vampires. Because, there should be enough water in that. Should be. It's 3 of 7. Although, what I could do is I could open this back up and set this to be added to as a pit pond. And forbid this. They don't really need to eat food. Like, honestly, the moods aren't that bad, and the only reason the moods are kind of bad is because I've, like, forced them to clean up a lot of bodies and sent them headlong into fights a couple times. Like, if you just made a... The only reason I haven't made things like mist generators and whatnot is because you don't really need them, but alcohol is the only one you need to satisfy. They don't slow down due to lack of food. They only slow down due to lack of alcohol. The problem with managing vampires is if they get injuries, which is inevitable, they will, they're not necessarily going to heal, and if they go insane, they're not going to die. So eventually you'll have like a portion of your population is just going to be permanently injured and or tired all the time. Or like this dwarf who's just haggard and constantly dipping in and out of permanent depression and incapable of moving and speaking half the time and then snaps out of it and then is fine again. If dwarves start tantruming, that becomes a problem. But, like, realistically, shrug. As long as you get them alcohol every now and again with a tavern keeper, it's fine. And I have this room called Tavern Time, which just locks everybody in the tavern, and then they can't leave the tavern. So they just go hang out in the tavern, socialize, make a bunch of friends. And also, this seems to not be that bad anyway, because, like, this dwarf already has a friend, and, like, you don't yet. Do you have a friend yet? No. But, like, locking them in a room together in a meeting zone doesn't seem like the worst idea off the bat because it just forces them to make a bunch of friends right away. Which is kind of funny if you think about it. It's probably enough water. Yep, 5 of 7, that's good. I do have a couple of insane crippled vampires, yes. I think I figured out how everyone lost their sin. Someone spilled Forgotten Beast extract in your well. Yeah, I mean, if there's if your well is only 1 layer deep, any contaminations, so small pile of mud, pool of Warthog man blood. Like if there was a pool of giant cave spider poison in there, anybody who ingests that would die. If there was Forgotten Beast extract in there that made your skin fall off, if you got injured and then somebody washed you using water from that well, you would get whatever that syndrome is. So yeah, no, that would make sense. It's the beauty of immersive sims, which Dwarf Fortress is. Speaking of sad things, this baby, his mother's dead, or her mother's dead? Her mother's dead. And because her mother's dead, it doesn't matter that this baby has a dad and an older sister. This baby will never grow up. So this baby is just like crawling aimlessly for all eternity. I feel so bad for this poor fucking baby, man. Thankfully, like, I guess babies don't gain any real needs because, like, they have no unmet needs. It's not a bug, no. Plump. This is like game working as intended. Vampires don't age. The Evercrawler. The Evercrawler. Who fed the baby vampire water? Probably somebody before the baby was a vampire. Oh, actually, probably the baby vampire. Because I locked everybody in this room until they drank alcohol, right? So clearly the baby drank water at some point. Night Toddler now in theaters. Yeah, there you go. Oh, vampires. See, they're all vampires now. So I can now remove them from this burrow because they've all had some water. Welcome to the fort. Your skin will change colors soon enough as all of the vitamin D leaves your body. I mean, it's 135 of them. It is, in fact, 135 of them. Oh, trust me, I've got lots and lots and lots of bad fort ideas sitting in a Google Sheets document. And because I made a request for people to send me in like fort challenge ideas. I'm going to say this again, and I've said it once per stream since like I made that document the first time, which is to the lovely individual who keeps sending in speedrunning requests. No. And also just say fort mode any % because like I know what a speedrun is and saying try and get to Mountain Home and then try and do it as quickly as possible. You can take as many opportunities and tries as you want to try and do it as quickly as possible. Please post your time to speedruns.com. I know what a speedrun is. I'm not going to do it. Stop asking. That's it. No, thank you. There's nothing about that interests me. You want to go speedrun Dwarf for it, do it yourself. Leave me out of it. Please. Why is there always a dead chinchilla? Among other things. Okay, so iron chains. Gabriel mechanisms. Oops, there's already one there. They're just kind of hard to see. Oh, artifact is going. Pointy stick. Accurate aim. That's how you kill a vampire. Vampires are exactly the same as normal dwarves strength-wise. They just don't get tired, which makes them quite strong, but at the same time isn't maybe as strong as you might be thinking. Like, yes, they are strong, but like... They're not that dissimilar from normal dwarves, really. Exertion only really matters if it's a draw. No, exertion only really matters if there's a lot of enemies that you're fighting with. And the beauty of vampires is because they don't feel any exertion, it's, you know, much less of a problem for them when they get into any sort of one-on-one fight. Exertion is also very important in sieging, attacking enemy locations. Nothing like the blockade. I mean, the blockade was only as strong as the blockade was because of exertion, right? The blockade didn't feel exertion, and the blockade was legendary in every single skill. But because the blockade was legendary in every single skill, the blockade, and because it didn't feel exertion, the blockade could do some absurd things that no dwarf could ever do. Because of that lack of exertion. The dwarf miner Cybrick has claimed a stoneworker's workshop right here and has already run off. Let's follow that strange mood because you don't really want strange moods to fail because then you just get infinitely insane dwarves. The blockade... Chat, who's the blockade? Or what was the blockade, should we say? What's up, Daniel Bob? The bonkade, yes. What items you want to encrust with gems? You sort of can. Make a stockpile and assign specific types of items to it. And then link that stockpile to where you want the items delivered. Would be the way to do that. Who, the blockade? Which statue? What code? I've made several statues. Whose story will not be forgotten. Yeah, the blockade was a zombified dwarf who was a weather zombie, which can learn skills, and it was legendary in every single combat skill. He had teeth, I think. He had one partial arm, enough to equip a shield, and that was it. He had no legs and no other arm. Basically, like, imagine like the Black Knight from Monty Python. And we released it into the caverns, and it got like 300 something kills before it died. And I then released it into hell, and it did a bunch of damage and took the demons. It took the demons a while to take it down. Oh, absolutely. Cats are strange is correct. You could absolutely fill the well and go drink from it. I mean, I'll tell you this. This is an adventurer. So I could reclaim this adventurer. But yeah, no, you could just go sip from the well too. You've watched it multiple times? It's interesting because like I watched that video and I go, man, I could have done such a better job editing half. Because like that was my first real attempt at using a new piece of editing software that I've since gotten quite a bit better with, I think. So for me, like, I've got a lot of harsh criticisms for myself about that video, I guess. But yes, it's certainly the most well-known thing I've ever made. I mean, if you want no basic needs, play as a goblin. Cats are strange. Like, literally, like, that's it. Because, like, they have no basic needs. Like, if you want no basic needs as an adventurer, play as a goblin. If you want special powers or different playstyles, try and play as a necromancer or a vampire. That's a playstyle shift, not a, like, you don't want to have to deal with basic needs. If you don't want to have to play with basic needs, just play as a goblin. That video is why you're here? Well, thank you. I'm glad. Maybe in, like, 5 years, I'll put out a director's cut where, like, I re-edit parts of it to make it cleaner. But that's about it. Maybe one day. It's not a huge priority, though. I'm quite happy with it the way it is. I'm very glad that so many people have seen it. At the rate it's going, it might hit 1 million views this year. It's going to take another 6 months, though. What are we hauling? Llama bone? Thanks for reminding me. So I can eat these donkeys and the alpaca and the guinea hen? Well, not eat them, but butcher them. Greg's cut. Yeah, there you go. Hunting isn't hard, Katirin. Kobold Dwarf King Run Adventure Mode. The amount of modding you would need to do to make that possible. First off, you'd have to make it possible for the kobolds to communicate, which they can't. So, if kobolds are organized enough to be able to talk to one another or something else, then you've already modded the game. So, nah, hard pass on that, I think. The dwarf who soloed most of the siege. No, it wasn't that. I know which statue you're talking about, but it's been a week, man. Oh, I know where I put it, I think. No, it's not up there. Did it get moved? It wasn't this, was it? Nope, that's a different statue. I know I did place it somewhere, but I'll find it. I'll stumble upon it. It's just a question of where did it end up. Because it's them killing a yak. Yeah, I don't know. I put it somewhere. I'll spot it. When I spot it, I'll point it out. Can you tell that this fort's been going long enough when I can't remember where I put a statue? But I know I placed it somewhere. Plump Helmet Man Fortress, yeah, they get kicked and they die. I had a Plump Helmet Man wander into one of my forts once, and literally it died because a dwarf kicked it. They were dancing, and he stepped on it. It was like, was crushed by a dwarf. I was like, okay, awesome. And then the dwarf had, like, no combat log. It was like, dwarf collided with so-and-so, like, bumped into him in the tavern, and he exploded. Splat, basically. It's weird that kobolds have an interactable civ. They don't really. I mean, if they take over a location, you can interact with them, but they don't really respond. They respond about as much as the goblins do, which also don't have an interactable civ outside of combat. I mean, you can attack kobolds, but that's about it. Kobolds can understand other kobolds, technically. Them not understanding each other in adventure mode is a bug, which has mostly been fixed at this point. Let's do those first. They can't brew them in vanilla. You'd have to mod your game to do that. Arc with bow. What makes good biomes dangerous? Every biome has 3 different levels of difficulty, which is like calm, non-calm, calm wilderness, and untamed wilds. They all have equivalents of that. So if you're playing in a joyous wilds, it's dangerous for the same reason untamed wilds is. If you damage the surface too much, animals attack you. And why are good biomes dangerous? For the same reason any untamed wilds area is dangerous. Animals attack you. Agitated wildlife. Good biomes aren't much more dangerous than an untamed wilds biome. Ever been in a unicorn stampede? Yeah. It's about the same as as a giant elephant stampede. I'd rather be in a unicorn stampede than a giant hippopotamus stampede. I don't need to learn anything. I know how to play this game already. Cats are strange. But, like, unicorns aren't as bad as a lot of the giant animal variants. In older versions of the game, Untamed Wilds biomes, the animals weren't aggressive at all, really. The animals weren't aggressive, is actually what I should probably say. And because the animals weren't aggressive in the same way as they are now, what made Untamed Wilds biomes and like Joyous Wilds biomes dangerous is that unicorns were naturally aggressive, meaning if unicorns got close to a dwarf, they would just attack them. And that used to be how the giant animal variants worked. So instead of getting like the Untamed Wilds where they'd show up basically like siegers and they'd walk in like with the expectation and desire to kill, they would just be dangerous if your dwarves happened to walk past them. So in older versions of the game, if a dwarf walked past a unicorn or something, they would get into a fight with it. But like the unicorns weren't there to fight directly. They were just there. And the dwarves would fight with them because they were there. Whereas now, they're there specifically to fight if they're agitated, so. It's like, why are they referred to as so dangerous? Person in YouTube chat who asked the question? Well, because the game used to work a little bit differently. And they used to be a bigger threat than they are now. The Dwarf Miner Vampires created Kikadarust Bamil Savat, an andesite armor stand, and offers it to the Firefrost. Yeah, and I will again, like, this weekend. Can't wait. Thank you, Blue Fox. Please leave a comment on the video itself and respond to other comments on the video itself and leave a like on the video itself, because that video got absolutely no love from the YouTube algorithm. I don't even think that video's in my top 10, like, most viewed in the last 48 hours now, which is really heartbreaking, to be honest. But let's take a peek at this armor stand. Let's unforbid you first, though. Someone said that they like ghost candy. This is an andesite armor stand. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval andesite cabochons and rectangular granite cabochons and square-cut green zircons and decorated with horsebone and encircled with bands of coconut palm and radiant-cut citrines and llama bone. This object menaces with spikes of trifle pewter. On the item is an image of Foot Drove, the Prince of Singing, the Sangrero Rib Crown in andesite. I love the idea of a cactus crown because I like to think it has thorns on it. It's just kind of a biblical nightmare. On the item is an image of Foot Drove, the Prince of Singing, the Sangrero Rib Crown in pigtail, and also andesite. There's 2 images of it. So that's the second piece of military furniture artifact I have. Which can go there. Yeah, I started a fort once, and IKEA immediately a giant Kia immediately stole my anvil. A second giant Kia stole my pickaxe. A third one stole one of my axes. And then a giant alligator came out of the river and killed a dwarf, and then killed a second dwarf, and then killed a third dwarf. And then 2 giant monkeys came onto the map and were fighting with the rest of the dwarves, and then the fort ended. So, yeah. Did that go off? Oh, it did. Okay. It's just quiet on my end. With such a catchy title, I'm really surprised it didn't do well. It's not that it didn't do well. I mean, here, let me show you what I mean when I say it didn't do well. Just talking about YouTube stuff for a second here. So this is my YouTube channel, right? This is the video I'm talking about. This is Ghost Candy. It did fine. That's in Canadian dollars, if you're wondering about the revenue. When I say it didn't do very well, what I mean is it's getting 929 views per hour right now, which ain't great. It got 29,000 views total, which for a video that I put like 40 plus hours of editing time into, that's not great. But this is what I mean when I say it didn't do great. This is like how YouTube recommends. So that first day, it got 7,507 views from subscribers, people who'd seen my channel before. So either watched a video before or was already a subscriber. But only 337 new viewers. Second day, 381 new viewers. Third day, 193 new viewers. Fourth day, 166, 99. And that number keeps going down. That's what I say when I mean YouTube is not promoting it at all. It's been sent to people who watch my channel. People who watch my channel clicked it, but didn't click it enough for YouTube to recommend it to new people. Here's an example of this. So this is like Cog's video, right? Now this video did really well. This video, in its engagement, or its audience reach, that first day, it got shipped out to a lot of my audience, which is good. The second day, it got shipped out again, and then it slowed down for a little bit. But then it started to pick up, and then new people started to see it. And to this day, every single day, this video gets shown to more people who have never seen my channel before than people who have. This is what I mean when I say like a video isn't getting promoted by the algorithm. It's because of that. Like that's what I need a video like this to do, right? Another example of this is like, this was the Chosen One video that I did about adventure mode. This one's been picking up a little bit recently, but still it didn't take me that long to make it, so I'm not heartbroken about this one. But like, first day, almost no promotion to new people. Second day, even less, and ever since then, it's dropped down to like null. That's what I mean when I say like whether a video is successful or not. Like people saw it, it's fine. It got a good response. I'm happy with it. But like for me, for a video to be successful, it has to be promoted to a new audience because that's what I'm trying to reach for. Is what it is. Do you swap thumbnails often after upload? I do sometimes. I haven't in that. I mean, people are still scared of sharing revenue. I don't care. That's it. I don't care. Like, that is my second highest earning video of all time. Godly Tombs did about twice that, because I got about twice the views. But, like, that video was uploaded 3 months ago, and that video has made more than, like, my entire channel has in the time since. So, like, you know, people are, like, icky about showing revenue because they're scared that, like, they'll lose revenue because of it, or because they have a contract that says they can't. I don't have a contract that says I can't. And I'll be honest with you guys, I think you guys understand that, like, one, I have to pay taxes on that money, so I only get, I lose 28% of that money to begin with. And also, that's in Canadian dollars, so most of you guys see that and think it's 30%, or actually 40% more than it actually is. 44% more than it actually is? Anyway, I don't know what the Canadian dollar is right now. And the last thing is, most people who watch my videos are sane enough to understand that, like, that I'm not making a living off of those videos alone. 1 CAD to 0.7. I think it's worse. I think it's different than that right now. So let's keep saving. I'll check. USD to CAD. What is it right now? It's $1.44 Canadian for every dollar USD. So it's actually more than that. So what? Yeah. Well, okay. Well, according to this, it's 69.96. So okay, fine. We'll call you correct. We'll round up midnight. Uh, 8-minute has not been the YouTube ad hotspot for like 2 years, so I don't know who's telling you that, but they're behind if you've heard that. Maybe optimize for the algorithm? It's not a matter of caring or not. It's a, do you want to like do this for a living or not? Like, do I care about optimizing for the algorithm? No, but like, I got bills that need to be paid. Are those catapults? Yeah. I might do something with siege equipment, so I just have them passively training and they don't friendly fire, so might as well. What am I doing with them? It's entertainment. Gives them something to train. You know, I have a master siege operator. I could make a siege guild. In fact, maybe I will make a siege guild. Could put it right there. Give them windows into here. In fact, I can make this into a siege guild. Yeah. I kind of don't know what to do with this room. I made it and kind of never really did anything with it. Or I could put the siege guild down 1 layer below. Yeah, that would kind of suck, though. Yeah, why don't we make this into a siege guild? Take this area out here. Like, do something like this. Because having higher value meeting zones is cool, and having reasons to have higher value meeting zones is also cool. So that's why. Could put windows along here, because otherwise they'll get hit in the head with boulders. Correct. Cats are strange. Well, I mean, one of the original goals for this fort was to try and figure out how to use ballista in some way. I just don't like cleaning up the mess from ballista is the real problem. That's all. All right, how's my military doing? You're still haggard, that's fine. So I took over this location, Winterhearth. This is my own fortress, which I took back. I did some attacking. Just trying to find the one that we lost a bunch of dudes in. Chunky Doom. There it is. So Chunky Doom has a bunch of my dwarves in it that got kidnapped. So I'm trying to train this dwarf up a little bit, or keep her sane, so that she can go and try and rescue those dwarves back. I've added some new dwarves to this squad. I'm gonna double check their armor. They have no pants. That's not good. Let's give them some pants, shall we? Let's make some iron greaves. What squad are you in? Oh, okay, that's fine. But I'm going to be sending that squad out to try and rescue those dwarves back. I already talk really fast and use Zoomer humor, and also talk louder than I would normally. In fact, I lost my voice while making the last one. So I don't know how much more you need me to shout to appeal to the Zoomers, but like, I don't know. Something I'll say is interesting. This is just a fun little stat that I think is interesting. Also, hi, Scrumpet Sound, or Crumpet Sounds, what's up? I always want to call you Scrumpet for some reason. The news videos and Future of the Fortress videos I do have a 99.8% male to female view ratio. It's like all dudes, basically. And the non that type of videos, so like the story videos, have like a 7% ladies watching. So I'm doing something right there. More ranting about ketchup. I'm tired of giving the backstory for that rant, though. That rant's funny if you know the backstory for it, but without context, it just makes me seem entirely like a nonsensical moron. Which, you know, I'm not above that, but... Shut up, Suited. It's time to trade with dwarves. It is time to trade with dwarves. I should have checked what they wanted. Oh well, a bit late. Wow, I got a lot of Iron Mail shirts. Christ. Sell all these. Got too many boots. Also got too many gauntlets, turns out. You know what, screw it. Let's just, which ones of these dwarves don't have pants? Oh, I see the issue here. Let's call this full armor leggings. Confirm and save. And assign full armor leggings. Donezo! And this squad go bye-bye. Unless you don't let me do that. Fine. You insist, game. He's getting built. Yes, they is. Random naked vampire. Ameliorated. Someone who dislikes violence. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to go that deep. Because this is a very martial training heavy faction. Like, basically every dwarf in this fort at some point has desired martial training. I'm not going to go specifically find you someone who dislikes violence. I can give you somebody who's not in the military. I mean, you don't have to. They'll take either or. Or they'll take both. Then anyone with a beard? Okay. I'll give you someone who isn't in the military. Or I could give you someone who was injured in the military and won't go back. Could be a fun, like, conflicted dwarf about their history. Dwarf with regrets. Yeah, like even this one wants martial training, right? But does this work for you? Cool. So Ameliorated, who's Obok, never becomes angry, takes no pleasure in his talents and accomplishments, finds helping others very emotionally rewarding, is quite ambitious, and doesn't really mind wearing something special now and again. He tends to be passive in discussions, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He can handle stress, and he has little interest in joking. I'll take a cripple too. The forgotten beast Etor Ostrog Nagoso has come, a towering beakless chicken. It has large mandibles and is probably hilarious looking. It has a gaunt appearance, and its plum feathers are long and sparse. Beware its noxious secretions. Pardon me. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He is stubborn. He is trusting, and he doesn't often feel envious of others. He licks his lips when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally lacks any respect for family and believes those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. Finds leisure time to be wasteful and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. He likes slate and copper and rhodolite and short fin mako shark leather, as well as pale pink, spears and bucklers and earrings, and ostrich men for their long necks. The sight of the deserts of singing, and when possible prefers to consume Ruthrer, guppy, and plump helmets. Man, you were easy to please before you became a vampire. And river spirits, as well as he hates fire snakes. He's a member of the Creative Treasuries, which is the most popular god. It's the god of wealth, I think. A religion based around the god of wealth. And you have some friends in the fort. I swear you get the weirdest forgotten beasts. These are just normal forgotten beasts. All forgotten beasts are weird. Of all the places that it could appear on the map. Please tell me it's already dead. It is. That's incredible. It literally just walked onto the map and caught fire. That is great. Magma fried chicken? Beakless fried chicken, more like. That's very funny. Should have been a phoenix. Maybe it's a VFC, volcano fried chicken. If it was a bird capable of flight, chickens can fly. One of my favorite videos out of Vancouver in recent memory is a chicken flying through downtown. And just like Reddit losing their fucking mind about whether or not chickens can fly. It's very funny. How's packing? My closet is full of boxes. I'm ready to move, I could move like day after tomorrow if I was given the keys like half a month early, I could theoretically move tomorrow. And I'd be very happy if I could, but I can't. Right now I'm very stressed and in a state of like trying to just get shit done, which, you know, as I was talking about at the beginning of the stream, is very frustrating right now, but it's fine. We'll get there. I'll buy the bronze bolts for my Mark's dwarves. I'll buy the books. Buy the splints and crutches because they cheap. They bought a Drunian bone amulet. There's also a ghost on the map, which I'll have to deal with. I don't know what that is, but I'll buy it. Might as well just buy the toy axe as well for the kids. And I'll buy the 2 very heavy cages. And trade everything else. Done. Who's the ghost? Solon! I'm buying a unit from somebody who lives in the unit. So I'm not buying out somebody who's renting. The unit, the location, the apartment that I bought, the owner lives in it. Or the previous owner, I guess, lived in it. Lived in. Although I would, since we're talking about chickens flying, I would say that chickens flying is more akin to like a controlled glide than actual flying, I guess. Uh-oh, some migrants have arrived despite the danger. I will have to check their numbers in a moment and get them moved over. Uh-oh. Let me just double check the depth of this. 4 of 7. Let's just get this filling right now. You've got turkeys and they take off into trees regularly. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I was going to put that there, but let's just get rid of this. Be easier to just do it up to there. And let's just do this way. I'll just use floor bars because these will get removed anyway. So it doesn't matter the material. Unless I have grates, which I do. We'll do grates instead. I thought I'd used all my grates, but I guess not. Am I becoming a landlord? No. I bought an apartment and I'm moving into it. I do not really have any aspirations to become a landlord. I am becoming somebody who is getting the fuck out of this city, though. I'm still gonna I'm not gonna be in the greater Vancouver area anymore. I'm moving to Victoria. Vancouver Island. Because it's unlike where I currently live, somewhere I actually like to be. What about a land king? Fuck the monarchy. Next question. If I became a land leech? I mean, I'll tell you this. It's easy to hate landlords. Landlords often suck. But it is kind of a necessary evil in the way our society works. To a point. And having a good landlord is one of the biggest benefits a human can have. If you have to be in a position where you need to rent, like I was for a very long time, and I was always very lucky and had a very good landlord, and I still feel kind of lucky because they've made moving out very easy and haven't fucked me around, which they very easily could have. So I'll say, like, landlords are okay. You just need good landlords. That's all. That's my 10 cents about landlords, I guess. But I think that there's a lot of really shitty landlords out there, so it's easy to hate on landlords. Although, I'll be honest with you, I think I'd be more likely to do what Admiral Baru did, which was, buy the apartment above him because he was annoyed with his neighbors being loud. Which, to this day, is still very funny. No, I mean, I would actually say we need more landlords, not less landlords. Because less landlords, you'd still have landlords. You just have landlords that own more units. Like, I'm not going to get mad at society if 1 in 5 people owned 2 apartments and rented it out ethically. But because of the way society works, Landlords are often not a person who owns 2 apartments. They're a person who owns 45 and rents them out unethically. That's the problem. Less isn't 0? I mean, I also would like to live in a perfect world, but we don't live in a perfect world. I am not moving to an island called Victoria, no. I am moving to a city called Victoria. You know, like, as an example, like, my older sister and her husband, they have a really nice landlord. They live in, it's like basically a townhouse, but they live in the lower unit. They have a separate door, and their landlord lives above them. Like, that's fine. That doesn't bother me at all. Like, that is a-okay. Like, you need somewhere to live. Landlords, the concept of landlords don't bother me. It's unethical landlords that bother me. It's like business doesn't bother me. Unethical business bothers me. That sucks. Blue Fox. I mean, I smoke weed, but I smoke like 100 meters away from my building, so outside. Platinum winged spider? I've never seen a Forgotten Beast made of platinum. That's intense. All right, let's get these dwarves into the vampirism chamber. Helps when the landlord lives there. Or, like, lives close by. I feel like platinum wouldn't be as bad as something like steel, though. I mean, this fort has it may have died, a web spitter that was made of diamonds, which is pretty scary. But yeah, I don't really have any interest in becoming a landlord, to be completely honest. And the main reason I don't really have much interest in becoming a landlord is because it just seems kind of exhausting. Like, genuinely, like, it just seems exhausting. Like, I don't know. Like, there is a chance in the far future, if I ended up owning a second apartment, I would rent that out, but I would do it the way my landlord has done it for me, which is ethically. And I wouldn't, you know, dick people around, I guess. Landlord, it probably just means it depends on how you do it. I mean, if you run it yourself, yeah, that's probably a lot of work. If you pay somebody to run it, then it's just more taxes, but I don't know. That's 10 years away at this point, so it's not something I worry about at all. He's also invested in it being fixed ASAP. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's like there's one guy in this building that I currently live in who owns 2 units in this building. He's on, like, he was on the Strata Council for a while and rents his unit out to a friend of his. And it's like, okay, I mean, fine. You're helping your friend have housing. That's acceptable. It's always interesting to see the issue from across the pond. The UK is so small and landlords buying up all the cheap properties to make it hard to find housing on the ladder. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like that happens here too. I mean, the problem that we have here and the problem that we've had here for a really long time, Crumpet Sounds, isn't like the reason I've always felt lucky in the unit that I'm in. I don't like the building that I live in, but that's a different story. I've just been here for too long. But the reason I've always liked this unit is the people who own the apartment that I currently live in, the one that I'm renting, live in Alberta. So they're Canadian, that's one thing. And they've always priced their rent slightly below the market average. So they're not pushing the market average. They don't raise rent every year. They raise it maybe every 3. And they just want to have it rented and don't care if they're making a huge lump sum of money every month off of it because they don't need to make profit over a mortgage. You end up with problems when you have a company overseas that buys a block of 30, prices it at or above the market average, and are very absent. That's when you have problems. Which is what happens. Or happened here for a really long time. They've changed the rules enough now that that's happening less. And then it got even worse when... Did I not already have one of these? I need to double check. It got even worse when Airbnb took off, and then instead of having them as populated units that were full of long-term renters, they got swapped over to short-term, like, overnight rentals. But thankfully, that's much more difficult to do legally now here. So. You don't fuck with that? Yeah, no, like there's a building pretty close to where I currently live, Suited, that was built by a construction company. It's a rental-only building, and 500 square foot, one room studio apartments there are starting at $2,100 a month, which is slightly more than I'm going to be paying for my mortgage. Short-term porn. Yeah. One of the funniest notes I ever. Darius, I was booking a Airbnb once. I was renting a house, Darius, for TwitchCon one year. Or I didn't end up paying for it, a friend of mine did, but we were looking for a house to rent for TwitchCon, and we were just gonna book like 15 people in this house. And the first one that I found was a little bit too expensive, so we didn't end up going with this one. It looked really nice. It was like in the, not quite the suburbs of San Diego, but like walking distance from the convention center, so like kind of what we needed. And the first line of the description was, no parties, no drugs, no porn shoots. We had a good chuckle about that. We just like we made sure that everybody who rented who helped us pay for it knew, no porn. Can't shoot porn. Can't shoot porn. Nope, no porn. No porn. No porn. But I need to make a temple for the Diamond Communion. I need to check temples I currently have. It's Creative Treasuries. Because I might already have one for the Diamond Communion and have just like... That's the no particular deity one. Guildhall. I guess I don't. Huh. Okay. I thought I already had one. But I guess I didn't. Okay. Well, what are you? The Earth and Jump. I think I'm going to move the Earth and Jump over here. And then swap that out for the temple. So let's go down to here. Get rid of this. And it's for the Diamond Communion. Communion of Wealth. The Diamond Communion, there it is. Earth and Cavern. So interesting. Okay, no, I guess I didn't have that. The Holy Boulder. Well, nobody's named. I'm going to give it to Imush, who is one of my injured soldiers. And what was I going to do? I was going to check in on this. 6 of 7. That should be fine. Lock this. Lock this. Unforbid that. And then also go down to here. Check the value of you. 1,000. So this needs its value increased quite considerably. And then there's Airbnb that is being sued by the US government over fair housing laws, which is not allowing people with kids to rent. Wait, really? I didn't know they were getting sued by the US. That's interesting. Just gotta double check that and watch that go up. So this should be satisfied now. And then let's go back down to here. Yeah, I had no idea that Airbnb was getting sued. Yay, my prescriptions are ready for pickup. I have to go get my insulin tonight. All right, let's, actually, I think I'm just gonna stick to these just in case lava splashes. And then I'll probably place them here for the top side, because I'm also going to need rollers going north. Although I need to make sure that I'm making these out of the right materials. Although I did make a lot of iron chains, so it should be fine. The one real issue with this is all this stuff could be toppled. I think I missed one. All right. "700 square feet is huge compared to the constructions we get here." Nice blue. Have I ever done a hermit fort? Why do people want to hate this video game? Like, that is about the least interesting, most tedious, micromanagey way to play the game. So, why do you want to hate this video game? That's about about 80 meters squared, I think. Well, here's the thing. Square footage here is done in square feet, not meters, because we're too close to the US. And so even I have to do the conversion on that. 65 meters. My new apartment that I'm moving into is 75. The one I currently live in is... is 36.2. The one I currently live in. And I've lived here for too long. I'm building defenses because we're pretty heavily at war with all of the goblins. And the next time they attack me, I want to win. All right. All the vampires are now vampires. Welcome back, dwarves. Okay. I love how many unibrows these dwarves have. It's very common in this faction for them to just have these big-ass eyebrows. They just look funny. Are any of you decent military dwarves? Masterwork, how about you? Family, how about you? Work of art, how about you? Just looking for anybody who would actually be good military dwarves, because a lot of these have skills in fighting. Most of them do, even. And I need to make a new squad anyway. This one, well, needs to go away eventually. Till commander is selected. Oh, I see. I don't have a militia commander. That makes sense. Let's make you into the leader of this. Remove this. Remove this. Swap you up for somebody else. Let's throw you in. You in. And you in. Get these squads training. Your best fighter lost both of his hands to a unicorn attack? I'll tell you this, the magical healing food works on dwarves currently. If you happen to have some in your fort, or can get some in your fort, and you lock a dwarf in a room with it, they will eat it. Which I think is kind of nifty. There was somebody in chat who was talking about how they managed to successfully get a dwarf to eat the healing food. I've got a ghost that I need to memorialize, so let's go down here and memorialize him. The unicorn? No, because unicorns don't eat food. Well, they graze. But if you have an injured dwarf who loses an arm or something, and you happen to have the magical healing food in a fort in your fortress, you could use it. But that's not really a reasonable ask, because that would require swapping to adventure mode and then going and acquiring some. I'm using DF Hack right now. DF Therapist has absolutely no reason to exist as far as I'm concerned in the current year. Also, I have a question. Why ask somebody a question you think that they might hate? If you think they might hate it, then you probably already know the answer. And hate is a very visceral emotion. Why would you ever wish such a horrific emotion on somebody? I think that if you feel like you're going to ask somebody a question they would hate, don't ask it. That's all. I haven't tried clicking on any of them, but there was a patch that came out the other night, Crumpet. You hate that emotion? Uh-huh. I see what you did there. I dislike that emotion. Could afford the mortgage if you could secure it. I'll tell you this. Just because like Drovin's talking about mortgages and stuff and securing mortgages. If I wasn't lucky enough to have parents that were upper middle, well, at this point my parents are close to upper middle class, if not like solidly in middle class. If I didn't have parents that were middle class that had just finished successfully paying off a mortgage, I wouldn't have been able to get a mortgage. And I'm middle class pretty handedly. Purely because I'm self-employed, which makes getting a mortgage like, ha, good luck. And a lot of people nowadays, at least where I live, have a side gig where a portion of their money comes from, and it's almost always self-employed, like Uber or, you know, Skip the Dishes or Uber Eats or one of those equivalents, one of those gig work things, and that's all technically self-employment. So buying a place is really hard. Essentially, shit's expensive, and the laws need to change. That's all. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. It's a pretty fortress so far. Thank you. I've been trying to make it look nice. I'm honestly just trying to make this fortress last until patch day, because I think I'm just going to generate a new world on patch day. No, it would be more like I love witnessing others feel that emotion if that was a Sith Lord, Krista. It's not self-employment. Tell that to Tax Revenue Canada, or Revenue Canada, not Tax Revenue Canada. Tell that to Revenue Canada. I am absolutely self-employed. Don't Siths get angry on purpose? Maybe you know more about Siths than I do. I'll smile and nod. I'll tell you this, Cats Are Strange. Play the game exactly the way you want to play it. I play the game exactly the way I want to play it. I don't think any of those tools are necessary. Neither is this conversation. If you think that they're necessary, use it. It's a single-player game. If you think it's necessary, then play with DF or Fast Dwarf 2 on at all times. Make sure to use Armok's Blessing before every single run of Dwarf Fortress. And exterminate any threat you don't feel like dealing with. Play the game exactly the way you want to play it if you feel that that's necessary. I don't feel they're necessary. So why would I use a thing that I don't think is necessary? If you feel the need to ask this question and continue this conversation, I think you might need to use DF Hack to reorganize your thought process. Oh, I know exactly what it is, Suited Giraffe, but until the laws change, it doesn't matter if it's exploitation to get around benefits or if it's self-employment. The reality is, legally it's self-employment until the laws change. So we're not talking about hypotheticals of what a future perfect world would be, which we don't live in, right? So I am self-employed because that's legally what I am. Me saying that I'm not self-employed is just a lie. It's not factually correct. It's just like, as far as I'm concerned, my local ISPs are monopoly. Legally, they're not a monopoly. Because technically, there are two different options for services available and small companies that rent their lines. However, in reality, it's a monopoly because in the vast majority of locations, only one of them is fast enough for me to use it. So, is it a monopoly? Feels like it. Legally, is it a monopoly? Nope. That's why they're still doing it. Just use Fast Dwarf 2 on yourself, Baby Blueford, and work really fast. So, you know, a duopoly. Yes. Anybody want to play a game of duopoly? I'd rather have a don'topoly, honestly, if I could choose. I think that quality of life tools don't change anything about a game. Cats Are Strange. DF Hack applies a lot of quality of life, quote unquote, tools to the game. Quality of life for some people is more effective UI. Quality of life for other people is having to play less of the video game. What I mean is DF Hack exposes information. That's what the game does. That's what the tool does. It exposes a lot of information about Dwarf Fortress. And a lot of the information that it exposes about Dwarf Fortress, I actively feel it takes away from my enjoyment of the game. I'm also extraordinarily tired of having this discussion, because it's brought up every single day. People who ask, why aren't you using DF Hack? Because I don't care. I don't think that the extra searching tools are necessary. Are they nice? Certainly. But do they directly benefit my enjoyment of the game? No. Why do I not use them? Because personally, I would rather the game itself improves than sticking a Band-Aid on it and saying that it's improved and then being one of those people who gets upset. That's a bad word to use. Instead of being one of the individuals who gets upset when quality of life features are worked on within the game, saying, well, DF Hack already does that. One of the things that irritates me beyond all reason about the Dwarf Fortress community are whenever, like, Dwarf Fortress adds this. this search functionality to this menu, or the, I don't know, the better sorting that they did for this menu, or this button. Because there's always going to be some twat fucker in the goddamn comments section who's going to be like, DFhack already did this. This is a waste of development time. Stop wasting your development time. I don't want to be one of those people, and I don't like associating with those people because I find them really annoying. So I would rather play the game in a vanilla state and it takes me 3 more clicks to finish something and then being happy and appreciative when features are added to the game instead of using the feature that is arguably better and then feeling annoyed when a feature that is less hacky put into the game proper. I'd rather appreciate improvements that are made to the game over time than get annoyed when they're not adding features. And we're humans. We are fickle beings, myself included. I'm far from perfect. And I know I would fall into that. There's probably already Lord of the Rings Monopoly, Femix. So, beyond anything, I'm simply tired of the Dwarf Fortress fandom expecting everybody to play the game the way they play it. Why aren't you using DFhack? Because I don't care. Sure, but I've been playing for multiple years now, Sham, without it, and can literally eyeball it. Like, I can just look at it and be like, okay, that's 10. Because I've counted them so many times. I think that people need to stop evangelizing DFhack, because was there eras of the game where learning the game was significantly easier if you used Dwarf Therapist and DFhack? Absolutely. But I went into 5. Version 50, the Steam release, with this one thought in my head. If people still feel the need to recommend Dwarf Therapist to every single player, and if people still feel the need to recommend DFhack to every single player and new players, then Bay 12 has failed. I don't feel the need to recommend it. Is it more convenient in some aspects? Certainly. Is it necessary? Absolutely not. And I'm here to prove that by playing without it. Is it a useful tool for modders? Fuck yeah. Is it helpful if you need to get rid of some smoke to make the game stop lagging a little bit quicker? Certainly. Do you need Auto Butcher? No. Just gotta remember to check your animal tab every so often and butcher the things you don't need. I'm tired of having this conversation. I've been tired of having this conversation for a while. I think that your OCD needs to change the subject, Sham, for giggles. And my OCD wants you to change the subject. Play the game the way you want to play it. Stop talking to me about it. Pretty okay. I actually slept last night. Late to work, Panda. We're in an ad break now. I didn't sleep Friday night, and I didn't sleep Sunday night. So, it's seasonal insomnia season. It sucks. But getting through it slowly. I'll be honest with you, I don't look at the Dwarf Fortress subreddit anymore. It's sort of like a less gatekeepy version of like that one dude on the Dwarf Fortress forums who insists that you are a freeloader and not an actual member of the Dwarf Fortress community unless you actively are posting on the forums. It's like that guy. It's like, I have an account, but I've literally never posted on the forums. But according to that guy, I'm not a member of the Dwarf Fortress community. It's like, play the game. Play the game the way you want to play it. If you want to mod the crap out of it and, like, use every single DFhack plugin, go with Armok and have fun. Enjoy the game. Stop asking me why I don't. That's it. You know, this isn't a multiplayer game, right? So, play the game exactly the way you want to play it. Or don't. You know? Like, I could never play with DFhack or, like, Fast Dwarf 2 on. I almost said DFhack 2. The sequel to DFhack. I can't play with Fast Dwarf 2 on it. That just feels wrong. But there is a regular in this stream who mostly lurks these days, who has 2 kids and plays Dwarf Fortress almost every day, but plays with Fast Dwarf 2 on at almost all times, and uses insta-build constantly in insta-dig. And auto-fort sometimes. And the reason he does it is because he has 2 kids and he has 40 minutes a day to play the video game. So he just wants to speedrun the fortress building process so that he can have a functional fort. Uses migrants now, starts with a lot more resources. Like, he by all counts, cheats almost every single way he possibly can. But that's so that he can actually play the game, because he wouldn't have time otherwise. Cool. It's great. It's awesome. So Brian Burton, you know that there's roads in this game, right? Like, this is a road. What do you mean when you say road building? Because in YouTube chat they say the only quality of life thing I'd like to see is road building. This is a road. You meant outside the fortress? Why do you need a road outside the fortress? Because, like, you just use the overworld to travel. Hit capital T and fast travel in the overworld, and finding locations very easy. I mean, like, I guess I don't see how that's a quality. That's more like I would like empire building features. That'd be dope. But, like, how is road building a quality of life feature? Speaking of, this squad's gonna go raid some goblins. On the overworld, roads are not visual. Like, let's see if I can find one. Like these are not visual. If you're playing on the map in adventure mode, you can follow the roads and they're there and there's people walking on them. Yeah, also if you settle on one of those, there will just be a road in the middle of the map. Sometimes you can also find underground ones too, which are pretty cool. Okay, so that should be granite. Is there a way to cross the ocean? In adventure mode or fortress mode? In fortress mode, not really, unless there's something connecting the coasts. If you embark a fortress across a coastline that is long enough to connect to an island, then you can send soldiers across. In adventure mode, you could swim, you could fly, or you could build a bridge in fort mode and then walk across. But in fort mode, is there a way to cross a river? No. That's one of those things that needs to get developed at some point. But I would also just state, don't. There's a reason why I use the default world gen settings and I don't play on islands. I try and play with maps that don't have islands for that reason. Which is why, like, if you look at this map, the oceans are like these kinds of things. Like, there is this island, which kind of sucks, but like the majority of the world is interconnected so that I can interact with it. Although at the same time, there's something kind of fun about having an island with just goblins on it, because I could embark on this and these all have like stupid numbers of goblins in it. Like, I guarantee you there's a vault in here somewhere. I guarantee you. Six, 7, 6, 8. Yep, one off. Here, I'll help Stone. So how much power are you generating? Not a ton. I mean, boats just haven't been invented yet. We'll get there. Boats are on the to-do list. Here's the thing, Salad G. There are mods to play Dwarf Fortress in co-op. You don't want that. You think you want that. You don't want that. And let me tell you this. Stalker Call of Pripyat is a horrifically bad example. Because those are very different types of games. Well, magic exists now, right? There are magical items in Dwarf Fortress, so why not boats? We'll get there. It'd be really funny if Tarn just like skipped boats entirely and just gave us flying carpets or something. That would actually be really amusing. At least I would find that amusing. I mean, so you want to know why we have windmills? It's because Tarn was planning for airships. You know, there was one, I can't remember what Future of the Fortress it was, but there was a Future of the Fortress from years ago where somebody was talking about flying fortresses and boats and other things. And Tarn said, well, what if you could mine clouds and get air blocks, which could float? It was just like a thrown away sentence in a Future of the Fortress ages ago. It's like, well, what if? It's like, yeah, and what if, Tarn? What if we could? And like mentioning the Clone Wars and the, I mean, here's the thing. Please don't taint the possible greatness of Dwarf Fortress by invoking the name of the Clone Wars. That movie's not that terrible. I mean, it's not, those movies aren't great, but they're fine. They're good kids movies. And didn't obsess over it for a decade? I mean, that one got completely forgotten about. I don't really see... I think I'm the only person who actively brings that up. Because I'm weird and go back and read old forum posts. When the cloud rains and the whole fortress deconstructs, that would be very funny. It would be like building it would be like that time that I started building a fortress on a glacier and then it melted and became an ocean. It was a long time ago, but that fort didn't last very long. Orc with a bow. I super didn't see that. What kind of dwarf would you like? The question is, if you can mine clouds, can you mine lightning? I will ignore your chronic shit posts then, friend. Okay, but like, what if they released a separate version of Dwarf Fortress, like a standalone game, Midnight X, that's just arena mode, but it's PvP? And like, this is a very unique idea. No one's ever done this before. You get a deck of cards, okay? And your deck of cards is going to be your characters that you get and the weapons you get and the gear you get. And every round you win, you get a new card, okay? It's going to have a very bouncy card interface. And then you watch the characters fight. I'm not going to lie. I would actually play that. Like, genuinely, I would play that. But that would be a massive waste of development. No, it would just be a Dwarf Fortress auto battler suited. Okay, we need a cloud pump then, Plum. Cloud pump. Angriest dwarf we have in the fort. That might already be named, but... Geshe, the Dwarven Child Vampire, has created Rezot Gimil, a donkey bone figurine of dwarves, and offers it to the Firefrost. Hold on, let me just... It almost looks like Gmail. Gamil. Angriest dwarf we have in the fort. Is named Saigon. So you'd be Saigon the does this work for you? I could put you into the Marksdorf squad if you want a crossbow. You know, it's funny because like people look at the combat in Dwarf Fort and they think it's just like boring, when in reality it's the combat in Dwarf Fortress like math-wise, like the way the game is processing it is closer to something like Mountain Blade. Like it's a physics-based combat system. You just described Stacklands. Oh, I know. I described like 10 games. I was trying to describe like a more card-based version of like Teamfight Tactics, but Angry Marks Dwarf Cat. I think I have space in the squad. I do! Siegan! Carl Saigon. Orc with bow is such a developed sense of optimism that he always assumes that the best outcome will eventually occur no matter what, and he can be very single-minded and has an active imagination. He prefers to present himself modestly, and rarely is happy or enthusiastic. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He often feels envious of others, and he doesn't handle stress well after experiencing trauma in 315. He stiffens up when he's surprised, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is starting to work slowly due to its scarcity. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. And sees merrymaking as a waste and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. Likes Kellanite and pig iron, as well as clear tourmaline, jute fabric, and the color vermilion. Cages llamas for their wool, and giant anacondas for their great size. The words of the Umber Mountain and the sound of the play of sisters and the sight of the granite hole, and when possible prefers to consume finger limes and can't stand leeches. He has 2 friends. He's probably going to be happier, actually, as a Marksdorf than he was previously. He's a member of the Oily Company, which is a stoneworkers guild, and a member of the Crystalline Lands now, and is fondly remembering incompetent at performing the rites of his god at one point. He's got a lot of needs, including drinking and being a Marksdorf. Let's go back down here, and I got to count something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Six. The power requirement here is going to skyrocket in a moment, because we're also going to need to connect all these, which I'm going to connect by adding in an additional one of these. I guess right there would be the best place to put the bridges. Oopsies. Wrong material. Actually, that might not work. I need to go one further. Oh, I missed the middle one. Why do I always miss that one of the middle ones? Every time. Although I could use bars. Bars might look better. But bars can be toppled, so... even if they're up. All right, getting back to it. But RimWorld isn't nearly as interesting. I don't know. I think like I don't understand the need for multiplayer because to me Dwarf Fortress is very much a tabletop game in a lot of ways, but without the need for multiplayer. So like for me, a lot of the appeal of Dwarf Fortress is that it scratches the itch of the need for something like a tabletop game, but not requiring other people. Which to me is a benefit, that it doesn't require other people. My squad has returned. How'd they do? And so because Dwarf Fortress is kind of like, you know, a tabletop game without needing other people, when people talk about wanting a game like Dwarf Fortress in multiplayer, the only thing that I can feel is just like, go play D&D. Find a D&D crew. Okay, so we're going to try and raid Chunky Doomed again with the goal of rescuing Zon, Mortified Penguin, Mebzuth, Avuz, the Unswerving, and Iron. That's what we're trying to do. They're all very talented soldiers. Marks, dwarves are niche and not necessary. Okay, continue to feel that way. I gotta tell you, you are wildly mistaken, my guy. Mark Dwarves are the quickest, fastest, and most efficient method of taking out any forgotten beast that breathes fire. They're also the most reliable, quickest, and most efficient method of taking out any forgotten beast with webs. They're also the quickest and most reliable and most efficient method of softening an enemy army so that you can fight it. If you genuinely think that they are niche and not necessary, okay. But you're not right. You are pretty misguided with that take and statement. You're just listening to all the people who've been like coping with the fact that they never figured out how to learn the system in the old games. I mean, certainly if you defend your entire fortress with drawbridges, yeah, they're not necessary, but neither is an army then. No, Mark Dwarves are exceptionally helpful. It's also a very good way to train dwarves in military skills that wouldn't do as well in the military itself. So like dwarves that are easily scared or stressed because you're less directly connected. It's not as stressful of a military job as actually joining the squads. I'm not sure what that means, Zedeka. I mean, the game will keep playing, but you mean like two people can just like discuss kind of deal? As in like a pseudo co-op experience that isn't actually a co-op experience? Is that what you're referring to? Totally, but like I fought a siege earlier with vampires. Most of my dwarves were legendary, and we lost a bunch of dwarves. If I had Mark's dwarves, we probably wouldn't have lost them because they would have had suppressive fire support. And a lot of enemies would have dropped their weapons and not made it to my squads fully armored by the time they got there. So the squads could just sit there and cut up the remainder. And it lands you with a much easier fight for your melee squads. Also, yeah, nothing is necessary in DF. That is the actual correct statement. I mean, I'll tell you this, Cats Are Strange. The only thing that's necessary for a new player of Dwarf Fortress, the only thing, that isn't necessary for... I'm very tempted to say DF hack, but the only thing that isn't necessary for a new player, or the only thing that is necessary for a new player, sorry, is farming, food, and somewhere for them to socialize. Booze isn't necessary, but it'll take the dwarves a long time, or a very short period of time before they start going nuts if you don't give them booze. But as long as they have some water to drink, they'll survive for a couple of years before going insane. But new players should learn the systems in the game. So you saying that something isn't necessary is goofball. That's all. The only thing that's truly necessary for a new player is exactly what they want to learn. But the Dwarf Fortress community, especially the old guards, have this weird habit with saying, oh, that system's broken, even though it's not and has been fixed a long time ago. So don't learn that. And that's terrible. Especially if you already know the game. What the fuck do you know about what a new player needs? New player needs to learn exactly what they want to learn. I mean, the one that I always like to return to, Mareb, was the guy that I saw streaming this game, and his friend was teaching him. And his friend was just sitting there in voice chat, like on Discord or something, like talking to him. And told him to stop making his rooms so large or the ceilings would cave in. And he's just like, yeah, no, I played a ton of this game. Like, just don't make your rooms too big, because they'll cave in. And then I was just like, I popped up in chat very quickly. I was like, so what year was the last time you played? He goes, I don't know. I think Boat Murdered was still ongoing. Okay, so that got patched out of the game like 11 years ago? 10 years ago? A bit outdated info? Like, jeebers creepers, man. Very funny, though.
Laughing face.
Cyberdeck Cypher, thank you very much for the 16th month. So yeah, they had a good laugh about that. Force of Vile Darkness has arrived. And they are attacking me. Well, what we've got to do be this. This is a tool I almost never use. B blueprints. Be inside. Marksdwarfs be there. Rest of the dwarfs be here. Oh wow, they're all back too. And then go upstairs and close this door. Hey chat, can I get a round of beer for Des Okun and Cyberdeck Cypher, and also a Vile Force of Darkness? Because a Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. But my soldiers are already fighting with them. Specifically Saigon here, wielding his bismuth longsword. And it also appears that Maffle just re-entered the map. Bunch of Snatchers have arrived. Protect the children. But thankfully, the Snatchers are being spotted by both this dog and the dwarf that's down here. Cyberdeck, are you stuck? Hold on. No, you're not. Okay. I thought that Cyberdeck was in an area they can get out of. But it seems like most of the siege is happening on the side here, so let me shut my camera off, give you guys a better view. Servesh is charging through. What is Servesh here wielding? An iron longsword, so it's this dwarf. Slashing and hacking away at this goblin. The dwarf vampire punches the goblin bowman in the mouth with her left hand, and the left cheek collapses into a lump of gore. The dwarves are fighting through the wall of enemy invaders down the frosty slopes next to the fortress. It's a very small siege. Wasn't a full-on invasion, just a little baby siege. Dig down to the caverns and chop down trees, and then import wood. Why do you need so much fuel? I mean, I'm not making steel in this fort because I don't need to. We got plenty of stuff that isn't steel, so. It's like kind of not necessary, really. Steel isn't necessary. Never has been, never will be. I'm not even using iron armor, really. Well, I mean, some of them are using iron armor. It's like a mix of like steel that we've stolen, because I've never made any in this fort. But the only stuff I've made is silver and copper, because that's all I have in this fort. Dwarves are already the strongest characters in the game, and the thing that usually causes them to die is getting tired. So, does iron armor cut it? Yeah. Does copper iron cut it? Yeah. Most of the time. Maybe you don't want to use, like, you know... Perhaps you might want to avoid just using, like, leather armor, but yeah. Like, here's the thing. Dwarves are overpowered. They're overpowered as hell. So you can absolutely get away with just using the materials that are there. There's this obsession with all video games, I think, where people want to play with whatever the mathematically most optimal thing is. Regardless of the video game, regardless of if that thing is actually needed. And it's certainly not needed. Can learn is pretty much the most powerful trait in the game. Yeah, that is true. Most humans in real life don't have that. So, yeah. Myself included some days. Mostly Mondays. Unless I have my lasagna, then I'm more willing. Gotta have lasagna. Yep. Gotta rip John's face off if he doesn't give me the lasagna. It's more about the dwarves' skill with the weapons and fighting, and you will slowly amass iron from, and the occasional bit of steel from invaders. And I think that there's this, not, attitude's the wrong word to use. I think that there's this feeling, just in video games in general, that you always want to use whatever is mathematically the best. But to me, Dwarf Fortress is more of a game about making do with what you have. And I think that that's a lot of fun, personally. So I have more fun ignoring the optimal route and playing with some nonsense that I just happen to have, instead of having everybody with masterwork steel armor that's encrusted with gems. Because, like, okay, I mean, I don't need that. Is it helpful? Sure. Do I need it? No, not really. So today's payday and I haven't been paid yet. Twitch! When are you gonna pay? I'm in an ad break, so I'm just gonna wait until the ads are done. Well, it's been submitted, so... Payout, please. Yet they literally hired the artist who wrote the Sound Sense soundtrack to write the soundtrack. How is it a missed opportunity? Just because every single one of the songs is an in doesn't mean it was a missed opportunity. Besides, the SoundSense soundtrack is literally in the Steam Workshop, and you can go install that mod, and it'll just play that music. So that's an odd statement. Besides, it's free. So just go download it and listen to it. I think using what you have available makes games like this significantly more compelling than playing the proper way. Playing the proper way ruins them. We're gonna have a whole bunch of metals getting dragged out of here in a little bit. I don't think people have the wrong mindset about games. I think people just have different mindsets on games. And people want people to enjoy things for the same reasons that they do. So they want you to play the game the way they do so that they can see you enjoying it the way they enjoy it. I don't think that necessarily means that the way they're playing it is wrong. But I think that if you like something and you like doing something a certain way, you shouldn't force that thing on other people. I think that's just kind of rude. And I think that my industry is at fault for this, almost more than anybody. Because now the main form of consumption of video games is a form that, you know, has a lot of systemic burnout and min-maxing ingrained in it. Vampire led by Q and Green Tea outmatched the Goblin with a cunning plan and had a strong positional advantage. I don't think I was able to rescue any of them back. Ficod was struck down by a dwarf. Okay, so they've convinced a lot of my dwarves to join them. Yep. It's funny. So because these guys are vampires, they're technically villains. I think that makes them get converted to goblins immediately upon joining the goblin enemy. Because normally it takes like 10 years for them to like assimilate into goblin society. But like I'll have a squad get taken and then the next time I attack them like 2 days later, we just kill them when we attack them. Because they are immediately part of goblin society, which I think is really funny, actually. Their current fort, your second hit a shit ton of gold veins on the way down to the caverns when you needed wood. So you got fucking crazy rich too quickly and kind of wish that wasn't the case. It's why I play with sparse materials on. I mean, at the end of the day, play the game the way you want to play it, but... Blind cave ogres... Well, we found where their blind cave ogres are. Clashed with 1,222 blind cave ogres is how many Q and Green Tea just fought with there. 1,228 trolls as well. Whoa. Well, let's just keep trying to raise this place. It's a lot of trolls. Yeah. It's like Asmongold's chat. It's one subreddit, sure. You don't even need that many, man. You just need like 12. like 6. 6 particularly shitty trolls could absolutely ruin a chat. Morning, Anthony. I think it might be time to lock the dwarves in the tavern for a little bit. All right, dwarves, it's tavern time. 'Tis time to lock the dwarves in the tavern for a bit, because a lot of my dwarves are running slow. Due to lack of booze. But this is considered part of the tavern. This is the tavern. They can walk through here. Tavern time is basically just this. If I zoom out, just this. So they're currently locked in here. Now all just running into here. Even the bab. The wee baby. So now I've got Mincot here serving dwarven wine. Although actually, where's the mayor's office? It's this one, right? Yep. I'll also allow this as part of tavern time. Cooking a baked potato in the air fryer. Well, enjoy your convection oven. Made the game more enjoyable for you? Happy to help, dude. These days, I'm just trying to peddle edutainment. But I'll have to figure out something for adventure mode, tutorials-wise. Beautiful floor work. Thank you. I'm actually really happy with how this fort's looking. This is the first fort I've made in a while that I've been like quite satisfied with how it looks. I think my biggest issue with this fort is it's not vertical enough. I wish it had more verticality to it, but I really like this area. This might be my favorite part of this fort. Like right like this screen right here. Just like my little, you know, glass making area combined with just like prison and then these little bedrooms with the copper tables. Like I think this whole area looks really nice. But raw on the outside? Yeah, I don't use an air fryer. I do have a convection oven though, and usually I slice them down the middle to bake them. But I usually stuff baked potatoes, so I partially hollow them out and then fill them up with chili, bake them that way. Or I do half bake and then cut it and fill them up with chili and then put them back in the oven. Then finish them under a broiler. It's usually how I do that. What's the areas inside of the bedrooms? They're all meeting zones, or they were meeting zones. Like this is a temple, this is a guild hall, this is a guild hall, this is another guild hall. This was a barracks, and then this was another guild hall. But I kind of stopped doing that when I got up there, and then they all became vampires. So now they don't use the bedrooms anyway, so it's kind of a lower priority. I might need more tavern keepers. Yeah, I do. Squads have returned. To make them more vampire themed? Could I? Yes. Have I? No. Would you like me to? The Demon of Sculptures, green tea led the attack. They outmatched the human Zolok with a cunning plan. Clashed with 1,122 trolls. This is gonna be a really quick way to increase their troll kill count. Hey chat, anybody have any guesses on how many kills Q and Green Tea, the militia captain of the squad, is up to? Fighting with goblins. There was a dwarf named Bronzy Youth. Mincot Bronzy Youths who's getting beaten up. Killed another one of my ex-vampires. Around 3,300, 200. Over 9,000, 404. And at least 5. Well, that's correct. Probably killed more than 5 in this one siege. There goes another one of my vampires. Or one of my old vampires. Not currently one of my vampires, but... Let's see how many kills Q and Green Tea has. 18 notable kills. And 248 other kills. Her first in command, this dwarf. Has 11 notable kills, including the Unswerving, who is one of my best soldiers, and 202 other. It's crazy, man. Absolutely nutty. Just checking if somebody responded to an email I sent them earlier. Yay! I just redeemed a game on Steam. There's only one on the map, but it's a little busy. There is also a lava chute underground, but that's not technically a volcano and not really a going concern. It's gotten a lot less obnoxious ever since it kind of finished its flows. But this whole area underneath here that we're digging out, this is all underneath, like, the obsidian shelf is what I've been calling it. What, the game that I just redeemed? I mean, here's what I'm actually about to do. I'm gonna try running Stone Sense real quick, because apparently they've patched Stone Sense. I've gotten some heads up that it should crash less. So I'm gonna try and run Stone Sense here, and I'm gonna show you guys what this looks like in Stone Sense. Mostly because I would like to know. I'm kind of curious. They're just ugly obsidian tubes poking out of the ground. Yeah, unless they're in mountainous areas, they often look kind of fugly. My favorite ones are the random holes in the middle of a field. Good evening, Casteroid. Are you a spellcasteroid? Or are you an asteroid of cats? Stone Sense. Whoops. Let's see what these look like. Okay, what was the hotkey to? Let's try closing this and reopening it. There we go, that's what I wanted to do. That wasn't working the first time. Yeah, my god. So that's the edge of the map. And the area that I'm building out as my front door would be down here. Man. Man, it can't be down that far. That's the caverns. Not used this since 047.05. It's been very crashy. Oh, that might be it. It's been very crashy, but there's a person who's been working on it who frequents the chat. I'm just kind of curious if it's working a little better. It seems to be, yeah. So this is actually my entrance, which is underneath this. So this is the actual front door to the fortress right here. But I'm going to do some more chiseling out, and I'm going to leave a lot of the obsidian in. I'm going to try and pull this down like 2 or 3 more levels. so that this could be the front door. That's the actual entrance right here. So then the fortress will be directly above this, which is right around here, right? There. That's the actual front door. Front door. Looks decent enough. Well, it's right next to the entrance, but is it for defense? Yes, I am, in fact. Well, it's more for cleaning. Cleanliness purposes, but... And it didn't crash the game, which is like a first in over a year, so that's cool. I would still save before using it, though. Yeah, that's the thing, though, Devilish, is it's been patched a bunch recently. It's not a mod, it's a DF hack plugin called Stone Sense. Alex King in YouTube chat. So if you're running DF hack, just type in Stone Sense and it'll load, but do save first. Definitely make sure you save first. Dwarf, why are you moving? Why are you... This dwarf is hauling an obsidian boulder? Buddy, stop it. This dwarf is gonna leave the map with an obsidian boulder. Let's... Okay, fine. You too? My God. All right, well, go whack a... Go throw it at a goblin. Good luck. Pet rock, very important pet rock, true. Pads07. Peds07. You remind me of Sits07. Anyway, thanks for the Prime sub. I also kind of don't like the way it looks, but it does give a little bit of interesting depth. The thing that Stone Sense does is it makes me want to make my rooms 2 or 3 Z levels high because I don't like the way the singular Z level high rooms look, which I don't think is a negative thing. I think it's okay to be like wanting your rooms to look better in that visualizer, but that's all it really is a visualizer, right? Okay, so while the dwarves are up there and partying, let's just go to here. And I'm going to make a minecart route here. Got a super gemmy encrusted iron minecart. It's kind of funny. I presume that won't catch fire, but if it does, that'll be kind of awkward. Okay, so we'll just call this rail. Let's call this lava rail 1. Lava rail 2. Lava rail 3. Lava rail 4. So they've still got some work that need done. There we go. We've now got 3 dwarves serving wine. I saw a dwarf tell the story of the removal of the dwarf vampire Rith, the blockaded gills, the prowling from the position of captain of the guard of the Firefrost in the midwinter of 315 at the Gilded Mushrooms, and no, I'm not interested. Oh, okay. Saw a dwarf recite the Winters and Sheens. Well, I seem to like that. You were forced to endure the decay of a friend. Well, that sucks. Looking for dwarves that feel euphoric. It's probably up here that they're getting that done more consistently. Let's see. Euphoric due to inebriation. So some of them are getting fed alcohol. Like you too. You're also focused now, which is what you want to see. Yeah, my older sister did that a couple of times. I don't know if she still does that. But my older sister used to use Dwarf Fortress World Gen for maps and, like, notable locations, basically, for D&D settings. I mean, if they're convicted, certainly. I'm just not convicting them. Like, these are all my cold cases. Most of these have witnesses. Like, I know exactly who did them. These are all the murders of dwarves that died during the creation of all my vampires, and yeah, I didn't convict any of them. Although the captain of the guard will not arrest the captain of the guard. And the captain of the guard will not interrogate the captain of the guard. So if the captain of the guard is the vampire, then they won't arrest them. Now your neck flared up? Oh, that's unfortunate. Also, because I was told to share, this is the game that I just got key for. And I'm coyly asking him if I can stream it. And if I can, I might stream some of that this evening. Because I would like to play this. It does have a demo, but like, I mean, just look at this fucking thing. It's so fucking dope looking. I love the art style of this thing. It's rad. Fucking rad. Same guy who made Islands of the Caliph. Which was that game always $12? I don't remember that game being $12. I thought it was like 20 or 15. This game's also fantastic. Dude makes really cool, like, first-person dungeon crawlers. So I don't know if you guys want to watch a Lovecraftian dungeon crawler, but that's what this is. Creative prominences have returned. I've taken back Winter Hearth, so I need a new goal, actually, GDPY. Although today I'm just not... tired is the wrong word. I'm getting back into the swing of things, so hopefully we'll have a goal by tomorrow. The Knowing Theater slipped into Chunky Doomed and undetected by the barbarity of the gulfs of the Demon of Sculptures, and the forces freed Tun. Iron hadn't joined them, so we freed Iron. And... apparently we also freed others, supposedly. And the Firefrost stole livestock. So what livestock did we get? I'm up to 47 dwarfs now. We got iron, sweet. Vokar, sweet. We got Mortified the Penguin. We got Ast, Zasset. Who I just made into a tavern keeper, actually. Although you're not back yet. Let's see, Zasset. Okay, let's just type in Ton. And this dwarf. Mortified the Penguin. This one. Yeah, okay, so those are all the squads proper. You'll love to see it. So this dwarf has been stuck in Goblin Society now for a little bit. 188 kills. Didn't feel anything after seeing like dead bodies. I always wish that they'd come back with notable memories, you know? Man, this dwarf was in the fort for so long. Started in year 3. Looks kind of Ultima E. Very Ultima Underworld E, yes. I have a naughty button for any dwarf that annoys me? Certainly, but I probably won't use it. I mean, that would kind of go against this fort. Unless they're, like, you know, going against the fortress. Which, you know, is, of course, possible. PTSD from goblin captivity? For me, it's more like friends, you know? Like, was there a goblin that helped them escape or something? I would love some little details like that, you know? That sort of thing. So this... Well, actually, this just needs a way of filling up. So what I will do, I think, is maybe just put a Gabbro bridge back there. And then eventually another lever right in here. This little office is just full of levers now. Really? You've only made one? Wow. Let's just let them hang out and get booze for a little longer. We're in late winter. I think we'll leave this festival running of Tavern time until winter is over. So until the game saves next. Who was that dwarf? I saw a dwarf and I was like, who was that? So they had a relative named Tobolt. May have been one of my soldiers, but they had legendary skills, so like, wait, who was that? That's actually Ultramar, where the Ultramarines are from. They wield one of the 40,000 Warhammers. Got it. Chat, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Deep Sea Fishing, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yes, Iron, you are in fact free. You've been freed from Goblin Prison. Which just once again is proof that, yes, you can in fact free dwarves from Goblin Prison. And we got 50 seconds left in the ad that I'm currently in. Although, yeah, we'll just leave it paused. We'll wait. Do I have any peasants? Do I have any peasants? I do not have any peasants. Do you have a second choice that isn't a peasant? This one is not betrayed. I mean, you've had a lot of like mixed success with like your dwarves betraying our society, so it's nice to see one not do that, you know? Mildly annoyed bearded dwarf. How's Obok look to you? Seems mildly annoyed. He's in like the 19 mildly annoyed dwarfs. And have you had any alcohol yet in this wondrous celebration? The Forgotten Beast, roar! Sorry, that's just a funny name. R-O-R, roar, has come. A gigantic mole with lidless eyes. It has 2 long, curving horns, and it is ravening. Its chestnut hair is long and shaggy. Beware its poison gas. Well, this one seems to be doing better than the past one. How is this Tuesday? I'm more awake than I was this morning. It's okay. How's your Tuesday, Fishbone? He feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention, finds humor in most situations. He's very quick to anger, and it tends to form negative views about things. He occasionally overindulges. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He can be... He likes a little excitement now and then and tries to hang on to grievances. He tends to be passive in discussions, prefers to present himself modestly, and he enjoys the company of others. He tends to consider what others think of him, and which is a turnaround after wearing old clothing. And he is curious and eager to learn and is brave in the face of imminent danger. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and personally greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and finds friendship burdensome. And likes aluminum, and alunites, and plume agates, as well as water buffalo hoof, and the color dark pink. He likes sheep for their wool, crabs for their pinchers, and the words of the Umber Mountain, and the sight and the sound of the gold of cobalt, and when possible prefers to consume black-crested gibbon, kimwa beer, and soft wheat flour. And absolutely hates mussels. It's a member of the Golden Faith, has plenty of friends in the fortress.
Happy Dwarf Day.
Welcome to the fort. Hey, Celestia, your dwarf's still alive if you're wondering. Thanks for the 22nd month. Welcome back. Thanks for helping me hit my minimum. We're still a little bit off that, by the way. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the wondrous, well, Roar, but also Celestia? Curious about which Forgotten Beast is the leader of this cavern currently, because I may be able to retake these caverns soon. Maybe I'll turn on the cavern invaders, I don't know. We're strong enough to fight them now. Could be something to do. It's certainly pathing somewhere pretty quick. That sounds like a delicious cheesecake. I've been staring at cheesecake recipes a lot recently and going, man, I should make cheesecake again. It's been a while, but my God, it's just so expensive for that much cream cheese. It's like the recipe I was looking at calls for 5 sticks of cream cheese. I'm like, yeah, man, it's a lot of money worth of cream cheese, man. Is there even another Forgotten Beastie? Okay, not you. Oh, you. Right. This is the Feathered Petrosaur, which has Deadly Dust, and the Deadly Dust is brutal. What was I gonna do? Right, I've got a ghost. It can be fattening. I take this idea, which is if you're going to make an unhealthy dessert, make the most unhealthy, delicious version of that unhealthy dessert because it's an unhealthy dessert for a reason. Oh, also, we stole livestock, so what did we get? I see a beak dog in my living room. A bunch of beak dogs. All right, well, I will slaughter those beak dogs. And that cat, because I don't need it. Hold on. Are you legless? Or do you just have 2 different boots on? Maybe it's the greaves. It's got to be the greaves, right? Oh, you only have 1 shoe on. Huh. Interesting. Dwarf only has 1 boot on. It says you have 2, though. I screwed up this armor. I didn't give them 2 boots. Let's just get rid of the ones I don't need, and then just go with full metal armor. Let's fix that, because that's not optimal. And let's also do copper breastplates. And I think it is time, just about, for us to turn this festival off, but I will give them until winter ends, so in 15 days. Use yellow cheese and dye it white. Why even dye it at that point? And split that into 5 beef and broccoli pies and make 5 delicious meals instead of one of those delicious cheesecakes. Instead of 1 delicious cheesecake. I mean, I would rather make a... My favorite, like, savory pie is either, like, a quiche or a... Is either a quiche or a savory pumpkin pie. Big fan of a savory pumpkin pie. Do I not have robes? Did I fuck this up? No, I do. Okay. Make 160 robes. Never had a savory pumpkin pie? Usually I put a little bit more egg in it than I would with like a normal pumpkin pie. But just like, all you really need is canned pumpkin and a pie crust. And then just put whatever you want in it. Put spices in it. Also, I need to check. Is YouTube chat busted or is YouTube chat just really quiet? YouTube chat is just really quiet. Okay. I haven't had a flan in a very long time. Kind of neutral. Nothing against flans. Flans are one of those desserts that, based on discussion with Twitch chat, I've learned are very, 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 very regional. And some people have huge positive associations with it for nostalgic reasons, and some people like could care less. Queuing green tea is now bumbling around obliviously. Excellent. I think I'm going to take my not main squad and go murk a kobold camp. Except, let's just raise it. This is a goblin hamlet. Let's go pillage it with these guys. That's all I have to say in response to you, Milk Slinger. It's just half laugh, half sigh. Just disappointed groan. Although at the same time, it's right there, so I can't really blame you, as is deserved. I mean, yeah. Touche. Ghostly bone carver's been laid to rest. So this is going to need quite a lot of power. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a windmill farm up here. This is all granite. You haven't had it since you've been to Mexico? Yeah, I've had flan. Like, I've had flan at... Flan is something that you tend to see here at, like, in food trucks. Generally connected to festivals, among other things. Like, fairgrounds that have food trucks will often have flan. That sort of thing. Might take these squads a little bit to actually leave.
Honk.
Honk. I think I need a bigger storage for armor, which I started building and then never finished. Let's just say armor. Let's just be my generic everything armor. Yeah. Because I got a lot of stuff that needs to get put away. A lot of this stuff. Planet plan? I'm trying to do that, but like with the word truck for like a food truck. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Tolos keeping that tier 2 subscription line for 40 months? 40 months of honks, dude. 40 months of honks. Hope you've been all right. Hope you've been hanging in. Hope you've been chilling and taking care of yourself, dude. Yeah, it gets that way sometimes. Cat steroid.
Over here, he has a sword.
Then using soldiers, you stationed them in different spots and uncovered the map. And they were able to pinpoint pits surrounded by adamantine. Oh, yeah. It's fun. That's something that's kind of interesting that you can do if you actually get down to the into hell, because it's being discussed in YouTube chat. But if you get into hell, you can actually like reverse mine out adamantine from underneath, which is pretty nifty if you ask me. Ah, so it's the robes that's causing them problems. It's fine. Let's just go into here. Remove the robe. Full metal armor. So it just resaves it. Got it. Just do it that way. It's easier. Far too many random religious dwarves in this fort. Let's get those newbies training. Get all of this stuff put away. Why are you forbidden? Stop it. Let's just go up here and type in bin. Actually, let's just make copper bins. I'm just gonna make a ton of them. Let's do like 30. I like making copper bins because if I do need to get something out of the bin, I can just melt the bin. You've been hell diving? Gotcha. There's a game coming out soon called Helldive. And I kind of respect it just for the audacity of having the balls to name a video game Helldive. So I kind of respect it in a way. What's up, Peter? Thanks for 20th month.
Less than 3.
I have a question. Is pie slang for something, Rambo Ambo, or is it just a very common thing? I'm just curious why it's funny. Because usually when a conversation like this is funny, it's either because it's slang for something dirty, or it's like, why this is a discussion that you're having? It's one of the two, usually. Meat pies are kind of your whole shtick. Got it. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know. Not here, really. I mean, I guess it depends on, like, your cultural heritage, because here anything can be your shtick if that's, like, what you've always done. But I guess my family, we did a lot of meat pies when we were broke and we desperately, like, needed food to feed a large family. But as an adult who lives alone, making a meat pie is, like, not something I do very often because I don't really need that much food ever, you know? It's a bit of a moot point. It's kind of a wee bit redundant to do on your own. When you live alone, anyway. So my well is finally dried up. Sheesh. I have a very silly method that I'm going to use to expand this. I need to expand the size of my well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place a support. Fuck it, I can make it out of ice. Sure, I'm going to place a support made out of ice right here. Then down... I'm going to dig through this. I don't even think they can get into here. Yep, nope, they can. I'm going to dig through this. I'm going to dig... I'm going to go directly beneath here and place a wall of tiles right underneath where this is going to fall. So basically like right here. Once they dig through these. And then when I drop this floor tile, it'll fall through here and drop lava down into this layer. I'm going to dig out a rather large space down here, which will melt all of the snow that's a layer above it, hopefully. And then cause that to flow into my well. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Also, sorry about the lack of beers, Peter, but I think chat might be a bit beered out at this exact moment. You only make them now if you have visitors? Yeah, no, totally. I mean, my family is very, like... Oh, the elves have arrived to trade. My family's very Irish and German. So, like, we do have, like, for, like, certain get-togethers that like that sort of food does come up, but like most of my extended family these days are like, at least the side of the family that I hang out with or end up spending time with around holidays, it's just very into health foods. So it's a lot of like, you know, healthy food that we end up eating, which is fine. I think I have large gems. Oh, they might end up being just in these. Just actually kind of understandable. So what I might do is bring a bin over and then just trade out all the stuff that I can sell them. That or just do this. Because these are all pigtail cloaks. Those can be sold. That can be sold. Those can't, those can't, those can't, those can't. These can. These can. Demon Star, thanks for the raid. What were you up to today? It's the first raid of the day. Appreciate that. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the raiders and mods? Can I get a shout out for the lovely raiding party? Do you think that the lava with the snow in real life is as much fun as in DF? I think that lava is exceptionally dangerous and you should stay very far away from it. Unless by fun you mean as likely to kill you, then yeah, sure. Definitely. First squatty returnee. I think this was the one that just went and obliterated the kobolds. Should probably update that command at some point, but I've been trying to push the cut video. No, we looted treasure. There was nobody there. What treasure did we loot from the kobolds, I wonder? One lead cage and 25 arrows. Checks out. Also, the clasps of murdering. This is from a little while ago. Nah, just beat dogs. So the elves are going to pop out of here eventually, whenever they get here. I haven't gone looking for cave dragons. Cave dragons have always been common. They just, for a very long time, were kind of relegated to just one particular cavern layer. And, like, they're still common. They've been common. However, because they're... my ice boulder melted before they could build it. That's funny. Because they can now be found in goblin fortresses, if you're actively sieging goblins, it's much easier now to find them. So they've always been kind of, quote, common, I guess, but they're just a lot more immediately accessible now. Because you don't have to, like, you know, cage trap them and then train them and all that, which you used to have to. But I haven't gone in specifically looking for them, no. But I've had them in plenty of forts. It's just now that goblins can tame them, they're easier to access. Actually cleaning out my well for once. And this right here. You're all granite. granite, and granite. And granite. Everybody's a vampire. There's one who claims to not be a vampire, but I assure you he's a vampire or he would have died a long time ago. Although maybe he's actually changed his name now. Yeah, okay, he finally accepted and admitted to being a vampire. Yes, everybody in this fortress is a vampire. I designated a corner of hot stone to be dug. Oh, did I? Shit, I should fix that. Oh no. The goblin's tactical planning was superior to my dwarf. But immediately died after the fact, so that's fine. Seems like after killing that initial leader, Rith reorganized his plan and set it up better, and they looted treasure. From baked learned, probably not great, but we'll see. The troglodyte bone bracelet and a giant cave toad bone ring. Some jewelry. I'll take it. I've definitely screwed this up. It's right here. Oh, you're right, I did. Okay. That would have torched some dwarves, probably. And also I can deconstruct this now that supports there. That you are, Peter. That you are. I'm also just going to put 2 vertical bars in here while I'm waiting, because ads just started running. Let's just put 1 even. Don't need 2. Actually, let's jump over to here. I'm doing my part! Pretty much, yes. That's my child's voice. And you sealed the original pit? Yeah, nifty. Yeah, that's totally fine. Working as intended, declared sinner.
Salute Zoom.
Fishbone, thanks for the 2nd month. Appreciate you. The other thing that you can do, Sinner, is you can tab out or click on the pop-out stream button for the ads, and then you can unmute the pop-out. That's also an option. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for Fishbone? I'm just double checking to make sure to see if I've been paid. Can I pause the game though? Because the ad should be done now. Just over here signing into PayPal. Going, haven't been paid yet. It doesn't matter on like what device you're watching on. It matters the region you're in, Brugan. So some regions don't get ads, period. Like you'll just never see ads. And as long as you're in one of those regions that just doesn't see ads, then it doesn't matter what device you're watching on. They brought a white stork, a sheep, and a capybara. Well, I will buy the stork. the sheep, and the capybara. I will butcher them all and go, please bring me more big animals. I will also, if I can, buy that yellow diamond altar, because that's pretty dope. I say, oh, wonderful, thank you for your business. Go here, and I'm going to butcher them. Thanks for the cages. Sheep. Capybara. And the stork. And then that new temple that I built, which I put down here. Can I have one of these? It's fitting too. Now you love this game. Happy to help, Prinzo Games. I feel like I've seen your name before, maybe on YouTube comments or something. But yeah, happy to help. Not the capybara. Yeah, I do agree they're cute. But like, meh. I don't really have any reason to keep them. Here comes all the miners. It's not the most direct way in. Although, this would be more direct. At least they just kind of hang around an area until it's done, you know? Some migrants have arrived. Now we're going to have dwarves who are not vampires, so I need to vampirify them. Vampirize them? Something. I mean, the way they worded that, it sounds like they've already played the beta, but... You accidentally started a war, looted a civilization which you traded with, and they came, CHG parlayed, I returned an artifact. Will you be able to trade with them after a while? No. The war is permanent. It's my biggest complaint about Dwarf Fortress. Oh shit, really? We snuck in undetected? Well, that's nifty. Stole a bunch of items. I'm going to try and steal livestock from Chunky Doomed. I'm curious what they have. I'll wait for you to return. That was the only civilization you traded with. If you want to request more people to trade with, like as an example, this is a human civilization that I have no contact with. Find somebody you have no contact with and say, demand one-time tribute. And then send a squad. Yes, the 23rd. And I am not even remotely close to ready, but hopefully I can get there. I'm having an alright day, Bryant, in the YouTube chat. A little chilly, apparently. I don't know why, but you're getting 0 caravans. So caravans only happen if you trade with the mountain home. You need to make sure that you're actively trading with the mountain home. So if you go to the civilizations map, find your own civ on the list of civs under the civilizations screen. And I fucked up an artifact, I think. Whoops. To figure out adventure mode? Well, I have a bunch of tutorials on adventure mode already that are all still, like, relevant. I'm going to try and make one for combat, because I never made one for combat. But all the quick tutorials are still relevant, like right-click a campfire to melt water and such, like all that stuff's still there. That hasn't changed. So this dwarf is now berserk and threw ton into the lava. Is now kicking the shit out of a sheep. Actually, I don't know if animals still crash. Let me just quick save, and then I'll click that sheep. Been playing Caves of Cud Moonring for that rogue itch. Gotcha. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people saying that. I've also heard almost as many people, Zidika, saying it comes out the day their things like college ends, basically. So yeah, it's I would say that the release timing for adventure mode has been pretty bad. Like in general. It was bad for the original beta release. January isn't great. You have to make sure that you're not at war with them. Ah, so clicking on sheep still does crash the game. Got it. That's why I just saved. I was just curious. Beta branch has some weird bugs in it right now, okay? I'm so sorry you had to buy Stone Shard. Please refund it before you feel like you've wasted your money. That game is not very good. If you want a really good roguelike that's also approachable, I would recommend Dungeon Mans, though. That game has trainable chicken. The problem with the thing with Stone Shard is it's beautiful. Like visually, it looks beautiful. But mechanically, it is not great. Oh no! The baby vampire is about to die. It's probably for the best, though. Oh, nope. Baby vampire crawling away. Hang in there, baby vampire. Stodier the vampire has been killed. Which means I should be able to bury you. It's been a while since I've needed to bury somebody. I don't know if I had a tomb available, so let's check. Oh, man, it's been a while. It, in fact, has been a while. Oh, geez. Oh, you already had it. Oh, I see. That's because they went berserk, so they weren't considered part of the faction anymore, I don't think. Well, that's unfortunate. Baby has received a lot of crawling practice. Yeah, no kidding. So I did get a bunch of migrants not too long ago. So I will assign this. And then everybody who is referred to as a vampire on this screen. Okay. So we got 21 migrants who are not vampires. So they're getting all their little dwarfy butts up in here. This is 5 of 7 full. And here they all come. You now need to attend a meeting. Well, I'm sure that'll go just well for you. I love how they all saw that dwarf die, like, immediately upon entering here. Not vampires yet. Vampires soon. That or there'll be vampire food soon. May just forbid this. That's probably most of them. Because this is the well they should be using to tend to these poor, poor dwarves. Send you back out to go raid Chunky Doomed again. And this is getting dug out with decent speed. Vampires are all sterile and cannot make babies. And they are eternal babies. That baby has been a baby for about 6 years now. And Ton got torched in the lava. The thing is, like, the main problem that Stone Shard has is it looks really pretty, and in theory could be a phenomenal game, but like if you look at the recent reviews, they're almost always mixed. It's because like mechanically the game is not brilliant. Like it's a very uninteresting game mechanically, and roguelikes as a genre is a genre that lives and dies based on how good you are mechanically. The second you kind of lose the plot of like what makes your game interesting, mechanically, your game becomes a lot less compelling. And Stone Shard has some amazing art in it. And it has some beautiful animations. But mechanically, it's really dull. And for a lot of people, if it's their first roguelike, they think of it as, oh, like, this is just a really challenging, interesting game. No, it's just kind of very one note. And I've played it off stream a couple of times since its initial early access. But the thing that really gets me, and the thing that really I think gets a lot of people, is it's a game that, on first glance, seems like it's going to be awesome because it has a really, really, really good intro. But that intro is very, very different than the rest of the actual game. It's balanced very differently than the actual game and is handcrafted unlike the actual game. So what ends up happening is people play through the intro and they go, oh my god, this is an amazing little video game. It takes about 2 hours. And then you're through the intro and you're like, well, now it's just this open 25 minutes. Cool. 2 hours because I play slowly, I guess. 25 minutes. And then you can't refund the game because everything beyond that point is very one note and bland, partially because of the engine that they chose to use for that game. It uses Game Maker, which is not a very good engine for anything procedural. If it had significantly better dungeon variety, which it doesn't, if it had like more varied abilities, which it doesn't, if it did more interesting things or wasn't trying to be as big of a game, if it was just like a handcrafted dungeon crawler like that intro, it would be a cool little video game, but it's not. Instead, it's a very one-note, extraordinarily grindy, not super well-designed roguelike with incredible art. Like, it's pretty, I won't deny that. Like, if you want a much better game, I'm not a huge fan of it, but Quasimorph is a game a lot of people like. I would recommend Dungeon Mans or Tangled Deep, or even Ellen. Although I personally don't know if I recommend Ellen because I personally haven't played it. I didn't like the game that came before it from the same developer, so I kind of just avoided Ellen. I was like, well, I don't know. I didn't like the game that came before it, so I don't know if this is necessarily for me. But there's a lot of other games out there, and it's kind of a shame that that's the one that was sold to the masses successfully, because that's really what happened. Oh, Caves of Cud is incredible. I bet I kind of just presumed that. I think they already own Caves of Cud because they said that they'd been playing Cud to, knock out that itch, I guess. Yeah, I know Ellen has a demo. I know. I haven't come close to beating Cud, but you only play hardcore? Yeah, I'd do it. I wish I liked Quasimorph. I just don't want a... Like, because YouTube chat James says I'm playing Quasimorph right now, amazing game. I wish I liked Quasimorph. The problem that I have with Quasimorph is that it's an extraction shooter. Like, it's not a true roguelike, it's an extraction game. I don't want to play a turn-based extraction game. Like, I played quite a bit of, what was the name of that game? I played quite a bit of another game that was an extraction game. Zero Sievert. I played quite a bit of that. That's quite a lot of fun. I quite like that game. But like Zero Sievert isn't it's not a real-time game. It's or it's not a turn-based game, it's a real-time game. I don't want to play a turn-based extraction shooter because extraction shooters are often, especially in the later game, a lot of go to this area, like grab 3 resources, leave the area. And it's going to be a lot of in and out and in and out and in and out. I don't want to do that in a turn-based game ever. Like there's never going to be a time where I want to do that in a turn-based game. So, how are these dwarfs doing? Vampire, 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 vampire. Vampire, vampire, vampire. Getting there. Oh, nope, these are just... That's not a vampire, just a child. Okay, let's go over to... this. This. Damn it. Got a lamb that's named. Just don't click it. I think the rest of them will clear out the need pretty quick. You don't think it's as bad now as it was when I played it? Oh, no, it's certainly improved. I don't think it's worth the money still, though. I mean, if you get it on sale for, like, 60% off, I could see it, but I still wouldn't recommend it. Like, if people are saying that they're trying to kill that itch, that's not going to be the game that I recommend. Certainly not the first game of that type that I would recommend either. Okay, so I need to get this well done, like, now. Because... oopsies, that can go away. I need to get this well done, like, now, because those dwarves are thirsty and my other well is dry. So let's finish this silly project. Let's just forbid all this. Get rid of this. Come on, dwarves. Get this done. Okay, fine. Whatever. Don't do it then. I mean, there's some unsavable dwarves that would be dead normally, which is a little bit annoying, but I've just been kind of ignoring the problems, to be honest. Yeah, no, it's funny. The second ADOM game, Mind, was the last game I took sponsored time for, and they didn't say I had to be positive about it during the sponsored time, so I literally sat there and talked shit about how bad it was the whole time, and kept telling people to go buy the original ADOM. That was my entire sales pitch for this. Anyway, I'm about to cave this in, because this is connected to you. So let's hope that this works. What? Oh, no. Come on. Man, that sucks. There must have been ice underneath that, because it didn't get destroyed when it fell. Okay, here's an option. I just have to drop another piece of flooring. Caves of Cut also has full like keyboard and mouse support too. I feel like most recommendable for sale roguelikes have to have mouse support. I am going through with disorderly conduct, by the way. I'm just not convicting anybody of actual murder. But disorderly conduct I am going through with. Cool. All the armor's been moved out of here. Stockpiles are getting filled up, which is nice. This shouldn't have ammo in it. Oh, I see. It's just enough bolts. Okay. Well, let's see. How did these reports go? We demanded some tribute. All right, yeah, I did that, didn't I? No, I agree, Prince of Games. I mean, I play games with a numpad because I'm weird. But, like, that's, like, the minimum. They should have keyboard and mouse support. Like, controller support's great, and keyboard support is ideal as well. But, like, you should have all three. Also, another good roguelike that also has keyboard and also controller support is Jupiter Hell. If you want something that's just a little bit more, like, single dungeon focused, Jupiter Hell is great. And Jupiter Hell Classic is something I'm excited for. Let's see what livestock we get from Chunky Doomed. It's probably just the beak dogs, but...
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Yeah, it's just the beak dogs. All right, let's see. What else is around here? I could just keep fighting with Chunky Doomed. It's a goblin fortress. Let's just raid this one and try and steal livestock. I want to see what other livestock's available. It's a goblin pit. Knowledge and Beyond and the Punch of Fire. That's a good book name. I'm going to queue that one up because I want to do that next. Those are two books, Knowledge and Beyond and The Punch of Fire. Goblin Cave of the Roasted Seal. All right, let's go raise that. But yeah, the Jupiter Hell is the spiritual successor to Doom the Roguelike, which is an ancient fan game. And the developer is currently remaking it into Doom, well, remaking Doom the Roguelike as Jupiter Hell Classic. He's just renaming it. Temple Complex and High Priest for the Creed of Treasuries. Creed of Treasuries. So I need to increase the value of this. Well, that shouldn't be too difficult. Let's see what that does. And let's also get some more statues up in here. A statue of a fungi wood, very nicely encrusted. Going all the way across here. See how that does. Sword of the Stars of the Pit. I wish I liked Sword of the Stars of the Pit, but that game is balanced so catastrophically poorly. It kind of... As I started to, like, when I was playing that game, when I started making it towards endgame stuff, I just stopped enjoying it almost entirely. Because it's like, well, there's a good game in there somewhere, but it's so disconnected from, like, logical, interesting balance that I found that game hard to enjoy. I hope this works. If this doesn't, I will be sad. Yeah, that's the other thing. The runs are really fucking long. They also made a sequel to Sword of the Stars, The Pit 2. Or it's a sequel to Swords of the Stars, The Pit. Which is The Pit 2. And it's when I played it, it was maybe the most unfinished early access game I've ever played. At least streamed. Let's see if the developer of the Cyclopean will let me stream it early. Okay, so I am allowed to stream the Cyclopean, that little dungeon crawler. Might do some of that tonight for funsies. Might do a little bit of that tonight. Chief Medical Dwarf is tantruming. Oh, that's always a good sign. Okay, so you're making Gabbro mechanisms. You're storing thing in bin. Link building to trigger. Yeah, I mean, that studio has made some very odd games in the past, but they're one of those studios that, like, I don't understand how they can financially still exist. Because, like, it's been so long since they've had any kind of, like, real successes, but yet they still exist somehow. So I guess I'm happy for them, but it's wild that they can. They must just live somewhere with very low living expenses, or they all have day jobs, or it's like 2 people. Because as far as I know, like that was a studio at one point, but I would guess they have day jobs at this point. Yeah, something like that. Because the original Sword of the Stars was like kind of a not small game. Like I remember thinking of it as like the same size as like Sins of the Solar Empire. But like in the same sentence as a game like Sins of the Solar Empire, but Sins of the Solar Empire is Rebellion, which is like the Sniper Elite people, which is kind of a big franchise now. And haven't finished the ideas in it. Classic run out of money situation. It was one of the games that I remember was like people's argument for early access becoming a thing. When early access became a thing, it was like that in towns. Yeah, I'll go back. I'll do another CUD run because people keep talking about CUD. When Adventure Mode has been out for like a month, I will probably do another run of CUD. But that'll be after I'm done moving. Because I'm kind of thinking about doing a subathon sometime late February. And after I'm like moved. And that's probably when I would do something like that. When I'd go back to CUD. Making a game used to be more of an investment. It still is. It's just... Making a game of that scale is still that kind of investment. I think it's just more socially accepted for developers to exist on a small budget. I think that's still the case, basically. X Rebirth? Yeah. I played X3. That was it. Oh no! My YouTube chat just crashed. Well, that's cool. It's okay, I refreshed at YouTube. I can still see your lovely faces. Chat, what game are you playing right now? While I'm waiting for this to save. I mean, you guys know what game I'm playing right now. It's obviously Cookie Clicker. Definitely. That and the staring at number go up on YouTube game, which is a Very slow game. I'm also not playing Cookie Clicker. I'm lying. Cyberpunk run these past 2 weeks. It's you know what RPG has become like a household name with the community when people start referring to a playthrough of like a 40-hour game as a run. Like a game that it like doesn't have built-in permadeath. It's like when you start seeing people referring to a playthrough of a game like that as a run, it's like, wow, that's an RPG as like that's a successful ass RPG then. Let's see if this works. I have streamed Cookie Clicker actually, Rambo. Only once though. Yay! Oh. A force of vile darkness has arrived. And they don't need a parlay or anything. None of my soldiers are on the map. Well, that's great. Hold on. Let me just... Feels good, man. Except I've completely fucked this up. I no longer have a well. Well, actually, it should seal itself off. Yeah, it should. Because water's going to get there first. And stop it from flowing through here. So yeah, it should be fine. Whew. And this will block it off pretty quick. All right. A snatcher has been spotted. And I still don't have any soldiers on the map. I guess Mark's Dwarves it is. Oh, 2 of my soldiers just haven't left yet. Why have you not left yet? Ah, it's because you're a religious figure. I really hate that this is a thing that happens, but religious figures in squads basically break stuff. Basically break stuff? That's a functional sentence, Greg. Oh no, there's Lanix, whose intestines are hanging out. Run away, Lanix. Keep running. You don't need that blood. Well, you didn't need that blood, but I guess you did. Also, the creative permanencies have arrived, so they are now surrounded. And here come my Mark's Dwarves. Accurate. My Mark's Dwarves begin shooting bolts at the goblins. This one seems to have gotten a pretty heavy hit. Yep, firing iron bolt hits the goblin crossbowman in the upper leg, which actually tears his leggings, twists his hip, and says, "This leaves me shaken." This one here has taken several shots as well, is now winded. One of the bronze bolts hits him in the 4th finger on his left hand. And he says, "I've been injured badly, there's no hope." Another one strikes him in the leg. Here comes more of my Mark's Dwarves, I think. This one is in a martial trance, but committing a bit too hard to this bit of just running past everything. Most of these goblins are now pretty injured. I haven't even bothered telling the dwarves to get out of here. Moses here is just like rolling in between them from the looks of things and whacking them because he's run out of ammo, which is fine. This goblin here is turning into a pincushion because you keep shooting him, probably. Same with this dwarf over here. Where is this squad? Well, they haven't... Ah, that's what I was looking for. Nifty. You're down here.
Bring out your dead.
As we wait for... Hang in there, Moses. You got this here, dwarf. Just keep scratching him. You dropped his crossbow a little while ago. Just dodging him. They're not super threatening, although they also haven't really... There we go. Here comes my swords, dwarves. Moses hasn't died yet, so that's pretty awesome. Here come the swords dwarves alongside of the new dragon assistants. Excellent. That went pretty flawlessly, I feel. Yes. Pretty flawlessly. Didn't even lose a dwarf. It's the way you like to see it. Is this something I need to look at on stream, Suited? Yeah, I mean, why'd you send that to me? Things like that you just don't respond to. It's pretty simple. Diplomat cannot complete a meeting and left unhappy. I wonder why. So please delete that DM. I don't want to see it again. Thanks. Simply put, for anybody who's curious, somebody left a crappy comment on a YouTube video and yeah, you just ignore it. Move along with your life. And that's my advice to you too, Suited. Especially also, like, if you see a crappy comment, don't DM it to me. And then mention in chat that there's something I need to look at. Like, come on. Work with me here. Work with me. Okay, so this down here also needs a lever. Hey, check. Can I get a round of beers so I don't need to stare at this entire conversation anymore at all? It would be best if it went away. Vampire, vampire, vampire. And vampire. I think they're all vampires now. Let's see. Yep. The other place I need to go down to now is just... this. Let's see how this is going. Yeah, I would say this whole thing's gone pretty well. The whole well refill. Nice. Pretty successful little well refill project, I think. Mebzith is making a clothing-based artifact. Merchants are unloading stuff. You up to here. Running off to go grab the things you may need. I have way too many beak dogs now. But we have 4 cave dragons. But cave dragons aren't that overpowered though. They're about as strong as a they're about as strong as a like giant bear. So you can acquire military animals from elves that are about as good, if not better. So rampage throughout, roasted seal. There you go. Looted treasure from the roasted seal. There's 2 kinds of dragons. There's dragons, which are a mega beast, similar to giants. Dragons live in the overworld and breathe fire. Then there's cave dragons, which are more just like giant lizards that live in the 3rd cavern layer that aren't uncommon, but aren't common. They're about as common as like a jabberer or something. But they are notoriously difficult to catch normally because they appear and then they like leave the map and there's only like 1 or 2 of them. And then they take hundreds of years to grow to full size. But if you steal them from goblins, like I just did, from this location, Lustrous Steel, which is here somewhere. But if you steal them from a goblin location like here, then you can get fully tame ones that aren't full grown, but at least a couple 100 years old, which makes them a lot more effective. I'm just going to go to you, and I'm going to go to labor, and I'm going to go to work animals, and then I could assign them. But what I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to wait until they become more animals to be assignable, and then we will assign them. Big cool points, yeah. You have a child dwarf in your current save who was possessed by a strange mood and won't tell me what item it is they want, but it won't tell you what items it wants is. I mean, what kind of workshop has it claimed? Mr. Cat's attacking YouTube chat. I mean, that is kind of one of those just like grab a couple of everything. Situations. Oh, actually, here's what I should do. Dog cage. Pig cage. They may not be able to carry these, but I'll try. Sometimes they can be particularly secretive, Zedeka. I did a fort a while ago where I didn't dig. I can't remember the name of it. We built in a giant canyon and on trees. But I didn't make a video about it because I didn't make videos like that at the time. But I've done it before. Why? I should do it again. It's actually something we should do. That river fort was neat looking. That was a nifty fort. Oh, this dwarf's in prison and they feel repentant, which is actually good. I should make the hospital part of the tavern so that they get fed drinks. So they'll actually like going to prison. There, now it is. So they'll get brought drinks in the prison now. You do not have a broker, excuse me? What? Did I not have a broker like seconds ago? I'm confused. No, there are times where they don't even do that, Zedeka. Right, you are correct. Lanix did die. Lanix was the broker. Duh. Also, I should see if Lanix has a coffin. What? Yes, I can't. Okay, well, I'll just put the beak dogs in here then. Work animals. Let's take a bunch of war dogs, but also the war dragons. Go to this, and assigned every single named war dog. All right, let's go send this squad out to go fight with Chunky Doomed. Also, Hated Cried is pretty scary. 3,000 goblins. Fiend's Hame's another one that I attacked a couple times. Lord Demons, my god. $3,000 goblins. And other locations that we can go for too. Fungus Dungeon? Okay. That's my favorite name, officially. Fungus Dungeon is wonderful. Let's just go pillage Fungus Dungeon. Because that's just too funny of a name. Go get them, puppers. And of course, they're leaving through the caves. Did I ever play RimWorld? I have about 3,500 hours of RimWorld, and I never need to play it again. At least on Steam, anyway. Why is that? Because it's boring. I did everything I wanted to do. They took out every mechanic I liked throughout the early access. I think the current community is edgy and annoying on a good day. I don't think it's that mechanically interesting. It certainly does some things that are interesting, but once you've kited back and forth around a door twice, you've done it twice and you don't need to do it again. It's a tower defense game. It's not a very good story generator. It doesn't have as much replay value as Dwarf Fortress, and its annoying marketing kind of ruins it for me. Dwarf Fortress is a different game that I want to play. RimWorld is a game I don't want to play. This is your first time talking in my chat. This is a Dwarf Fortress stream. Why is the first thing you say in my chat asking if I play a game that isn't Dwarf Fortress? Out of curiosity. The thing is, I had a command for DF hack. In fact, I think I do. It doesn't cut it. These are discussions that can't be like crammed into an FAQ. Because people don't read FAQs. And will always ask more questions. Mebzith, the Holy Boulder Vampire, has created Irol Zirilotad, a great cave spider silk coat. Or giant cave spider silk coat. And offers it to the Firefrost. That is going to my mayor. I'll say this. Some streamers play games because they're popular. And some people play games because they like them. I play games because I like them, not because they're popular. Would it be smart for me to play RimWorld? Yeah, it's got a bigger audience than Dwarf Fort. I just don't enjoy playing it. It's fine. It is what it is. I really wish the developer would stop, like, stealing, like, Dwarf Fortress community terms as his difficulty modes and shit. Like, it's annoying. Like, YouTube really wants me to, like, use the tag adventure story for all my videos. Whenever I make an adventure mode video, it's like, recommended tag, adventure story. It's like, that's a RimWorld difficulty, which is a knockoff of a Dwarf Fortress thing. And that's kind of what RimWorld did to itself for me, is it went from being an interesting game that did some things differently to just being a game that felt like a game that was trying to market itself off of the success of another game, and that just sucks. It just sucks. Like, it really sucks. Like, losing is fun in Dwarf Fortress because losing is actually fun in Dwarf Fortress. Losing isn't fun in RimWorld. It's really not. So. I can elaborate if you want, but based on chat asking for an FAQ, I get the gist that I shouldn't, so I won't. Different. Not better, just different. That's all I have to say, Moreb. What kind of headphones do I use? Sennheiser HG650s. I had to check the number. I don't think about them super often. And I've had these since 2011. What did they bring? Just buy all the cloths. Definitely gonna need to buy whatever they brought that's heavy. So I'll grab the stones, grab the logs. I'll grab the. Eesh. I don't think they're gonna be able to carry this stuff. I think my stuff's too heavy. Buy the anvils, that'll help. I mean, I've got like 5,000 weight I gotta clear. It's that red number. That's all right, Gazoom. How's your day going? I mean, marking all ain't gonna do it. All right, let's just clear some of these then. I think that the only thing they really have in common, Freaky User, is that one sold itself off of the existence of the other, which got a lot of people, including myself, playing it for a long time. I don't want to play anymore. My trade goods are too heavy, and they are refusing to, like, bring wagons because I'm not actually the capital. I'm just a quote capital. Why is that? Oh, I get it. I get it. It's the pigs that are too heavy. Okay. I get it. I get it. So let's just buy the stones. Get that stuff out of here. Let's grab you. Get as much weight under here as we can. There's like 100 pigs in that thing, so makes sense why it's super heavy. But that's gonna also make my life kind of a pain. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to sell that, so I'll sell this stuff instead. But okay. I wish I could just give it to them as a gift. Problem is a lot of this stuff I didn't make, so I can only offer them the things that I made as a gift. Basically, only the gold stuff I can actually offer them as a gift. Trade. Trade. Okay, we'll just go with that. That's fine. Why so many pigs? Because I have a lot of pigs. They keep multiplying. You cannot dig past 119. Sounds like you've hit the... Okay, so Dwarf Fortress does have a bedrock equivalent. If, like, you can't visually move the camera beneath a certain layer, then yes. But it varies from world to world and embark and embark. It depends on your relation to sea level. I think the maximum possible number of layers without modifying your game is 450. But it's not like generating as you go. The stuff's been generated before you got there. UI is not that bad. People overblow it because people bitch about UI. But really, in my opinion, the UI is not anywhere near as bad as people make it sound constantly. Which temple is it that needs to be embiggened? Where are you forbidden? Creative treasuries, creative treasuries, creative treasuries. I fucking hate DF hack. Terrible piece of software. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I just keep forgetting to go and disable this script. Guess I don't have a temple to the creative treasuries. Oh, no, I do. It's right here. Oh, okay, well, that makes sense. Duh. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've just kind of come to terms with the fact that, like, for me, Dwarf Fortress isn't anywhere near as daunting as a lot of games are for a lot of, or as a lot of people find it. I think that some of that might just be like a natural bias of having spent way too much time playing older versions of the game and seeing how much it's improved. So some of that's just like my own clouded judgment. And then some of that's just like, I've played a lot of video games, and I've played a lot of really badly designed video games that UI holds it back. Dwarf Fortress's UI is clunky, but it's not all that. I think a lot of the difficulty and fear you see of Dwarf Fortress is audience perceived and not actually that real. I think your dwarf's dead, Gazoom, but let me double check. Yep, your dwarf died. Unless your dwarf joined the military. I'm pretty sure your dwarf died, though. Okay, so why can't you dig past that layer, then? What happens when you hit that layer? You've hit lava and cannot go deeper? Okay, skill issue. Time to go around the lava. Let me tell you this. Just shows nothing. All right. Well, you obviously haven't dug that far yet, have you? It's time to get creative with how you keep digging down. I mean, I could tell you exactly what you need to do, but it goes down to 129 then. Yeah, rip Gazoom. Rip indeed. Rip in pieces. Any room in the military? Plenty. Have they returned? Unless you want a Mark's Dwarf, we'd have to wait until they get back. Because none of them are here right now. So what do you want, Bone Dolphin? Do you want somebody who's a Mark's Dwarf, or do you want to wait until the melees get back? It's fine, just someone with a beard. You've certainly got a type. Bone Dolphin is an adept Mark's Dwarf and is often inflamed by hatred and develops hatred towards things. Does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and is very stubborn. Though he is conflicted by this, as he... He does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He is very stubborn, though he is conflicted by this. Part of himself is he can be very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he is slow to anger, and he is quite ambitious. He tends to avoid crowds, and he rarely feels discouraged. He doesn't seek out excitement. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and really wants a drink and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, and values merrymaking, parties, and sees introspection as important. He likes native platinum and bismuth and fire agate, as well as fungi wood and 2-humped camel parchment. The color olive and decahedra, giant copperhead snakes. And I don't know I've never seen a giant copperhead snake, so I didn't know those were in the game. The words of the Saturn tresses and the sound of the gold of cobalt, and when possible prefers to consume maize beer and absolutely hates rats. You have a bunch of friends as well as some kindred spirits in the fortress. You've been here since the year 309, so it's almost 10 years. And you're meditating on wealth. Welcome to the fort. Yeah, we always tell Bob Tron this. It's like, well, it depends on when you left. Fire snakes are vermin. Vermin are not targetable. Vermin can be caught in the kennels if you have an active kennels. There's many vermin, and a lot of them will never be exposed because they're only visible on the map when they're exposed and when something can see it. But most of the time they will be invisible because nothing can see it at that exact moment. Did anybody fail to leave the map again? No. Giant copperhead snakes. Maybe giant silverhead snakes. Copper's not that dangerous for a bronze colossus. Nika Harper is now a religious character in the fortress. Steelhead trout. Only if you throw it hard enough. I'm pretty proud of myself that this sucker worked. Pretty proud of this. The rest of the dwarves are now vampires. We can let them all out. They are all now permitted to leave. Fuck. I hate it. These dwarves becoming malicious figures is annoying as all hell, because then they leave the military, and if you send them out to fight again, then they leave the military, and then you have to manually reassign them every time. So I wish that would stop happening, but it keeps happening, and I don't think I'm able to stop it, so kinda sucks. But also is what it is. Because invading the goblins is going to have that effect a lot of the time. There was a mod a while ago for fluffy wamblers that weren't vermin, as well as fluffy wambler. I want to say it was fluffy wambler men. Okay, let's go up to here, because this is probably good to go, so we can continue working on this sucker. And also giant fluffy wamblers was another thing that was in that mod, but I don't know if that ever got updated, because that was like a pre-Steam version mod. Thought I just saw a ghost. Must have been one of my vampires. They kind of look like ghosts sometimes. Yeah, fluffy wamblers are projectile weapons, and that's about it. But I understand people's love of fluffy wamblers. They are adorable, after all. This is going to take a lot of mechanisms, and I have no idea how many I have. Not enough, but that's okay. Because the other thing I gotta do is I gotta figure out exactly what type of walls I want to do here. Andesite. Okay, so andesite or gabbro. Rambling Wambler. Wouldn't they be Wambling Wambler men? Instead of rambling? Or is Rambling and the Rambler men a, like, performance troupe? Group that travels around playing ramble rap. It's the first thing that came to mind. Maybe Wamble rap would be probably the better joke to use there. So this right here can be deconstructed. And I'll build a line of walls all the way along here. So this is all granite. Yep. So this will have granite placed all the way along here, and then all the way up to here. And then I'll do the same thing all the way along here. And then we're going to start building windmills. Although I can start building windmills right now. Wish I had a whole bunch of one type of logs, but I really don't. So a bunch of different types of logs. Well, they'll be different colors, but it's okay. Gonna go read a bit before going to bed. We'll see you later, UGDPY. We will see you later. I may actually go grab a snack soon. I'm getting a little peckish. I have a boiled egg I gotta eat. Also, I should have brought this up earlier, but earlier we were talking about, have you ever been in a in a unicorn rampage? You don't know true fear until you have been in a giant chinchilla rampage. Significantly more terrifying as far as I'm concerned. Truly horrifying, even. Oh, shit. I was going to go from the top down. Untamed Wilds, your beloved. The first fortress I ever tried to build in this version of the game was an Untamed Wilds fortress, and we got killed by giant chinchilla because in that build of the game, fishing was bugged, so it was like significantly far and away the worst thing that you could do for your relations with the wilderness was fishing. And so just like having one dwarf fish for a couple of minutes was enough to just completely maximum set off all of the Untamed Wilds, and we got obliterated. Barely even got underground. The fortress lasted for like the better part of 5 minutes. It's truly hysterical. You ended up shooting and killing an Etten with a bow and accidentally used a gold coin as a projectile because you were not aware I was out of arrows, and there are still some things which I've found out how to build reputation, and it feels a bit confusing, and you're definitely eagerly awaiting the release now. It's one of those modes that I think is very easy to dismiss if you've only seen it aesthetically. But if you've never played it, it's like unfair to dismiss it. Because people dismiss it constantly, and it hurts me when I see that. But like, I also don't really expect people to play it as much as Fort mode. It's because it's not as much of a time sink in that way. Like, it still certainly can be a time sink, but my dogs are back. Let's see how this pillaging went. Coins are one of the greatest projectile weapons in the game. They're the equivalent of bullets in Dwarf Fortress. Well, one of my dogs got injured immediately. Oh no, actually the humans' tactical planning was superior to ours, which is surprising. Vampire Tun was struck down. Goodbye, Tun. The forces of the Firefrost searched Fungus Demon. Beyond Hateweed was looted. I wonder what we looted. Would have been this one then. Just a bunch of bars, some gear. Rest in peace, Iron. For the final time, I suspect. I'm sorry, what? Enemy? What are we on about? Because your grown wooden sword did nothing but bruises? Yeah, grown wooden swords are pretty ineffective. Turns out. It's like bringing a baseball bat to a knife fight, which, I mean, I guess if you knock the weapon out of their hand quick enough, you can do something. You certainly can kill things with them, but they're not that effective, shall we say. I feel like you should have known that from Fort mode, though. But, I don't know. To me, adventure mode is worth learning a little bit, just so that you gain a full appreciation for fortress mode combat. Because it is the exact same combat. You couldn't invest the... Okay, I understand. You couldn't invest the full time and date. I get it. Oh, no, that should be granite, not gabbro. Granite, not gabbro. What blocks do I have? Actually, green glass, maybe? Yeah, let's do green glass for this. Although, it's gonna get... unexisted pretty quickly by the snow. We're not going to be able to see it, but it's okay. As these dwarves are continuing to dig out this upper layer. You know, sometimes I see things in the YouTube chat and I'm just like, I don't feel the need to even respond to that one. Basically stating that, like, fortresses, and in this case temples, require drawbridges that are automated to crush your dwarves. It's like, I mean, play the game the way you want to play it, but I don't play my game that way. Dwarves are lemmings enough without me trying to affect that intentionally. Okay, so you right here. Try and make this look a little bit nicer. Than it would otherwise. Just assign them to go fishing. It's true, yeah. You want your dwarves to die, just tell them to go fishing. Is fishing really that dangerous? If you play on Untamed Wild maps, it is. There's this running joke, I think, in this chat, but also just in Dwarf Fortress in general, about fishing, because you can't brew fish into alcohol, so why would dwarves ever fish? But also, there was this day a long time ago where I was playing an older versions of this game, and somebody popped into the chat and they asked for a dwarf. And I said, okay, what kind of dwarf would you like? And they said, I'd like a fisher dwarf. And I said, all right, well, just keep in mind that they're probably not going to live very long because that's the most dangerous job I could give them. And they go, why? I'm like, well, where it's Untamed Wilds, there's dangerous animals everywhere. And they go, oh, no, it's fine. I'm sure they'll have a long, healthy life. I'm like, okay. So I gave them a dwarf. Not 10 seconds later, after giving them a dwarf and reading their description, because the game paused when you read the descriptions back then, a giant tick de-stealthed in the tree, fell down a layer, killed the dwarf, pulled it back up into the tree, and then went back into stealth. So appeared, dropped down, killed the dwarf, dragged it up into the tree, left its body there, and then disappeared. So that's why you shouldn't assign your dwarves to fish. Yeah, no, it can get them out into the open. I mean, unless you're, like, making fishing zones and then making fishing huts. You know, I have a question. What's a bigger nuisance, Bone Dolphin? I guess this is just more like a base level disconnect that I have with the vast majority of the Dwarf Fortress community. What's a bigger nuisance? Having to build an entire new fortress from scratch, or getting to be able to reclaim your fortress and then having to spend 10 minutes reconfiguring some things? Like, the last time I reclaimed a fortress, it took me less than 10 minutes to rebuild it, and that was a full population, like 200 dwarf fortress. It took me less than 10 minutes to fix it. This fortress would be a nuisance because it's full of vampires and they'd probably all be lying about who they were again, so I wouldn't know who anybody was. But, like, I don't understand why that's such a big deal to so many people. Like, I don't get it. Like, at all. Like, why is that such a nuisance? Like, it takes 10 minutes to go through everything and rebuild it. In fact, they're usually still in the same spot. I don't know. I don't understand why that bothers so many people. Like, people talk about it like it's this life-ending horrible thing. But it's like, really? You hate it that much? I don't get. I mean, it's like the most common complaint I hear about, like, not Dwarf Fortress, but like adventure mode is like reclaiming your old forts. It's like, well, okay, well, the reason it's like that is because if you're reclaiming a overworld fortress, it's unlikely you actually want all of that furniture to be right where it is already. So you probably most likely want a lot of that furniture removed anyway. So the game is presuming you're doing that. But yeah, I guess I just don't agree that it's a nuisance. I don't know. I don't know. Just off the 6, thank you very much for that raid. I hope your stream was good. Thanks for the second raid of the day. Thank you very much. Welcome to the channel. Checking to get a round of beers for the Raiders. What were you up to today? Just relearning how to build a military? Yeah, that takes a relearning sometimes. Don't want this to have corners. Let's be Raid E. It's a Raid E party. It's generating 280 power. This needs 500 and something. I'm using windmills because I really don't want to do the exact same thing I do every time, so I'm building windmills because I can. Even though they produce less power overall and take a lot more wood and generally are harder to set up. We're doing it this way. Build a grand library and horde. There you go. It's a hell of a fortress goal. I like building library forts. You have to learn so many little legends. I think what I'm actually going to do is this. If I pop you down by 1. could then do this. And it'll line up better. So this will sit here instead. Then I'll do one there. Another caravan has arrived. It's time to trade with the dwarves now. Let's make some copper hatch covers. Can they be behind fortifications? Can what be behind fortifications? A group of Giga Chad book hunters. Yeah, there you go. See if I can sell these pigs. It'd be nice to have an option with refraining. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, there's a lot of things that would be nice, but I guess I don't understand why it bothers so many people so much. Like, sure, there's lots of things that'd be nice, but do I have to hear that complaint every single time I talk to somebody about adventure mode the first time? It's like, I get it, but don't complain to me about it. It's just one of those things where it's like, I've cursed myself. Like, I'm the person who's known for Dwarf Fortress, so if people have problems with Dwarf Fortress, they're going to vent the problems about Dwarf Fortress to me. It's like, but I get it. I know. I've been there. Why do I have to hear it for the umptillionth time? It's kind of just my take, I guess. You smelt them to make steel. Sure. Definitely. That's absolutely what you use pigs for. Now we're just waiting for the traders. Yeah, I don't know what you're asking can be behind fortifications. Darius. Are you talking about the windmills? I'm pretty sure fortifications block wind. Windmills? Okay, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure they block wind. So, no. No, they cannot be behind fortifications. I don't think. They don't need to be, though. They just need to be, like, basically on a tower separated from the mainland, basically. Oh, shit. Man. Just a few off. Those two can go away anyway. I mean, smelting iron together with flux is how you get pig iron, not smelting pigs, but sure. I guess I'll allow you to spare the details here. Yeah, no, smelting pigs would be a much more accurate example of how you get a BBQ. I won't deny that. that have unique effects. Not that the player can make. Although, technically, artifacts have an accuracy effect, but you'd never... Any named item has an accuracy bonus. But most people will never notice that. Blade, meat orc. Orc, meat blade. There you go. Meat blade has now been made, because you've meat it. That one we call a knee slapper, folks. Yeah, which is why I'm saying, like, there are, but you can't make them. Forgotten Beast Uthimi Udurthu has come. A great eyeless six-legged gopher. It is terrifying and has a bloated body, and its sepia hair is long and wavy. Beware its poison nom-noms, where it be. It's just gonna run off and die, yeah? Moist Waves! What a name. How many kills do you have, Moist Waves? None. Hey, well, good luck there. Gopher broke, Gopher. I mean, most ocean waves are pretty moist, so. I'm forcing them to drink. Yeah, and Krug Smash is a friend. But I'm forcing them to drink in taverns. So Roar here has lost a bunch of bits and pieces. And Roar seems to have won. You know, I think I could fight Roar. Let's just send the squads down here. We're gonna go beast hunting, chat. We're gonna go beast hunting. Before we go beast hunting, Streamer's gonna go toilet hunting because Streamer needs to use the toilet. Then we're gonna go beast hunting. I need to get these caverns back. All right. I will be right back. Don't you go anywhere, friends. Okay, so I kind of lied. I also ate a boiled egg, but... Game has not crashed once today? Yeah, it did for me.
Yeet.
But that was because I clicked a sheep. Be careful with clicking on livestock. It makes game crash. I have a feeling... This is my theory. My theory is that it's got something to do with... my theory is that it has something to do with it... what is the word I'm looking for here? It's got something to do with the child portraits. Okay, where? Up. I was gonna say, why are you all the way the hell over here? Do not the sheep. Do not click the sheep. Yes. Clicking a sheep may destroy your FPS. Anyway, Hobo, how are you? It's good to see you, man. I hope you are doing well. Let's hope that the Forgotten Beast here doesn't have any paralyzing stuff. Oh, cancel. Where are you going? You big dumb monster. I was gonna say, what are you wielding? Oh, it's just an Iron Morningstar. Okay. Doing pretty aight? Gotcha. Where'd you take that photo, by the way? Hobo sent me a holiday Christmas card and it finally arrived because our mail service has been on strike. What? Why you go so far to E? Google? Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, you certainly had a costume. I guess the question I should have asked is, why'd you happen to have like a half suit of armor? What if it's you holding the knife? You just said it's pointed at me. You never said who's holding it. I think I'm gonna tell the dwarves to get back inside. Get upstairs, dwarves. It's dangerous to go downstairs. There's a forgotten beast out. It is missing a toe. Its paws are rotten. All right, well, it's up here now, and Dwarfy McGee is now trying to fish. And Beastie McMonster is up here, and some migrants have arrived. Excellent. Here comes a dwarf, who's Quendelf. I presume has bolts. Yes, you do. And also a melee dwarf who's hacking at it. Quendelf fires her first bolt. And our dwarf here is continuing to hack at it. It is Gishud who's hacking away at the beast. Is punching the Forgotten Beast. Okay, hack the Forgotten Beast in the head with an iron battle axe, which does, of course, tear the muscle. beast itself doesn't appear to have any bolts equipped. So it doesn't have any bolts stuck in it. And also I think that bolt missed, but... Dwarf is getting pushed backwards. This is also helpful because if a dwarf decides to be silly and fall into the water, it's not going to kill them. They'll just learn how to swim real quick. It also appears that one of my snailmans wanted to get into the fight too, and is now bleeding heavily, and is no longer alive. Rest in peace, Snail SD. You are now no longer a snail with thee. JJ just decided to go for a swim. A bunch more, or actually did a bunch more? Okay, so somebody dropped the sword. Let's tell the Marks dwarves to go stand right here. And the rest of these dwarves to go stand right here on the edge. This actually probably isn't a bad thing, because if you got covered in that extract, it now all got washed off of you, but I think you just killed it. No, you didn't. Who got the kill then? Athetet. Thank you very much. Or Athetet. Athetet? I think that's how you say that. Thank you very much for the raid. I've seen your stream around. So this dwarf got the kill. Actually hacked the Forgotten Beast in the right rear paw with the battle axe, which killed it. Snail SD has been found dead. Rest in peace, Snail. Can I get some Fs for Snail? Snail was one of my adventurers. I'm actually going to give them this tomb. Place of honor, if anything. It's going to take this dwarf a minute to get out of here. Once you figure out how to swim, that is. Oh, I see. You can't stand. So this dwarf would be dead. But because they are, you know, in the water and a vampire, they'll just figure out how to swim eventually. I want to say it's under other skills. Yeah, see, novice swimmer. They're learning. They're moving. They'll get out eventually. Wait, was that 2? Okay, I thought it was 2 levels down for a second there. Yeah, they're moving. Come on, dwarf. There you go. Dwarf needs to be rescued now. Then there's the other Forgotten Beast, who happens to be... Nope, not that one. Does it happen to be... Nope, not that one. That's the first one I clicked on. Does it happen to be this one? It's this one. This is Ghost Cavern, which is a feathered petrosaur, which has deadly dust. And Ghost Cavern is in a very inconvenient spot. I could just tell my military to go like... Wait, actually, are you stuck? I don't think he's stuck. Just in a very awkward spot. Because I can't actually get to this upper ledge here. I mean, I could dig to it, probably. But then I could just fly out. I could go station them, like, right there. I'm just scared of its dust. So it's these 3. It's like, it almost feels like this is the only way up. It's like this and that. Yeah, I think it's those 2 are the only ways up. So if I fill this in, we may be safe. Yeah, that may or may not kill it, though. Some Forgotten Beasts are immune to lava. But what I'm thinking about doing, actually, is I'm thinking about turning on the Cavern Invaders, because I think it would be fun to have Cavern Invaders on in this fort. Get out to here, dwarves. Go train. Also, I really do not need this to be a fishing zone. But thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. This is a fortress that's entirely made of vampires that I've been working on for some time now. It wasn't planned to be a vampire fortress. It just kind of happened that way. Just ended up that way, you know? Through normal shenanigans and other various silliness. So, it was a, you know, we ended up with a bunch of vampires, so I, you know, made a vampire fort. And here we are. Finally off work. So now what? What's the remainder of your day gonna look like? Not gonna lie, it's so thematical that it now is a vampire fort. It's in the frigid cold, and it fits so well aesthetically. Yeah, I mean, like a volcano, an erupting volcano vampire fortress is pretty thematic. I can't deny that. It certainly fits the aesthetic. Okay, so I got what, 4 dwarves that are not, in fact, vampires. I don't know what you were going for there, dwarf, but you're definitely one of those. You really want to do something. Well, now you're going. There you go. Do you think the 4 dwarves know that they're surrounded by vampires? That's a good question. I don't know. I've been wondering about this myself for a while. Because, like, on one hand, you'd think they would, but on the other hand, I don't know. Dwarves aren't that smart, so. It's hard to say, I guess. It's one of those, haha, I'm in danger kind of things, you know? Besides, these dwarves basically want for nothing. They really like it here, after all. Although they're now locked in here. So all they actually need to do is they need to drink from this well, which is operational. And once they get thirsty and they sip from that well, then they'll become vampires. So eventually I'll just open this up, and these will all just be vampires, and we're good. You can force them to drink alcohol if you have tavern keepers. Because tavern keepers don't take no for an answer if a dwarf say, no, I don't want no beer. So they give them beer regardless. So essentially I have this zone called Tavern Time, all cap, which is for all my vampires. And sometimes I throw them in there, and then when it's Tavern Time, then they have to, you know, do the things you do in the tavern, and they're forced to drink alcohol by the vampire tavern keepers. All cap, no cap, sure. Why not? You know, I know it's not the same meaning as all cap, as no cap, but can we bring back full stop as a thing to say? I like saying full stop. I know it's like a very very outdated reference. But can we make full stop cool again? Because full stop's a good line. I like saying full stop. You know? Full stop isn't dated? Sure. Full stop is in reference to Morse code. So do I, which is why I like full stop. And as far as I'm concerned, Morse code is pretty dated. But if it's commonly used outside of Canada, then sure, I guess I have to believe you there. But, I mean, I know people who say full stop. My dad says full stop sometimes. I just think it should be actively used in slang because it's a fun thing to say. Letting someone know you're serial. No, that's a period. But a full stop was how you referred to a period in Morse code. So if that's just a thing people say in Europe, okay, but full stop, that term comes from Morse code. There was stop and full stop. Stop was a next line, full stop was a period. Can you already dig an adventure? You've never been able to dig an adventure. But you can mod that in really easily. Yeah. And look at me with a straight face and say 200 years ago isn't old. I know you can be like, why do you want to do that? Because you live in Canada and I live in this place, so it's just so much older. And I'll just be like, well, fuck yourself. In the grand scheme of things, that's not old. Of the mildest room temperature takes. Okay, got it. Fair enough, Hobo. You hope somebody clips that? You have the power. Where this thing? I'm actually just going to deconstruct all these, I think. And instead use just tower cap for all these. But anyway, if it's such a commonly used thing in Europe, popularize it. That's all. That's all I want. I like the term. It's a good term.
Vampires' childs become adults?
Morse code into telegrams. Yes, that's how that technology worked. Do vampire childs become adults? Nope. No, they do not age. They are locked at the age that they were for the rest of their life. Which is why that baby is still a baby and will always be a baby, forever baby. Also, Hobo, the way you described the only time you hear people say full stop just makes me think, so you've met a German once? That's all I gotta say. I'm doing all right, Zovi. Yourself? Also, Hobo, how goes the Swifty songs? Fair enough. Now I'm trying to think, what's the name of that movie where the Nazis are on the moon? Or on the other side of the moon? Iron Sky? Iron Sky. Should rewatch Iron Sky. It's like that, and I like Sky Captain. Although I don't think, did they actually fight Nazis in Sky Captain? Does anybody else here just like randomly remember bits of Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow and go, what the fuck was that movie? I remember that movie being incredibly forgettable, but I've got this weird desire to rewatch it for some reason. Stodir, the dwarf, is now a ghost. No slab and glaive. Playing hooky on rehearsal today because your throat ain't feeling 100, so you haven't practiced them. Gotcha. Well, I mean, hey, you did have pneumonia, so that seems to have passed pretty quickly. Speaking of Nazis, you scared the local one by wearing eyeliner. You have a local Nazi? Speaking of Nazis, I should also rewatch The Blues Brothers. That's a movie that ages very well. Except that his plane is named Peggy upside down. Yes, his name is named Peggy, and was she a love interest? I can't even remember, but it's like the lady in that movie's name was Peggy. I hate Illinois Nazis. I also hate Illinois Nazis. If you don't hate Illinois Nazis, what are you even doing with your life? Remember to step on the gas when you see Illinois Nazis. How many hours in Dwarf Fortress do I have? On the Steam version? Good question. I haven't looked in a while. I have 2,841. Kind of surprised it's not above 3,000 yet. But I've been playing this game on and off since 09, so fuck if I know. Because that only started counting in 2022. I probably need to actually make another still, because even though basically none of my dwarves actually drink, we are kind of running low. Oh. So somebody who's actually like a true problem. Although, people often tend to look at each other. Must have been a very judgmental look, though. I can't think it, well, I mean, there are known, like, shitty people where I live, but the most notable ones are actually, like, local minority politicians. Can't speak. But we have a few of those that are just kind of funny. They're not, like, particularly concerning. It's just kind of a eye roll whenever they appear. If that makes any sense. No, there is a political group here, or I guess a minority party here, which have very let's just say they based some of their ideals on, you know, things a certain party once wanted. let's just say that. And kind of leave it at that. A lot of eugenics stuff. And I've seen their car drive by a couple times. It's pretty obvious it's a older Mustang that's very, 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 very choicely painted. Do they spill? I don't think so. Maybe? Why? What are you trying to do? What liquids are you trying to expel from a barrel, I guess is the question. Cover things in Venom. So Venom takes about 48 hours in-game to kill somebody, meaning about 2 days. You are better spending your time doing literally anything else in this video game. But, maybe? I'm not sure. Possible? It could, because you can still split, like, coin stacks doing that. But, trust me, it's, like, not a particular... It's one of those things that you can do... Like, there's some strats on the wiki, I think, to cover things in Venom. But it's one of those things where it's like, you can do it. But if you're gonna do it, only do it to say that you've done it. Don't actually do it to try and actually use it as, like, a serious, like, method of defending your fortress or anything. I mean... If you're gonna try and do barrel bombs, just put a small amount of lava on the ground. Just put a small amount of lava on the ground, you know, just like, as you do. Anyway, put a small amount of lava on the ground, and then fire barrels into that. Because that'll potentially catch them on fire, and if they catch fire, then they explode. But you're getting into the, you're going to spend hours setting up very meticulous systems for it to work once, but not the second time for no real discernible reason territory of Dwarf Fortress, and in which case, good luck to you. Have fun, but try and whatever you do, just make sure you like what you're building and the process of building it, because that might be the most entertainment you actually get out of it. Sorry, that's funny. What are the windmills for? They are to power a bunch of rollers. I'm using windmills because I almost always use water power. I'm changing it up. And also, like, water power is very inconvenient in this fort right now. I mean, it's more convenient now that I've cleaned up the caverns a little bit, but eh. Ghost GG, thanks for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you, mate. It's been kind of a quiet day for the subs, but I do thank you very much for those subscriptions, because I'm getting very close to, like, properly buying a place. And in order to do that, you know, that monies helps a lot. That's all I can say, so thank you. Appreciate you. I think putting these wall pieces here would be fine. Darren, thanks for checking out a gift. Red Fogel, thanks for checking out a gift as well. I haven't seen MMXSC in a minute. Hope they're doing all right. That was their 35th resub you just forced upon them. I appreciate you, Ghost. Also, thanks for seriously, thanks for that, Prime. Also, I missed this one as well. Aeronamo subscribed 11 minutes ago. Also with Prime. Because they gifted a subscription to that person? Like, that's what it says with the pop-up on screen. It shows who got gifted. They all do that? So why did it give them credit? Because that's who it has to credit. Okay, so you're still producing power. So this down here needs 500 something power. That's generating 40, so that'll be 4, 8, 12. 2, 3. This should be good. There are no mods that are must-haves for Dwarf Fortress. Hunter Oaks. And DFHack isn't really a mod. It's a third-party tool that's mostly used for modders. You don't need it if you're new to the game. In fact, I recommend learning the game without it. But, you know, nobody listens to me anyways. Because it's one of those things where it makes avoiding actually learning how to play the game easier than actually learning how to play the game. So I would recommend not learning the game with DFHack installed. It's one of those things that you install after you have 40, 50 hours in the game and you know the basics. Oh, you're Hunter from YouTube? Okay, got it. This shows just how often I look at YouTube. But that is my advice. Like, this is DFHack. It's kind of like... I mean, this is what it looks like. It provides a bunch of stuff like this down here, this menu back here, which is partially behind my head, and some quality of life stuff. But what it also does is it provides a lot of screens and things that will give you too much information, stuff like this, which isn't necessary, and it'll make you focus on the wrong things in the game. It's something that I would recommend for power players, but if you're not somebody who's been playing the game for a long time already, there really isn't much point outside of the few quality of life things. But you'll learn the game better if you don't go that route. Speaking of, I've got a bunch more coffins I gotta make. I didn't realize I had so many unfinished coffins. Crud. Explains a lot. I think I'm caught up now. Yes. Sizable tomb. Yeah, I mean, it is a vampire fortress. There needs to be a faster way to load coffins. Yeah, I want Tarn to actually make the crypt zoning definition, which is basically just like a dormitory equivalent, which he talked about a long time ago, but it's never happened, so maybe one day. Explains why dwarves weren't getting put into tombs. I think this is going to look pretty dope when it's done. You had to give the OG a try. I mean, The best way to think about Dwarf Fort is it's kind of like fantasy Mad Libs. It's like, is it going to be the most challenging game ever? No, but it certainly gives you a lot of ammunition to imagine things, which I think is really, really, really cool. Okay, so that's what's stopping you from working. Literally, this is what's stopping these ones from working. And coffins everywhere? I mean, if it worked the same way the dormitory zone did, then theoretically, yeah. I don't know. It's not in the game, though. Ironically, there was a thing in the game. Back in like 2006, 2007, the way you buried bodies was you just made a big zone and they would just dig a hole and bury bodies. But it, you know, I think RimWorld did it in its early versions that way as well. I know you can mod RimWorld to make it medieval, but it's such a hassle for you. Yeah, I think like something that always kind of irked me about RimWorld modding was the let's mod RimWorld to just be like Dwarf Fortress because it really shows how the two games are designed differently. It's like one is much more of a strategy game, even though it tries to have elements of Dwarf Fortress and markets itself off of Dwarf Fortress, but like what it ends up actually being is much more of a like tower defense-ish strategy game thing, which is fine. I mean, like it's very good at that. If anything, it's probably one of the best at that. But it's the more you play of the two games, the more you kind of realize just how starkly different they are. It's like when people ask me to compare the two, which happens every day, basically. It's always a, well, you wouldn't really compare Civilization and StarCraft, even though they're both strategy games. It's like, well, yeah, sure, they both have elements of, like, storytelling mechanics, but one of them is, like, a storytelling game first and, like, not necessarily a fun video game all of the time, while the other one tries to be a video game. Oh, shit, the vampire scholar Mako Darkfire has discovered the construction and the use of the lever. That dwarf can now write books about levers, which is cool. And on that note, we're also getting attacked by goblins. Fortunately, my military's all here. So let's lock the dwarfs inside. Reassign this. Turn this burrow on. But I don't know. Hopefully some of the reservations people have about Dwarf Fortress will change a little bit once adventure mode's accessible again. Push track vehicle. Oh, I see. I didn't turn these off. That'd do it! I was like, why is it trying to go push the track vehicle? Like, that shouldn't be a thing. I wonder which one you're going for. It's this one. No. Boop, done. Just gonna lock that door. And actually, let's send the rest of the military down here. A gem window was toppled by one of my vampires. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh no, are they just gonna go up at the top? Can they get up here? I don't think so. Guess not. You're just hoping they turn around? Yes, they are. Sweet. My Mark dwarves are already firing bolts out. So, like, this dwarf here, Saigon. See if you guys can see it. They'll be hard to spot. Oh, sorry. Thanks for keeping that sub alive for a 7th month. And see, they're firing bolts. Actually, if I turn on ASCII, it might be a little bit easier to see. These guys down here. You can see the little bolts flying out and landing on the lower layer where the goblins are. In fact, this one's are. Oh, nope, that's a cat. This one's already taken some damage. Which should be you. Yeah, you're nauseous. Got hit by iron bolts, which struck him in the lower body, which tore the guts through its leggings, damaged his leg armor, and my dwarves get some easy training here. I decided to be nice to the goblins and give them a little bit of cover, but check, can I get a round of beers for sorry, keeping that subscription alive? Now they're just turning them into pincushions, and they're all just sitting there vomiting and puking and taking all of the damage from all of the bolts that have hit them. Most of them are now on the ground, seriously injured. Or volting in pain. Dwarves are running off to go get more ammo. They're all nicely softened up. Find a world with elephants? I recommend settling in the savannah. All worlds have elephants, it's just a matter of finding an elephant. I don't know why you decided to go out here, Dwarf, and challenge this entire squad head on, but I respect the enthusiasm. This right here is Etor, who's now seriously bleeding. How many kills do you have, Etor? Okay, well, you killed one human. And these are your first few kills. Chasing through. You feeling faint. No longer with us. Rest in peace, Dwarf. It's a shame you had to die so quickly. But the goblins are moving forward. Surprisingly resilient, considering... Like, I mean, he just died. Rookie was cannon fodder, apparently. Seems like it, yeah. The remainder of the dwarves charge in. And they fall easily. Oh no! Montecore sunk into depression. Well, that's a shame. It's a bloodbath. It's a bath, all right. Oh, I see. There's another whole army of them. Well, that's excellent. Since there's another whole crew of them incoming, here's what I'm going to do. These ones, who are all mostly injured already, and thus moving very slowly, so I'm just going to lock them in here and we will properly memorialize them. Did we see Etor die? Yes, we did. Okay, so I can just get to that right away. So when the guy in the front here, well, actually, when this one hits this line of blood right here, we'll get this pulled. Forgotten Beast Almas has come. A massive ankylosaurid, which has a pair of fan-like antennae. It has a gaunt appearance and its black scales are large and overlapping. Beware its burning mouth fires. And where is it? Oh, it's somewhere it can't get to me. That's fine. I was scared for a second, but now I'm not. Anyways, you're right here. We're going to jump up to this, and I'm going to unforbid these gems, and I'm going to make a gem window right there again because somebody knocked it over again. And sorry to the dwarf who's depressed, Montecore. You may want to leave. Montecore! Montecore. Montecore? Chat, can I get some Fs for Montecore? Rest in peace, Montecore. You were a great dwarf. You had 11 notable kills and 149 other kills. But she's simply too depressed to keep going any further. Goodbye, Montecore. Goodbye. I would almost say that was mercy. I would actually say that was mercy. And you know, this is actually a perfectly good opportunity to get a very important step in my current machine built. Down here, this also needs to be pulled. And then this over here can fill up. And once this up here is filled up, we can just leave this whole thing full. The thing is, I'm going to wait until this is all done burning first. I think it's time for me to give my dwarves a little bit of a break. So let's put them all into the tavern. It is tavern time. You prefer warrior? So you want to die? I mean, like, here's the thing. If you prefer a warrior, but you don't want them when you're in a war, do you want to die? Or do you not want to die? Okay, well, whomst do you want? I mean, those are some of your options. These are some more of your options. These are some more of your options. Don't mind the lava, it's just doing its thing. You don't want to die, you could take a blacksmith. Do I even have any blacksmiths? I have 3 metalsmiths and 1 blacksmith. Whomst. Although I wouldn't take the top one because the top one is disabled. I know that because they haven't changed their armor. We got sprayed by a forgotten beast that paralyzed a bunch of my dwarves, and they kind of do the worm around, but they can't use their arms or legs. So do you want Doomed? Oh, you want not the top one. Okay, so this one. So you are now Doomed. So sorry about that. You're not in prison, but you're socializing in the prison with nobody who's in prison right now, because there's nobody in prison. She cracks easily under pressure, and she is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance and culture. She tends to be swayed by emotions of others, and she lives a fast-paced life. She is a friendly individual, and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and she has a sense of duty. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she occasionally overindulges, and she isn't particularly given to the flights of fancy. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized, and personally sees the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and does not particularly value the loyalty and doesn't really value merrymaking. The funny thing about that dwarf is all those dwarves, their brains are all mangled beyond recognition. Their brains are all mangled into unrecognizable masses, and none of them can see. None of them have any use of their hands, legs, or arms, and their spines are destroyed. Yet they're still alive? Somehow? Somehow? Because they can't breathe, but they're vampires, so they don't care. It's like they're alive in spite of their own existence. Basically. Good lord, right? I wish I could let them die, but trust me, this is their curse. You hate when that happens. You're right. You have several friends, one of which is Spineless, who is one of those dwarves. I can show you in a minute if you want. And you like bismuth bronze and blue jade and birchwood and decahedra, leather armor, and large gems, turkeys for their schnood and the sound of the gold of cobalt. You prefer to consume hedgehog, so live hedgehogs, got it, sheep cheese, carambola wine, reindeer's milk, and you hate worms. And Spineless over here, let's see. Yeah, can't breathe, can't stand, can't grasp. Second finger is mangled. Her brain is mangled beyond recognition. Her spine is bruised. Her middle spine is bruised. Her upper spine is bruised. And I have a starving mule in the fort. How can one like something without a brain? Vampirism is a curse. Not a gift. Manticore hasn't been found missing yet. I mean, I thought about making a squad of just those super injured dwarves. Because I feel like it'd be kind of funny. Because I could still put them back into the military. That's the thing. Maybe the most fucked up thing, I guess, is I could still just put them into the military. Can they raise friendly undead or are they hostiles? Yes and yes. And no, you have no control over which one they do. I don't know, but like JJ, why are your teeth... So one of my dwarven vampires was brawling under the influence, and now we have a big fight breaking out. I guess no more tavern time for you guys then. I thought I would be nice and give them tavern time, but this is fine. Big Bang's been found dead. Yeah. Oops. I guess everybody fight now. Wowie. I don't think children should be brawling under the influence. I don't think they should have the opportunity to be under the influence. Also, I don't even have a full stock of doctors right now, so let's get us another doctor in here. Let's get another one of these. And sure, another one of these. But honestly, only one dwarf dying is pretty okay, all things considered. Everybody fight now! Yes, correct. I agree with that statement. Well, let's see. Okay, well, good news is I've got 2 doctors diagnosing patients. Vampires cannot feed off of animals. They will only feed off of things that can speak. So I guess like kobolds, goblins, elves, humans, dwarves, gremlins, I suppose. There we go. Ironically, that's... Maybe not ironically, but funnily enough, that is the first tavern brawl that's happened in this fort. I guess that means I need to actually start working on the moods. Of course, it's like QN green tea and the suited giraffe. That's kind of funny, actually. The best part about the suited giraffe is he can never actually go to prison. Because if he goes, he's a child forever, so... Okay, we got dwarves getting sutures. And this dwarf's satisfied at work. Oh, shit! Over in YouTube chat, Panthenocopy? I don't know how to say your name. Thank you very much for the $20 super chat. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate you. You just thought about a Gorlak being a vampire. Oh no, a Gorlak could totally be a vampire, yeah. Be right back, chat. Blood sugar's a little high. Whoa. Sorry, I missed that. Sorry, thanks for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. Also, hi, Alfie. I do not have the overlay on, no. Alright, if you're talking about, like, the percentages of thread, that is DF hack. There is no way to disable that, which bothers me. At least not one that I've found. Or I guess there may be a way to disable it, but I haven't found a way to disable it. You've claimed a crafts dwarf shop. I'm zipped off to go do that thing. All right, well, let's send out a squad. Get back to it. Yet another forgotten beast. This one's a viper, which has lidless eyes, and it has a long... I hit my follower goal, apparently. Which has a long swinging trunk, and it has a bloated body. Its yellow scales are small. Set far apart, beware its poison bite. This one can get to me. I didn't actually set that follower goal. That follower goal has just been there for a while. Because Twitch automatically sets one after you achieve the one that you had got. So it auto set that one, and I've just been too lazy to disable it. I should disable it afterwards. So it's not a huge deal, but thanks, I guess. Oh, these dwarves are all going to go raid that location. And then the other dwarves, turn them into spaghetti and go back to training, and you'll climb out eventually and you can butcher the animal. Big old beastie here gets big old butchery. I think it'll probably be 32,000. Or is it really 31,000? Yeah, I guess it would be 32 now. But you know, it's fine. It's nice. I don't mind having it. It's just kind of I didn't set it. Oh, apparently now I need a doctor kill. Why am I not surprised? After that giant this. You can butcher Forgotten Beasts? Yep. Forgotten Beasts is animals. Animals can be butchered. Thought they were sentient? Nope. No, they are not. They are wild animals. Dwarf has begun a mysterious construction using rough amethysts, more rough amethysts, alder logs, mule bone, amongst other things. How else do you think you get Forgotten Beast leather stuff? Can you butcher titans? Mm-hmm. Yes. I mean, they're forgotten beasts, not forgotten intelligence. I guess. Mulebone animal trap. Maybe I have to make animal traps. The Dwarf Fish Cleaner Vampire has created a Rithbarinir, a mulebone animal trap, and offers it to the Fire Frost. This is a mulebone animal trap. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of round amethyst cabochons, alder cashew wood, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of andesite and basalt. On the item is an image of the rope quested, the Peridot training sword in mulebone, which is in my fortress. On the item is an image of Cog mob pillars, the dwarf, and the zeal of heads, the bronze crossbow in alpaca wool. Cog is embracing the zeal of heads. The artwork relates to the acquisition of the zeal of heads by the dwarf Cog mob pillars as a symbol of authority within the knowing theater in 169. On the item is an image of Moment Wing, the conical forgotten beast leather cap in amethyst. When you play, you watch my tutorial vids. Use them as a resource, not as a substitute for thinking, I guess. I think that these two squads, I'm just going to set to off duty and give them a break. Can you butcher demons? Certainly. So, assuming they're butcherable. Not all demons are butcherable. So as an example, like, a demon that's an animal would be butcherable, whereas a demon that is not an animal, or like a demon made out of animal parts actually would be butcherable. This is that training sword that was being referred to. Okay, let's go down to this. So this down here, it's going to empty into this. Game is complex, yes. Correct. So this getting emptied will dump all this lava down into here. And this is going to flow all the way along here and fill this underground area down here up. Although I guess that's never getting built now. Rip. I mean, it's what? It's 4 p.m. here. I started at 9 a.m. There's no way to tell, Onoskelis, because I've been playing this game since on and off since 2009. So actual accurate numbers are very different than like what Steam says. So there's no real way to know. Plays for weeks sometimes. Week-long stream. I've never done a week-long stream. It's hanging in there, Big Tom. She's hanging in there. It's one of those games that seems like it has a very big learning curve, yes. It's not as bad as it looks. So that's generating 360 power. Need 513. Although it'll likely be much closer once they connect these two together, because you're doing 240, you're doing 3. Yeah, that'll be plenty. That'll be plenty. Although you're being paused because you're probably being brought over to this. Get up there, bud. So you can claim a dwarf? Yeah, somebody might gift you one too. I mean, tier 2 subscribers can donate them to people, so if there's a tier 2 lying around, or hanging around, I guess is maybe the better terminology. Then that could happen. Otherwise, maybe not. We'll see. I wonder why. Really need a lot more miners, I think. Oh, I know why. They can't get out the front door. Because the other one's kind of covered in lava right now. It's a whole thing. I only stream 3 days a week, though, these days, consistently. Some weeks I stream 4, but I generally only stream 3 days a week now. So I would say it's actually probably kind of difficult to, you know, fully save up. I mean, it's certainly doable. I'm not trying to say that you can't do it. You can absolutely do it. But I don't stream as long as I think maybe people are making it seem. I stream as long as I'm willing to, and I don't stream until it becomes unhealthy. I would also state that you shouldn't spend money on streams if you only have a few dollars. That is a very silly thing to do. Because I would argue that this is an optional expense and you shouldn't do things you can't afford. Life is better when you only do things that you can afford. Or you can only donate a dwarf once per day. That's probably on cooldown still, I think. Sorry. Yeah, it's you did it 24 minutes ago. You can only do it once every, I think it's 45? Might be 55 minutes. It's got a cooldown, so it's still on cooldown. There we go. Now that all this is done, that's generating 800 power. I'm gonna give you a pull. So this is now flipped. It's frozen. I was worried about that. Ugh. It's annoying. All right, so if that's frozen, how can I fix this? Frozen here. It's this one that's frozen. Save the game, streamer. You'll do it in an hour. You have enough points you could donate 3 times. Tier 2 subscribers can just gift people things. Just saying. They get access to the command Dwarf, which allows you to just summon a gift to somebody. You know, I'm suddenly kind of very tempted to just like pump some lava directly underneath this stuff so that this stops freezing, but oh, actually I wonder if it's because this ice is right here. Bet you that might actually hold on. I'm just gonna cancel these deconstructions. I'm curious. Would channeling out this fix this problem? Would channeling out this fix this problem? Like just get the ice further away from it? I mean, you've already been dwarfed, so you can't. Your dwarf can't be gifted away once you've had your a dwarf bestowed upon ye. It's that one that's closest. Huh. Looks like that works. Pilot, how are you doing today, by the way? And sorry, give me a second. I have to manually give you access to that command. Thank you very much for increasing your sub roll tier. It also gives you the generic sound commands. Just make sure I got the right person. There's a bunch of people with very similar names to yours. Done. Done. All right, so you should have the annoy me commands, but you should also be able to type an exclamation point dwarf. Because that's cheating. Why would exclamation point barf do something? Those are the commands you have. I don't like using infinite water generators for 2 reasons. Reason number 1, they freeze. Reason number 2, they evaporate. And I don't like my power to freeze or evaporate. I like to be able to build a power system and it just works. Like this one does now. I can test this in a moment, which is exciting. Also, Asori wanted to use that command, suited. So thanks for just completely upsconning it. So I will pretend that you use that on Mercury because that's who Asori was trying to give a sub to. I'm completely negating your rights here. Hey, Twitch chat. We're giving Mercury a dwarf here. It's up to you guys to vote yes or no as to whether or not they get a dwarf. Mercury, do you want a dwarf with a beard or without a beard? It's up to you. Any dwarf is fine. Okay. Happiest unnamed dwarf it be. You love democracy? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you get Ashen, the dwarf armorer vampire, who also has a pickaxe, who's praying to Onul the Rumored, the god that's rumored to exist. Mercury wants to drink alcohol. Sounds Dwarfy. Is swayed by emotional appeals, likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He can be very happy and optimistic, and a dragon just ran past his head. Remains put off by deliberate merrymaking and doesn't feel envious of others. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he is assertive. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He is slow to anger, and he is hopeful about the future, and he is slow to trust others, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and really wants a drink, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He has no friends and no family. He's been in the fortress since the year 318, and he dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized, and sees introspection as important, and sees merrymaking as a waste, and doesn't value artwork, and does not really value skills related to fighting. He likes mica, lay pewter, as well as green jade, and the color cardinal, and cassowaries for their casks, and when possible prefers to consume moghopper, giant tapir cheese, leeks, and pomegranate wine, and yak's milk, and walnuts. Can't stand flies. Welcome to the fortress. And I'm going to do something that I feel I should have done a while ago. It's going to be a no armor squad. This is going to be a squad made up of all of those dwarves that have no usage of their arms or legs. And I'm just going to get them periodically training. Because they were all in the military previously. So this may end up being a very amusing squad. Because I don't think I actually have that many of them left. I guess it's just the two of them. Just giving these squads a break. Okay, so Holy Boulder. I do actually have quite a few more of these. Spineless. Might take me a little while to spot them all, but... Oh no. Why are you naked, Anon 4? So that's another one. I mean, this dwarf here has what? 127 notable kills? Well, they have no usage of their arms or legs, because they don't have functioning arms or legs. Like, none of them can breathe, their brains are all mangled beyond recognition, and their spines are all fucked. But I feel like they could lead up to a very funny, see, brain mangled beyond recognition. So, you know. Gig Moth, what up? It's good to see you. Who's ready to give this sucker a test run down here? I hope it'll work. Uh-oh. It's getting a little full here. May actually have to drain this a little bit. But I can still give this a bit of a test run. Also, now this needs to go up. Just wait for these ads to be done. There you go. So, what this should do, ideally, is when I pull the lever, these drawbridges should all drop down, and these minecarts should just do loops. This one might get stuck right here, but hopefully it doesn't. They should fill up with lava, and they should do loops. Filling them up with lava is also going to be kind of also very useful, because then I'll have minecarts full of lava if I need to put a tile of lava somewhere. But this should be fine, I think. Hey, Kaiser, in YouTube chat. Also, chat investments are open. Hey, Twitch chat, can I get a round of Crypt Zooms? If you happen to have Crypt Zoom. It's one of my emotes. It's very thematically accurate right now. So that has now been pulled. Now we wait for a dwarf to come and pull the lever. Be the next... Oh, there you are. Our beetle friend here. So here go nothing. Nice. Interesting. Why aren't they filling up? Well, that's curious. I mean, they don't need to. But I gotta say that's kind of terrifying. Yeah, I don't know why they're not filling up. Normally they would. Maybe they're too cold. Yeah, they're not filling up with lava. Interesting. It might be... Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because this is a ramp down, not an actual drop. If it was just a drop and not a ramp down, they'd fill up. But regardless, this will work. I just need to make some small adjustments to it. I need to make this into a ramp down for starters. Let's start draining the lava underneath it. Let's also get, well, this lever right here pulled. That looks pretty cool. Yes. I don't want to like confirm that because I don't want you to kill a dwarf, but that you didn't want to kill. But I guess that would work that way, I think. Okay, so this will drain quick enough. I need to make an additional like way to drain this. Like, yeah, that wouldn't require that much digging even. If they die and it's my fault. Ah, got it. So once this is done draining, I'm kind of tempted to also dump the lava out the front, but I feel like that might be a bit unnecessarily dangerous. What are you hauling? Granite? But also, like, why not? You know what I mean? Like, why not? Why not just dump the lava out the front? That, or what I could do is I could... Actually, this would probably be a way to do it. Dump it out the side. That'll drain way quicker. In fact, I can make it 2 zeros high. So right about here would be where we start to channel up. And that would drain things a lot quicker than they're currently draining. And the other thing that I can do with this is I can then just smooth and fortify that at the end there. Then I can just build a very, well, actually, very long raised drawbridge all the way along this. You gonna go play? We'll see you later. Oh, sorry. Thanks for swinging by and hanging out, and thanks for the gifted subs. You're helping keep this channel funded. Somebody's gotta. I mean, nobody's gotta, technically, but that's how you keep the streamer around in a longer-term capacity. While we wait for these dwarves to arrive. It is truly wonderful to be able to, like, have a fortress here where the dwarves don't get... I think, like, maybe the biggest advantage to vampires is that they don't get cave adapted at all. Like, it is lovely. Like, kind of truly, it is lovely. I wonder if I'll find any useful ore while it's digging through this. Also really tempted to just open this up and let it flow out the front, but I also kind of don't want to like accidentally torch some dwarves going this way, so eh. I don't know, because I retired a fort that was next door to this one, which had like 100 dwarves in it, which was this. It has 600 now. Within like not even 2 weeks of me being in this fort, like within a season of me being in the fort that I'm currently in, which is underneath this got taken over by 5,000 goblins. So I think it depends on how big the enemy army is. An elven caravan has arrived. $5,000. Yeah, we killed them. So I think it depends on like how strong the enemy or how strong the baddies are potentially, I guess. High Master Wound Dresser, hey? I super didn't make them a Doctor's Guild, even though they asked me for one. Crap. I was trying to make one right here, but yeah, that super didn't happen. If they've been underground for too long, yes. By rights, it should be killing them. By lore that's been prescribed onto them by other creatures that are not from this universe. By that logic, it should be, but not by their logic. You know, I feel like a lot of lore tries to make vampires very obvious. Whereas, like, in Dwarf Fortress, they seem to be super incognito. Like, they just seem to be, like, designed to hide very effectively. Like, they don't sparkle. They're not shiny. You know, they're not, like, super obvious that they're an evil entity there to kill you. I kind of like that. I don't know. All right, let's get that work done. Then their ashes get swept up and thrown into the trash. I mean, I think it's maybe the main problem here is the fact that you're playing The Sims, but who am I to judge? Sure. Red Fogel. It's not Sims 4? That's almost worse. And the only reason it's almost worse is because you're like, well, it's not Sims 4, so instead you're playing, like, the unsupported non-current version because you were too stubborn to adopt the new version. So in a way, it's almost worse. Of course, I would very much respect you if you were still playing Sims 2. But, like, it's still kind of almost worse in some ways. Sims 3 got an update like yesterday? Wait, what? Why? Just like a compatibility update? Now I'm actually curious. What are they updating The Sims with? Sims 2, now that was a good one. I wish I liked The Sims, I guess is the thing to say. I wish I actually liked The Sims. Because in theory, I should totally like it, but I just don't. I just don't. I mean, it's a free-to-play game, so of course it's endlessly DLC. But you cannot look me in the eye and tell me with a straight face that they weren't always that. You're just lying to yourself if that's the case.
Corkboard cheered. X100.
Corkboard, thanks for the $1. Appreciate ya. I didn't want to say it, but thanks for finally filling up the leaderboard. You felt bad for them? That's just like me in public. I mean, that's just the whole franchise. It's always just been that way. And it'll always be that way. Such is the way of, like, games of that sort, you know? If they were still making SimCity games, they would also be free to play and have 250, you know. If SimCity 2013 was successful, they would still be updating that game and it would have $6,000 in DLC as well. It's just par for the course for that type of game. I remember my little sister spending $30 on a box copy of Sims 3 Pets, so you know, it's always been that. Single cut paradox. What animals did you bring? They brought a giant alligator. Chat, they brought a giant alligator. I will happily buy that giant alligator. Are vampire alligators a thing? No. Animals cannot get cursed. I mean, it's not a breeding pair, so it ain't perfect, but hey. I must see how big this gator is. Look at him! I don't even think Sims DLCs are that overpriced. I've looked at the prices of them a few times. They seem relatively fair for what they're offering. Especially in, like, The Sims 4. Like, The Sims 4 sucks for a lot of reasons, but, like, that game has a lot of content in the base game. Like, I know somebody who installed The Sims during the pandemic, and she literally sat there and played for, like, it was like 300-400 hours without even buying a DLC before she felt she needed to even look at the DLC. Yeah, but it's a sandbox game, right? What is the progress with the movie? What movie? I uploaded one, like, not even 2 weeks ago. Go watch it. Oh, move. I can read. I'd say my stuff's like 60% packed. Something like that. But I'm not actually moving until the end of the month because I don't get the keys. Looks like it's eating that dog. She's giving the pup a little chomp right there. Are you war trainable? I doubt it. Nope. But, what's the word? If I could get a breeding pair, that would be hysterical, though. Just a breeding pair of giant alligators. Be super down for that. Let's get this opened. But, yeah, no, the move isn't going to be really in full swing until the 1st. It's like the worst possible timing. Yeah, but they won't be friendly. Like, all undead livestock are always, like, hostile to you. It's a damn dinosaur. I mean, isn't an alligator kind of just a dinosaur? They're just, like, a very derpy, small, dumb dinosaur. Not to say that dinosaurs weren't derpy, dumb, and small, but there definitely was derpy, dumb, and small ones. As much as, like, you know, Jurassic Park wanted you to think other. Well, it depends on the dinosaur. But birds are their closest remaining relatives, if I'm not mistaken. Clever Girl is very funny to me because, like, velociraptors are, like, a large chicken. They are not that big. Like, in Jurassic Park, they're fucking 15 feet tall. Whereas, like, in reality, they're, like, itty-bitty. I remember the first, like, I went to the Alberta Dinosaur Museum. I think it was in Alberta. Anyway, I went to the dinosaur museum we have here and up in Canada. and I think it's in Alberta. It's in the Badlands. But anyway, we went to that when I was younger, and they had a exhibit of velociraptors, and they were like waist high for me at the time. I don't think that Jurassic Park was very accurate. To me, Jurassic Park is like, it's historical fantasy in that regard, right? It's like archaeological fantasy. Like it's making shit up to get people interested in a thing. And, you know, I guarantee you that there is a lot of people who work in archaeology now who study dinosaurs who, like, could care less, right? Like, genuinely, like, they could care less that they were given inaccurate information by that movie. More like hysterical fantasy. That's true. That is true. I mean, that was accurate. That was actually a Unix system. I wouldn't call alligators particularly dumb. I don't know. Okay, so I'm going by reality here, RDR2 lover. And in reality, I've seen many a video of man with frying pan in the Florida suburbs screaming at an alligator and whacking it in the nose and pushing it into a trash bin and rolling it down the street. Saying, "Get out of my fucking yard, you gator!" I don't know. I think they're pretty dumb. Although I think if a man ran at me with a frying pan, I too would jump into that garbage bin. So maybe it's smart. I don't know. Maybe I'm judging the gators too much. I mean, Hobo can probably confirm. That was probably his neighbor that I saw the video of. Maybe not his neighbor, but... Although, to be fair, I've done very similar things with bears. Like, bear is in the general vicinity, and I just kind of yell at it, and it walks away, and it's like, it's fine. It left. We're good. Did I get rid of this make soap job? I didn't. Thanks for exposing you to it more like, Fraga. I mean, I didn't give them to you, but maybe I helped you learn them. You should thank me for wasting a lot of your time. I've never seen a polar bear, and if I saw a polar bear, I would run. Outside of the zoo. No, black bears. I probably wouldn't do that with a brown bear either. Brown bears are kind of spooky. They're a bit brown bears are a little cranky sometimes. So like, yeah, I don't know. if a brown bear showed up, I'd probably abscond the general vicinity.
JK.
Polar bears are big, man. 14 months of your time now. Well, thanks for giving, like, you subscribing for the 14th month. This is the 14th time. It's a goddamn long time. I'm trying to set this up so it'll drain quicker when I want it to drain. Some migrants have arrived. Oh no! To check on their well. The well is dry. It's okay, it'll be easy to fill now. While I'm over here working on extracurricular activities such as making a giant drain for lava. Yeah, no, you don't want to fight a polar bear. Black bears, you can just kind of yell at them and they'll walk away. Basically, any bear that hunts, you want to avoid. Any bear that scavenges, you can just kind of yell at and they'll walk away. Yeah, no, I grew up around black bears. I spent most of my childhood shouting at black bears so I could walk up my driveway. Come back from a friend's house, I'd always call my mom and be like, hey, so I'm at the bottom of the driveway, and she'd be like, all right, there's a black bear on the second turn. I'd be like, hey, just walk up the stairs, go away, go away. Yeah. Or walk up the driveway shouting, go away, pushing my bicycle. Good times. You know, like the kids with bikes genre of TV chat? That was very similar to my childhood. Kids with bikes. Although I think like probably the most popular iteration of the kids with bikes thing is probably Stranger Things. Everything that hunts better be avoided? Yeah. Other humans too. Bikes, not motorbikes, the fuck? I can't drive a car. Why would I be allowed to drive a motorcycle? It wasn't really efficient, but cool. I had a little mountain bike. It was similarly inefficient. It was fun, though. Man, these dwarfs is getting a little slows. We're gonna have to get them in the tavern again soon. Also wondering what's causing the frame rate lag here. Ah. Out of plant cloth. Which I find kind of hard to believe, actually. Let's make yarn amulets. Make 150 of them, clear out those bins a little bit. Let's go up to here. Assign everybody. Remove all the vampires. So there's 4 dwarves. The well is operational. Very much so. I wonder. Never had a BMX. I had a mountain bike because, like, I lived on a lot of hills. In some parts of the world, they would have called it a mountain, but it was a big hill. I lived on a big hill. What an odd place to attend a meeting there, Dwarf. Cancels construct reason donate. Oh, I know what's causing the frame rate lag. It's probably literally just digging this. Doing this kind of digging, oddly enough, is generally pretty bad for your frame rate. But they're almost done with it. So we'll see if the frame rate picks back up when they're done. I mean, my neighbor just like destroyed his just broke his femur, actually. BMXing in a skate park, so maybe your dad was onto something. Depending on what you would have used it for. Same position. They're clumsy and skill issue. Yeah. Yeah, I am amazingly never seriously hurt myself on a bicycle outside of like being a 12-year-old who was dumb who went off a jump and landed on his arm funny. So outside of that, like, I never managed to hurt myself on a bike. But I did get a speeding ticket. I did, in fact, get a speeding ticket. I was riding my dad's bike, and I was going to the lake, and I was going down a really big hill. A really, really, on a bicycle, yes. A really, really, really big hill that happens to go through a school zone. On a bicycle, yes. It happens to go through a school zone. And my dad at the time, has a really nice Norco racing bike. Yeah, it's technically a vehicle. Any vehicle that you can ride on the road, you can get a speeding ticket if you're breaking the speed limit. So I went through that school zone at about 40 kilometers an hour, which is a 30 zone. So I was going 10 over. He said I was going above 40 kilometers an hour. The police officer pulled me over because he was just like camping down there behind a shrub, which I saw him, but like I didn't really think it would be an issue. Zipped past him, flashes lights, comes over. I just kind of turn around. I'm like, what? And he's just like, you know how fast you were going? I'm like, nope. And he goes, you were going 45 in a 40 zone. I'm like, okay. Or in a 30 zone. I'm like, okay, what does that mean? He goes, do you not know? And I'm like, no. And he goes, you over 16? And I go, no. And he goes, well, in that case, I can't give you a ticket, but I can say congratulations and good for you for wearing a helmet. So have a nice afternoon, kid. And so I rode off. He also didn't ask me why I wasn't in school, which is probably why he actually pulled me over, but can't get a ticket if you don't have a driver's license. I mean, to be fair, like, I feel like he was just bored. What was more annoying was then I had to pedal up the other side of the hill, because the hill was like, I don't know, a 200-meter long hill that was like pretty fucking steep. It was like something like this, right? It was pretty fucking steep. So it just went all like just straight down, and I'm riding on this full-size adult's like racing bike. On your Ice Age trails, did you trip over a squirrel with a pile of nuts? It's impossible for me to, like, comprehend the words Ice Age now without thinking about the animated films. Those two are just one and the same in my brain. Just a random rock? Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, the fluid direction patterns are nifty. They're flowing back and forth, though. They're not entirely random. All right, let's go up here. Yeah, you don't want to bail onto snow. Unless it's like fresh powder, you do not want to bail onto snow in any circumstance. People who think that snow is soft have never really spent much time around snow. It's like thinking that a cloud is fluffy and bouncy. It's like, yeah, that's not how that works. That's not how the physics works of that. My tavern keeper broke a window. Great. Softer than snow? I mean, less bouncy than snow, too. Point taken. I'll have to note these down for future dumb references. That's a lot of diggers. They've got nothing else to do. They're vampires. They got lots of free time, so might as well dig. Of course, the pilot's like, well, cloud edges could be fun. Uh-huh. Go on. Doggy, are you really doing what it looks like you... Okay, you didn't do what I thought you were going to do. That's good. And also, you need to be connected to a thing. So you right here need to hook up to this. And need to hook up to this. And then this right here needs that to pull so that this stops. And then I can hook the rest of this up. No, totally. You haven't seen proper snow? You fly planes and you haven't seen snow? My God. That's all I can say is you fly planes, but you haven't seen snow. You fly planes, go fly plane to snow. It easy. You've lived your entire life in South Louisiana? Yeah, I know about that place from Kitchen Nightmares, mostly. That's where I get all of my hot Louisiana facts, which I'm sure are very accurate. Lava Rail 5. Lava Rail 6. What are we wetting the hell at? Anything exciting happen in the fort today? Well, I got my cart grinders almost done, which is fun. We had some dwarves die while getting attacked by things. I've captured some dragons. Today's been pretty low-key. I've just been kind of chilling, to be honest. Oh yeah, we got a giant alligator from the elves just now, which is fun. Grr. Have to get more cheese from Wisconsin. That's not a sentence I hear every day. Kitchen Nightmares, do I remember? I don't know. The one with the rats and the mice. That's all I got, man. Those shows are I'm too stoned to think about anything else logical, and I just need to kill time for the next 3 hours entertainment. That's all of them? Not all of them have rats. Most of them have rotten food, though. I've seen enough Kitchen Nightmares to know that much. Some of them have rats. Not all of them have rats. I realize this is about as descriptive as saying it's... I've seen South Park, the episode where Kenny dies, but, like, come on. It's raw! Yeah, no, I mean... Although these days, recently I've just been watching Hell's Kitchen, so, you know. When it comes to excellent quality television, I'm not somebody to be trusted. Simply put, the fluids don't move in random directions. YouTube chat. Why do I always delist my streams? Because they go up on a different YouTube channel at Blind Extras. Because I don't really want people to be coming to my YouTube channel, subscribing, and then getting spammed with streams, because I don't like subscribing to a YouTube channel and then just getting spammed with streams. I find that really annoying. So I delist them. If you want to watch them, you can go watch them on my Blind Extras channel. They're better formatted there and in playlists. And I also often stream more than one game. And that way I can split the VODs up if I'm streaming more than one game that day. Oh yeah, no, it's a much, the British show is a better show. Absolutely. Platonic Absolutely, the British show is a better show. I'm not going to say that, like, the other ones aren't fun, because they're certainly fun. So who's ready to test out these minecarts? Nice. A nice big army. It's a big one, boys. That's a big one. All right, squads. It's time to get to training. You're about to go to bed, but you ain't missing this. I don't expect it to be super effective, but... like, if you need to go to bed, I would say go to bed, but... I would like to see if it works. I know that much. Gotta sleep. I'm just gonna skip the gym. Oh, like tomorrow morning or tonight? We'll have to pause these, though. This isn't gonna be as optimal as I would like it to be. Because ideally, this would have more lava in the bottom of it. But here's what I can do. It goes down here, right? Directly into this. What if there was another? Okay, maybe not right there. But what if there was another one of these that maybe went like right this way? I need this to fill up. So what I could do... actually, let's just try right here. Could build around that real quick. Fill it up from there. I don't want to dig there. It'll look bad. What if... go here. And I channel down right here into this. Could make that work. Just got to dig this out real quick. Won't take too long. I don't really care, Platonic Cave Dweller. I think this game is really bad for speedrunning, so I don't think it would suit the game super well. But if somebody could make it entertaining, then more power to them. I think that games that are good for speedrunning should be at SGDQ, because SGDQ is a event that's designed to raise money for charity, not necessarily make for good streams. And because Dwarf Fortress isn't a great game for... like speedrunning, it would kind of be the antithesis of the sort of game they would want for an event like that. So to me, I think that that would be kind of just a bad option, really. Like, I think it would get a run because of its, like, renown and not because of the fact that it would actually make for a good, you know, event. So personally, I feel like that would be kind of a waste of a run at GDQ, and I wouldn't book it if I was at GDQ and a part of GDQ. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to see UFO 50. That's a game that should be at GDQ. Probably was this year even. I don't ever watch it live, so. Why do you ask? What's supposed to make a good Doctor's Guild? All right, instead of fucking around with this, let's just get this thing done. We'll do it with less lava than normal. We'll see how well it works. It's just so cool. You know, there's lots of speedruns that I like watching. Speedruns in general are cool. But, like, there's a reason why the Fire Emblem speedruns are put at 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, but this isn't Minecraft, right? Like, games that do not visually play well for speedruns get stuck in the middle of the night and are not interesting to watch. And I think Dwarf Fortress would definitely be in that kind of situation. I like this game a lot. I don't think it would make for even remotely good live streams. Especially at an event full of people who don't know much about the game. I think it would be a pretty bad representation of the game, if nothing else. They're your favorite runs? Well, I'm sure there's an audience for it. I don't see it benefiting the game. I don't see it being great for GDQ either. I mean, like, the only run that I could see being interesting for Dwarf Fortress would be Fun %. But, like, some maniac who did it would probably want it to be, like, not a fun %, but an any %, like you want something that requires you to actually, like, beat the game or, like, get Mountain Home, which I think would be really bad, personally. So, I don't know. I don't think it would make for great streams or a great, like, addition to the charity event. How does one win at DF? Well, the two, like, speedruns that actually get speedruns for Dwarf Fortress, not popular speedruns, but the ones that actually do get some sort of semblance of a speedrun, are Fun % and, oopsies, are Fun % and Hell %. Fun % is kill all 7 dwarves, and Hell % is get to Hell. The other one would be Mountain Home %. I don't think Hell % would be entertaining because it would just be like playing Minesweeper through a fucking spire. Fun % is kill everybody, which would be quick. That's like a 40-second long run, though. Tops. I think the record for it last I checked was like 28 seconds or something. To generate a world and then kill all 7 dwarves. You have fun as soon as you hear the intro song? Yeah, but you play the game. You're not part of the... Like, the reason... Like... I like GDQ a lot. I think GDQ is really cool. The reason streamers push to get their game or a game that they play into GDQ is for self-serving reasons. It's not because they like GDQ a lot of the time. A lot of the time it's because if your game gets like made part of GDQ, congratulations, you as the streamer are going to make a fuckload of money. Because now all of a sudden your game is being showcased at this very popular streaming event, and you, the streamer, presumably, is going to make a bunch of money because now suddenly a lot of people are hearing about the game that you cover and play. So it's often a... it's often like a thing that people try and hamstring games that wouldn't make for good content of that sort into it. Like, I don't know. If you guys disagree with me, feel free to disagree with me, but I don't think Dwarf Fortress makes for good speedrunning content. All right. I should probably do some more prep with this so I don't accidentally total half my fort. Maybe back at the beginning, Quap Mop. Not so much these days. All right, let's deny this. I'm curious about how big this siege is. Here comes the blob. Yeah, no, it's a very corporate event these days. No, it's definitely possible to speedrun Dwarf Fortress. Go to, like, speedrun.com and then look up Dwarf Fort. There's absolutely speedruns of Dwarf Fort. I personally have no interest in doing it myself. I mean, I talked about this at the beginning of the stream, but I put out a forum relatively recently that was just, hey, like, send in, thanks for the $10. Shark Jumping Walrus, appreciate you. It's a very big Vile Force of Darkness. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? But I put out a forum saying, hey, like, send in ideas for challenge forts, right? And I'll release that document once I've organized it a little bit. But there was somebody who very, like, explained like I'm 5, explained what a speedrun was, and suggested mountain home percent, basically. But, like, didn't use any speedrun terminology. They just said, try and get to mountain home as fast as you possibly can, and then repeat several times to improve your time. And absolutely not. I personally have absolutely no interest in doing it because I don't think this game translates well to speedruns. Like, something like SSX Tricky, or, like, any kind of racing game. Games that, like, where you're benefited by playing quickly, that you can have impressive skills. Like, for Dwarf Fortress, all it would really be... Like, it's not even like Minecraft, where, like, it would be visually entertaining. Dwarf Fortress would just be, like, very quickly clicking things and then waiting as a speedrun game. Like, I don't... Nothing about that is interesting to me. I mean, the most I would ever be interested in doing for Dwarf Fortress speedruns, personally, or watching for that matter, would be Fun Percent, which is just how quickly can you kill all 7 dwarves, because that shit's just funny. Are they already shooting from all the way over there? Because, like, there's already bolts all the way the hell over here. Oh, no, those are arrows, so those weren't me. Get them, Marks, dwarves! They're firing. Look, see? Bronze bolt hits him in the neck. Oh, man. That may actually kill him. Because he can't breathe? Winded? Cannot breathe, yeah. My Marks dwarves got one. They're going to suffocate him. What a goddamn champion, man. Orc with bow and is going to prison now, it seems. Yeah, see, I used to watch a lot of speedruns. Like, I watched a lot of Super Monkey Ball for a while there. I watched a lot of Mirror's Edge for a while. And I gotta say, literally none of that is interesting to me. Like, I understand, like, the allure of just, like, ridiculous meme runs. But you could not find a form of video game entertainment that is less appealing than that for me. Those are dwarf snipers? Oh, yeah. Bloody efficient dwarven snipers. Although it's kind of hard to miss that blob. Harrowed? Oh, man. That is as upset as you can get. What the fuck is going on? Oh, it's literally just these dwarves. They just absolutely hate it here. Oh, okay. Game laggy. Chat investments are open if you care. Oh, I love Half-Life speedruns. Half-Life speedruns are fantastic. I think in order for a game to appear at GDQ, you need to have a community that cares deeply about speedrunning their game. And while there's always been a few people who've loved the idea of speedrunning Dwarf Fortress, I'm not even close to convinced. Okay, well, this one didn't end up... Oh, wait, what? Oh, did Troll here break this one? He must have. Tisk. But yeah, I'm not even remotely close to convinced that... May have to speed them up, put more rollers in. I'm not even remotely close to convinced that the Dwarf Fortress community cares. There we go, we got one. Look at you. A schmack, we got 2. Three, crunch. This one's going very slowly because he also toppled this. Now he's either toppling the bridge or the door. Probably the door. Bonk, there goes another one. There goes 2. Boom! Okay, these minecarts are getting some kills now. Is that Shrek on the right? Nope, that is definitely just a troll. Should I shut my camera off, or do you guys have a good enough view, chat? Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit. No, that's a troll over there on the right, not an ogre. There are some blind cave ogres behind me, but... Like, what does this combat log look like? Iron minecart strikes the goblin in the injured hand, and the part blows up into a lump of gore. Man. Meanwhile, this goblin has just made it through somehow. And there's also just like a bunch of goblins down in here. There's still kind of a lot more that need to come through, too. Are you on fire? Yep, you are in fact on fire. Let's follow the minecart itself for a little bit. The game lagging is actually kind of a blessing in disguise here. Oh, did you just get stuck? I think this one just got jammed. Oh, maybe not. Nope, frame rate's just that low. Okay, it's the smoke probably. Nope, it's jammed. Okay. Wow, okay, this thing just got a kill. It just killed that ogre by hitting it. 'Cause that motherfucker did have layers. Yeah, there goes you. I have no idea. Maybe. Carolina Cowboy. Alright. Seems like all the minecarts are finally slowing down. I already have adventurers in this one. I haven't super planned for anything, but maybe. If there's interest and if I feel like doing it. It had layers. It doesn't anymore. I mean, this guy right here is actually one of my adventurers. who may be about to go duel with that ogre, or not that ogre, that troll. Is now firing bolts. Fired le bolt. And my soldiers appear to have found it. Here comes a few more stragglers. Now, the longer-term plan for this monstrosity is to... All of these trolls are trying to topple this one door, and they can't do it because it's... They are destroying it, though. Do they have combat logs? No, they don't. That's funny. Soldiers are up top. Killing the first ogre. Oh man, I could pull this lever. That'd be funny. Gonna have to be cautious with this. We're in an ad break. I will pause. Trolls have turquoise blood, yes. Corn Knob, thanks for the 17th month. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Corn Knob, keeping that subscription alive for 17 months? Is this world available in Discord? No, I have not shared this world at all. I've kind of stopped sharing my worlds because I've gotten tired of babysitting the save files. Because I have a hard enough time keeping track and archiving my own worlds, let alone keeping track and archiving the worlds and sharing them to other people. Because then, like, I'll have somebody DM me at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday and say, hey, is this save file available? And it's a save file from a world that I played in 6 months ago. And I'll go check where I had it linked, and the link is dead for one reason or another, and I don't have that save file anymore, and don't know where I have it archived and couldn't be asked to go look for it. So I've decided to kind of stop setting that precedent because it just disappoints people. That's kind of where I'm at with that. Sorry if that's suboptimal, but it is largely how I feel at this point. So there's a bunch of injured goblins up this way too, I think. Bunch of dead goblins too. Oh. Bunch of them got dropped in. This should pop back. And then we will burn the remainders of them. Although a lot of the beak dogs are panicking. How does it do that? I don't know, man. It's a good soundtrack. Where are you going? Oh. Queuing green tea is wandering around obliviously. This dwarf may finally lose it. I wonder if they're going to go into combat. I think this might be the final stand of queuing green tea, chat. This is one of my best militia commanders and one of my best militia dwarves. I mean, they do have 251 kills. Yeah, no, I guess they're just going to ignore and die. Snap out of it here, dwarf. She did, yeah. You think she's got this, chat, or nah? It's not the... She's just dodging everything, though. The beak dog can't hit her. It's trying. Snap out of it, dwarf. You know you can. Snap out of it. I don't want to send my squads in. I may have to, though. If I sent... Okay, chat, we have a decision to make. I could tell my squads to go fight. But if I do that, it's possible, if not likely, that a lot of them won't make it. Because they're not entirely full squads right now. There's a lot of them. Or we can let her go through. What do we think, chat? It's a her. She's a she. Why do y'all keep saying he? Stop it. It's like right there. She doesn't have beard. It's she. You know, chat, I am offended by your lack of honor. We will save this dwarf. I will try. For honor and Dwarfy. No! Okay. I'm gonna give her a chance. Just for, you know, story's sake here. And here come my soldiers. Go get him, Medtob. So she is backing away. Yep. Who's on fire now? Oh, is it Ishtan? Well, 202 other kills. There's beak dog bloods and pools everywhere. Smell the dwarf, spear dwarf, vampire has been found dead. I'm going to clear this smoke, though. That's going to be difficult to see. Are you on fire, or is your clothes on fire? What part of you is on fire? Because you're not bleeding. I'm sure you are actually on fire, but I'm not seeing any part of this dwarf that's on fire. It's going south fast. I would say they're actually, well, I mean, they are physically going south, so. I would say that this is going in a direction that would lead me to believe that you have no faith in me. So you should go to bed, Bone Dolphin. Or post beers. As you bloody well should. I find your lack of faith disturbing. So if your lack of faith is so clear, get out. While I try and clear the smoke so that it plays a little quicker. Yeah, you're a man of about to be timed out is what you really are. Yes, Lord Vader? Damn right. Queuing Green Tea's still alive. So far it's been a success. Besides, also only 3 of my dwarves have arrived here. Hey, chat. Let's get around a vile force of darkness. Come on. Are you going to help me out here, or do I just call it for dwarves for the day and we pick this up tomorrow? Because if y'all are sleeping, then I've only been streaming for 8 hours and 40 minutes, Bob. Calm down. I don't believe that any of you guys actually want to see this fight. Prove to me you want to see this fight. Rally the troops. While I decide to do what I'm going to, while I try and figure out what I'm going to do about this fire. This is going to be a very long fight. This is going to be a very long fight. What? We will ride with fires burning hot inside of my beard? Just waiting for these dwarves to die, and then I can extinguish all. Or not extinguish all, but clear smoke. It does actually look like they're just pathing through it, which is kind of whack, actually. This dwarf is in a martial trance. Are you going to vault out of the fire? No? Okay. Okay, what's happening here? Meanwhile, this dwarf just got covered in alcohol. Did your alcohol just evaporate or something? Seems like it. Okay, that dwarf's almost dead. JJ's on fire now. Yeah, it does really look like they're just pathing through the lava, which I don't know as to why they would do that. Let's just pause the game. Yeah, well, that's a shame. That's a shame. Yeah, no, I'm just not gonna do it. Because if I share it now, then it'll be... Like, those are save files that I did share at one point, right? So I'm regretting that I did that. Is the reality here. The reality is, if you saw the messages, I would have hoped that you would have understood that I don't want to keep receiving those messages. So you clearly missed that. You clearly missed that part of the memo. Well, this is not going to be fun to deal with, is it? Okay. Game should run a little quicker now. Rest in peace, brave soldiers. And queuing green tea is now the most recent one to fall into the fire. Rest in peace. Just wish it wouldn't lag so much. Seems like it, Thanatos. Not that music. Not the music! Ah, we got this. Just gotta wait for these gates to close. This one specifically. Which is probably you, right? Nope. Who's coming to get it then? There you are. How many invaders are there? 250 goblins, 250 beak dogs, 11 trolls. Only one blind cave ogre's left, which I guess would be that guy, although I think there's actually more than that. It's like 500 something. And there was way more than that. Do still have a few squaddies left. God knows where they are, but they're left. Speaking of baddies, everybody who died is now trapped inside, or whatever's left of them is trapped inside. Also, I'm going to pause the game right here and lock this. Slow them down for a second. And tell everybody who's still alive to go stand here. They will break that down. It'll take them some time. Here comes my marks dwarves. This is one of my adventurers. I'd really prefer you didn't die. But who knows? May not, in fact, go my way. Let's actually go to work animals here. Assign all of the war dogs and war dragons to you. Give you some defense here. Because if you don't die immediately, I would like you to stay alive a little bit here. And then that would also get my war dogs as well as war dragons following you. Getting you a little bit more of a backup, because right now these guys are all the way up and into here. To the blues arrow. What do the blue? How have you been playing this game for so long and not know what the blue arrows mean? They make the representations of up and down ramps clearer. Although they did kill that stupid sheep, so I'm very happy about that, actually. Meanwhile, down here, things are still not ideal, but also be a lot worse. Why are you all the way the hell over here? I literally told you to station over here. Anon 4 is doing his best. He literally has this beak dog bit, and he's just shaking it around, and the beak dog died. So good for you there, Anon 4. They're fighting back against my dogs. My adventurer died, which is very unfortunate. But here comes one of my few remaining squaddies, who's obviously doing great. Let's see if we can fight this back. I think they can. Come on, you vampires. If you can't, I may actually be disappointed. Wow. If the fortress falls to this, that's going to be one hell of a thing, now, isn't it? Although I still have some more dogs running around in the middle of everything. And the goblin siege has broken, which is also really funny. Which means if I open the front door, that may actually be enough to save this. There goes one of my tavern keepers. Here comes Mortified the Penguin. This is one of my actual skilled soldiers. I don't know what took this dwarf so long, what they were up to, or why they weren't in the fighting, but that is one of my better soldiers. See if we can get you back up and into here. Because you're not... Oh, wait, the little down arrows and up arrows underneath them. This indicates that they're lying down, and the little blue arrows indicate that they are in the air. And that is just a artifact of the game being ASCII. Because it has no animations, you have to indicate those things. Those are very important things to indicate. And one of my biggest issues with this version when it released was that it didn't have any indicators of whether or not an entity was lying down or standing. You need to know if an entity is lying down or standing, because if you don't, then, well, that's bad. Let's just put it that way. I'm just going to go up to here and just queue up a squad of something and just be like, yo, guys, go stand here, please. Go help. Suited giraffe is dead. Well, that's good. You've been finally put out of your misery. It's actually not a bad thing. This is going to get rid of a lot of the heavily tantruming dwarves. Like, where are you, dwarf? The elite wrestler vampire. This dwarf here is just kicking and punching things. Can't use their hands. They got removed from the military because they can't use their hands. So he's just punching and kicking stuff to death up here. Down here, I've got a bunch of I've got a bunch of naked wrestlers coming through because I assigned a bunch of dwarves to this squad, and in order to get gear, they have to take all their clothes off. So I've got a bunch of naked wrestlers that are running through the fort right now, saving the day, essentially. Oh, that is actually kind of choice. That's pretty fucking priceless. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that's very funny. Is there any goblins up in here still? Nope. How about all the way down in here? Nah. Okay, sweet. Well, I guess it's time to end these bloody... I don't know why all these dwarves are all the way the hell down here still. They should be able to go up and down here and out, but I guess they can't. I don't know. Okay, they're technically still in conflict. There's something that they're fighting with, which is why they're not moving. So then in that case, let's pull this lever. Now we have something to fight against. We must have vengeance. We must have vengeance. Sweet, sweet vengeance. Moods are going to be kind of tough for a little bit. I may have to make a mist generator after this. But now it's time for the Great Burning. It's time for the Great Burning. This has been quite the fort, chat. Thanks for coming along for the ride so far. How we feeling, chat? I have a ghost. You want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride, do you now? Why would you ever want a thing like that? Because clearly you can never leave once you... once you become part of Mr. Bones' wild ride. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go open this door. Let's go back up to this. Yeah, that should get you guys out of here. Running away in fear, mostly. The trolls all split finally. It's going to take quite a bit of time to recover this, but I think I can. So you're feeling good? Feeling warm and fuzzy? Which streamed playthrough do I recommend for newer players? Probably Gortusk. Because Gortusk isn't anything crazy. It's just like a pretty normal fortress where I start to RP for after a bit. It was a little rough a moment ago. Yeah. I mean, I did lose a bunch of dwarves, but it's okay. They're all vampires anyway. We are the baddies after all. I mean, this is how many dwarves are currently placing items into tombs. I think I'm going to put a big old mist generator like right here. That's probably what we're going to do. Waterlungs is a bit hard to recommend these days, Suited, because Waterlungs splits over 2 YouTube channels. It starts on the main channel and then moves to the VODs channel. Actually did... No, Waterlungs is just on the main channel, I think. Can't remember exactly what era that was. You know, honestly, I would rather not imagine these last moments for the goblins. This seems pretty horrible. Like, seriously? This seems pretty horrible. What's up, animal? Long time no see. Miss you, man. Hot damn. There goes the last of them. There goes all the blood evaporating. And flowing down. And then eventually off the map. And some migrants have arrived. Despite the danger. Despite the danger. Well, we need the help. I'm very sad this guy had to die. This would have been a fun adventure. Despite the danger, the general population mostly. I mean, this is a fortress made up entirely of vampires, Douglas. Just about everybody in this fortress is a vampire, so if you take a nap upon arrival, you may not live very long. And also, like, it should be more despite the smell, but... Oh. There's still an evil goblin right here. Just please kill that beak dog. You're pretty sure you joined in time to watch the fort end? Nah. I wouldn't have done that. Like, here. I knew that I would lose dwarves doing that. However, I also knew that I could recover it. I'm not that tired of this fortress yet. I only just built the cool, like, minecart machine, so... It's still got a ways to go. I think this fort's still got some life left. So a lot of stuff just automatically getting gotten rid of, which is speeding things up. And I guess, like, right here, I'm going to put in a mist generator, which I've resisted doing in this fort, but it makes sense to make a mist generator now. It just makes sense. Because we got a lot of bodies that need to be gotten rid of. I mean, the minecarts were booking it a minute ago. Did you miss it? Suited? I also don't really mind losing big chunks of my military because a lot of them were not in exactly the greatest spirits. Granted, now most of the fort isn't exactly in the greatest spirits, but desperate times will mean desperate measures. I'm in an ad break, so chat, I'm going to ask you this. I could keep streaming, but chat's a little quiet. I want to try playing that new game that I just got key for, but I'm kind of scared that 80% of you will leave. So I'm debating on whether or not I end now and do some editing tonight, or try a new game and then end a little earlier tomorrow night. I just don't trust you guys. Because today's been kind of quiet. It's not really up to a vote. It's more just is there actual interest? Because, like, I'm not trying to be mean or a downer or anything here. It's just a fact. When I stream anything that isn't Dwarf Fortress, 40 to 60% of you leave. And I don't trust you guys. So I don't know. I don't know. You've been lurking? I noticed. It's okay, though. Okay. Yeah. That part's kind of irrelevant. Y'all will tune out anyway. You shall glue your eyeballs to this screen, Christos. I'm trying some negative psychology here. We'll see how it works. I'm out of here. Well, guess I'm ending stream then.
Playing DF? I'm out of here.
Bye. I didn't want to stream anymore anyway. Good night. Hi, Clino. How are you? Thanks for 28 months. Streak. 49 months. Total. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, work. How dare you have a job? Yeah, chat. We're going to go play a first-person Lovecraftian dungeon crawler. What kind of soup did you make, Big Tom? I'm actually not positive if it's turn-based or not, Suited. Soccer for love? No, I play good games, sorry.